A massive lightning bolt rips through the sky with an explosive crackle, revealing a lone figure staring up at the storm, because, let's be real, the world is totally doomed. Even the legendary comrades who'd faced hell and won, are now just broken, bloody husks. The 10 strongest warriors, the continent's last hope, completely drained their life force in a brutal, losing fight. Their ultimate sacrifice? Totally pointless, leaving behind a world drowning in death and twisted mana. And across the endless, contaminated lands, only death remains. But wait. A fierce, burning determination ignites in Tiny's eyes, glowing with raw power. With a heavy thud, he steps onto the frozen ground, starting his epic, solitary trek across the desolate, icy plains. A chilling blue light pulses in the darkness, a stark reminder of the devastation that has swept across the land. Bodies lie scattered across the blood-soaked earth, a testament to the overwhelming power that brought about this ruin. And all of this destruction, this absolute desolation, has been caused by a single, terrifying entity. The blue light continues to flicker, illuminating the grim aftermath. A silent testament to the overwhelming force of its creator. From the shadows, a monstrous roar echoes, a deep, guttural laugh that sends shivers down the spine, as a hulking figure with glowing red eyes emerges. This is Demon Commander Gluttony, and he finds the destruction quite impressive, his fanged maw twisting into a cruel smile. His glowing red eyes fixate on a distant point, a chilling question hanging in the air, Tiny, was it your name? The colossal demon looms, its massive leg dominating the foreground, as the small figure of the young warrior stands resolute against the backdrop of crackling blue lightning, ready to face the overwhelming threat. Bloodied but unbowed, Tiny stares down his foe, admitting, "You're strong." But Gluttony's fanged maw opens wide, utterly dismissing Tiny's strength with a chilling, "You must already know." He continues, his voice dripping with pure menace, "It's nowhere near enough, to even touch me." Tiny, absolutely unfazed, shifts his stance, his armored leg blazing with crimson power, ready to unleash hell. But Gluttony is a blur, his colossal foot already airborne, a terrifying red aura exploding around his armored leg. The impact is brutal, a primal scream ripping from Tiny's lungs as the full force of the attack absolutely obliterates him. His body twists, violently thrown back by the sheer power of the hit. A devastating lightning wallop. Gluttony's attack lands with bone-shattering force, launching Tiny like a ragdoll through the air, surrounded by an explosion of crimson power. He's sent flying, a mere speck against the raging storm, the impact absolutely brutal. While the demon commander just lets out this insane, triumphant roar. His voice dripping with pure disdain as he just taunts, "KGH. Don't give up already. Your efforts are futile." But even with blood all over his face, Tiny's eyes are just burning with defiance as he snarls back, "Shut up." He's still airborne, his body leaving this wild crimson trail through the air. While Gluttony is already winding up for another devastating strike, his massive fist just glowing with this malevolent red energy. Unleashing a skill known as the absolute brutal meteor objurgation. The demon commander just slams his glowing fist down, creating this massive explosion of red energy that absolutely engulfs the area where Tiny lands. Leaving him absolutely embedded deep within the shattered earth, blue energy just crackling around his form. A colossal, clawed hand, absolutely crackling with crimson energy, slams down with devastating power. But he just glares back with raw, unyielding defiance, blood streaking his face as he roars a challenge. High above, a colossal red meteor of pure energy rips through the dark sky, a terrifying harbinger of total annihilation. The demon commander stands absolutely unmoving, his entire being radiating raw power as his ultimate attack closes in. Then, with an earth-shattering quang, the attack detonates, engulfing everything in a cataclysmic crimson explosion. A blinding flash of light, then absolute, suffocating darkness. But from the very heart of the devastation, he slowly stirs, blue energy violently crackling around his battered body. Gluttony surveys the smoking, deep crater, utterly convinced the fight is finally, definitively over. But still within that crater, he gathers his shattered resolve, his eyes burning with a terrifying, renewed determination. With the new blue energy surging, a mysterious, glowing plant manifests, its ethereal light illuminating his battle-worn armor. But a wave of frustration washes over him, his mind reeling, seriously? Still no mana. Was my entire journey a lie? He flashes back to his childhood, a bewildered kid with wide eyes, his tiny hands reaching out, utterly lost. Because back then, mana training was strictly for the elite, the distinguished knights and nobles. That's why he had to fight through endless failures, grinding his way up slower than anyone else. He clawed his way up, rising to the absolute top of the knights, starting from nothing. Now, his eyes burn with fierce determination, the past forging his iron will. He'd always known, deep down, that he could conquer any new challenge thrown his way. But as he stares at his armored leg, a chilling doubt creeps in, but was that belief truly real? He stares out at the desolate landscape, a single thought echoing in his mind, if only I could have trained with proper methods from early on. A desperate wish for himself and for everyone he cares about. He flashes back to the horrifying sight of the continent, utterly consumed by war. Yet, the mysterious blue energy crackles around him, a powerful glow amidst his inner chaos. His gaze falls to his bloodied hand, the blue light pulsing from it, and a grim realization hits him: his mana is gone. He remembers Gluttony's terrifying face, and the chilling thought that even that demon had sensed something was wrong with him. But Gluttony was just the seventh commander, making him question just how terrifyingly powerful the other six could be. The chilling names echo in his mind: Demon Commander Gluttony, and the ultimate terror, the Demon King. A sinister, echoing voice seems to taunt him, a chilling whisper: Tiny, you. Broken and beaten, his blade a silent sentinel beside him, he lay amidst the desolation, the weight of the battle crushing him. But a voice, raw and ragged, pierced the silence, a shocking question: you were still alive? It was none other than the legendary Sword Emperor, Asgard von Valentia, his face a mask of grim determination and blood, who uttered the words. With a heavy, resigned gaze, Asgard declared, "It's unfortunate, but I'll soon be dead." Even through the agony, his eyes, though dimming, still held a spark of his legendary power. And he pressed on, his voice a strained whisper: "Before you." But Tiny, his own hand stained with blood, cut him off, declaring, "I want to ask something." Asgard, sprawled on the ground, met his gaze, his voice laced with a poignant mix of confusion and regret: "Why didn't you run away from this battle?" Tiny, still grounded, could only offer a bewildered response, uttering, "What are you talking about?" The Sword Emperor, Asgard, his voice a gravelly whisper, presses Tiny, bringing up old rumors of him acting like a low-level monster, demanding to know if he truly had nothing left to fight for. A flicker of something in his eyes, he acknowledges the sheer hell Tiny must have endured. Tiny, battered and bruised, cuts him off, a bewildered expression on his face, ready to fire back with his own query. He pauses, a flash of vulnerability, muttering, "It's embarrassing." Asgard, caught off guard, can only manage a bewildered, "What?" Tiny, with unwavering conviction, declares it unseemly, the most. His gaze burning with resolve, he asserts that true men must exude confidence everywhere. Asgard lets out a harsh, almost pained gasp, hating his current weakness, then bursts into a cynical laugh, proclaiming he'd never run, not for anything. His laughter erupts, a booming, almost maniacal sound that rips through the silence of the battlefield, a chilling symphony of pain, defiance, and bitter humor. His raw, guttural laughter rips through the desolate battlefield. As the Sword Emperor, a faint, blood-stained smile on his face, acknowledges the young man's sheer, unyielding strength. Tiny, his own face set in a grim determination, declares his acceptance of the challenge, a powerful, "That'll do," ripping from his throat. The veteran warrior reflects on the sheer, untamed talent before him, the kind that forged a Sword Emperor through pure, unadulterated pride, a profound realization hitting him. Extending a hand, he offers a cryptic, almost haunting invitation: "If you return, find me." As Tiny is violently pulled away, his gaze locks onto the Sword Emperor, desperately questioning the cryptic words. Watching him vanish, Asgard decides to impart one last, profound secret, a deeply personal truth. With a sudden, vibrant purple glow emanating from his hand, he reveals his daughter's birth name, Lila, a name he cherished, inspired by a beloved flower. Now clutching a pulsating blue orb, Tiny stares in utter astonishment, the full weight of the revelation crashing down. The Sword Emperor, Asgard, drops another bombshell, revealing his true feelings about the flower he just spoke of: he never liked it. Getting super serious, he stresses that what he's about to say is crucial, a command you absolutely cannot forget. Then, with a powerful, blue-tinged command, he orders Tiny to find him, and fast. Tiny's face twists in pure confusion, totally blindsided by Asgard's final message and the weird energy still buzzing around him. His eyes go wide with panic, as the blue light flares, and he feels an unstoppable force dragging him into the unknown. Whoosh! The blue energy swallows him whole, ripping him from the fight, and as his mind goes blank, he can only think one thing: am I actually dead? Then, with a sleepy yawn, he's back. Waking up totally disoriented in a brand new spot, a little flush on his face. He's waking up, but something's off. This room. It's like he's been here before, but it's all wrong. Disorientation hits him hard, and he can't help but ask, is this another nightmare he has to fight through? His mind flashes back to the worst moment, a brutal past where his sister's body was snatched away. It was right after she was gone. He remembers them, the ones who stormed in right after his sister died. He tried to hide the ring, but it was useless. The scene changes, a younger him, held down by two brutes, while another guy rips a ring right off his sister's hand. He remembers his sister's brave, but doomed, fight, getting beaten just trying to shield him. One of the thugs hauls the kid away, spitting, how they almost got screwed over by that bitch, and swearing to teach her a lesson she won't forget. A devastating blow connects, a gauntlet fist smashing into her head with brutal force, sending her flying as a vicious voice screams. You bitch, he roars, leaving a young, battered Tiny barely clinging to life on the floor, his frail body pushed to its absolute limit. His sister, the one who shielded him even while wounded, now lay still, gone. Two figures loom over her lifeless body, one, a bald, hulking man, callously snatching a glowing ring from her grasp. Then sneering at her death. What, she bit the dust after one kick, he taunts, a chilling laugh erupting. Ha! How'd you like my hectopascal kick? Even with his sister gone, they showed no mercy, no pause in their cruelty. Even attempting to desecrate her body. She's dead. Why even bother, the bald man ponders. But his dark-haired accomplice offers a horrifying rationale: some sickos get off on dead bodies. Plus, organs and fresh corpses can fetch a hefty price. Trapped in a nightmare, he screams for it to stop. His face twists in pure agony, the crushing weight of helplessness bearing down. Not even in his own dreams can he find refuge. As he desperately tries to force his body to move. His hand claws at the ground, a raw, desperate plea for movement. But then, a blinding blue energy erupts from his very hand. Shocking him to his core. The power surges, engulfing his hands in an intense, pulsating blue. He rockets upright, bathed in a fierce blue aura, eyes blazing with newfound resolve, even as a sinister shadow closes in. Still caught in the nightmare, Tiny is getting absolutely pummeled, but that mysterious blue energy is going wild around him, trying to fight back. One of the attackers, a brown-haired dude, is absolutely fuming, his face a mask of pure fury. He's got Tiny pinned, but that blue power just won't quit, radiating off him, making the attacker question what the heck is going on. But then, bam! Tiny strikes back, his fist blazing with that insane blue power, landing a devastating counterpunch. The brown-haired guy gets rocked, reeling from the hit and grabbing his face, while a bald dude just watches, looking absolutely furious. His eyes are practically on fire with rage, screaming that Tiny is asking for a death wish. The bald guy charges in, unleashing a savage punch on Tiny, who's still down, his blue power trying to shield him. He doesn't stop there, launching a massive kick, shouting for the little rascal to get out of the way. The kick lands hard on Tiny's face, sending him flying as that blue energy explodes around him in a last-ditch effort. Two menacing figures tower over him, one with a chilling sneer, the other a furious glare, as a voice cuts through the air, taunting him as a persistent runt. Then, the bald aggressor lands a brutal hit, not with a punch, but with a chilling verbal assault, uttering the venomous words, "Have a nice life with your dead sister." The brutal impact sends him flying, crashing to the ground in a crumpled heap. A stunned, "What?" rips from his throat, as the nightmare's grip tightens. But then, a blinding blue energy explodes from his hands, a power he knows, but this time it's different, more potent than ever before, igniting a fierce defiance within him. The scene violently shifts to a bruised young woman, lying broken in bed, a haunting echo of the nightmares he's been trapped in until now, her pain a raw reflection of his own torment. He jolts awake, sitting bolt upright in his bed, staring intensely at his hands, questioning why this power erupted so suddenly, and what other terrifying changes are happening to him. Unbelievable. He's manipulating mana at this age, something that should be totally impossible. Then, a pained, distant voice cuts through, begging him to find them, muttering that this just can't be real. With blue energy surging from his hands, he's left wondering, did someone actually send him back in time? His bruised face twists in pure disbelief, as he desperately tries to tell himself this is all just a nightmare. But then, a powerful thought hits him: he can change everything. His eyes snap open, reflecting the sheer weight of this new possibility, a total game-changer from his earlier denial. Suddenly, a vision of a woman's bruised neck flashes before him, a brutal reminder of what could happen. But can he really change the future? Blue energy explodes from his hands, a power he shouldn't even have. Tiny is absolutely floored, thinking, no way. His eyes practically pop out of his head, as the impossible becomes reality, and he can't believe what's happening. With those electric blue particles practically dancing in his hands, he's spiraling, realizing this could mean he's getting sent back. If he should send me back now. Then. But then, pure rage takes over. This isn't some freak gift he can just toss aside. He's got a plan, and this power is part of it. He's absolutely fuming at the stupid geezer who sent him here. The blue aura around his hands practically screams with his frustration, as he just needs, a little bit further, and right now, to make his move. His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated rage, a fresh cut on his cheek just adding to the intensity of his fury. Alone in this desolate wasteland, he stares at his hands, cursing his omni-frail body, and admitting he's just useless writing OFF, but you know that fire in his eyes isn't going out. He grits his teeth, a raw, burning frustration etched onto his battered face. This short lifespan, this weak body. Kneeling over a fallen comrade, he seethes, I couldn't even give them a proper burial. His eyes burn with self-reproach, and I couldn't even protect them. A crushing wave of despair threatens to drown him. But a fierce, unyielding resolve ignites in his gaze as he vows, "Find me, as soon as possible." He stares into the darkness, his voice ringing with conviction, "Just wait for a while, Emperor. After I finish what I must, I'll soon make my way." Elsewhere, in a grim, shadowy cavern, a fierce red-haired figure with glowing eyes snarls at a green-skinned companion, "That bastard killed my sister, Wolf." Back in his grim solitude, Tiny's mind flashes to a brutal memory, "In my past life, I barely killed anyone without breaking their spine." He clenches his fist, a silent, unbreakable vow forming within him. A brutal bruise, a symbol of past wrongs, fuels an inferno of vengeance within him, screaming for proper revenge. But first, he tends to her, his mind already racing towards a critical mission he must complete. A somber bell tolls, marking a moment of quiet reflection at the chapel, as Irina's peaceful face, surrounded by a sea of flowers, emerges from his memories. No blood ties, yet her gentle spirit was always there. He remembers her smile, the only one in that whole orphanage that didn't look at him with utter disgust. Everyone else, like invaders, either avoided him or actively hurt him, but she was different. Because of that, she saw her lost brother in him, creating an unbreakable bond that meant everything. She gave him a name, Tiny, and poured out endless love and care. He remembered the impossible task of finding an orphan to beat when Irina was always there, guarding his back. But now, a chilling, somber voice cut through the air, a priest beginning the final rites, "In the name of the God, the creator of heaven and earth." The words hung heavy, a final, heartbreaking prayer for the girl who meant everything. "I pray that Irina will rest in peace, embraced by the Lord forever." A young Tiny, his face a mask of confusion and raw sorrow, could only whisper, "Is it because Irina passed away?" Nearby, Irina's friend, Emma, watched the boy with a deeply worried expression, a chilling thought crossing her mind, "It feels as if Tiny has changed a little bit." Her concern palpable, she spoke to the priest, even a while ago. Later, in his bed, Tiny thrashed and turned, a troubled grumble escaping his lips even in sleep. Emma, witnessing his tormented night, let out a soft gasp, her mind screaming, "That child." A guttural rumble accompanies young Tiny's pained grunt as he clutches his injured arm. Emma, watching, can't shake the feeling that this isn't the same boy from her visions. His eyes widen in disbelief, a silent "W's that," escaping him as he stares at his own body. But then, in a flash, his wounds knit themselves together, leaving Emma absolutely floored. A brilliant shimmer washes over his arm, and just like that, the injury is gone. Emma, soup bowl in hand, confronts him, demanding to know where he's headed with those injuries. He coolly dismisses her, claiming he's fine, but she's having none of it, insisting he's clearly not. As he walks away, Emma's mind races, a chilling thought forming, what happened to Irina's last words, and what's behind those changed eyes? She reaches out, a comforting hand on his head, as he glances up at her. A simple, "Thank you for the soup" is all he offers, but the profound worry on Emma's face speaks volumes. The weight of recent events crushes her, Emma's face contorts with raw anxiety, her mind racing over Tiny's disturbing transformation. But he's already turning his back, and she screams his name, a desperate, echoing cry. The pieces click into place, his impossible healing, his chilling demeanor, she can't help but dread the monster he might be turning into. She corners him, her voice sharp with accusation, demanding answers about his twisted plans. He barely glances back, his eyes cold, brushing off her fears like they're nothing but childish nonsense. But his face is a mask of iron will, he's not letting anything break him now. He strides forward, leaving her behind, his words a declaration of absolute confidence and a promise to conquer everything in his path. Left in his dust, Emma's heart shatters, overwhelmed by a crushing wave of despair. At Irina's graveside, Tiny stares down at her coffin, his voice a chilling promise, her death will be avenged, no matter the cost. A cryptic voice whispers, "Watch. He'll show up here. Okay." Tiny stares into the vast expanse of the sky, a quiet intensity building within him. His inner resolve ignites, a burning declaration, "I won't leave any regrets this time." Then, a month flashes by, the world transitioning to a star-dusted night. Suddenly, a blinding, crackling blue aura erupts around him, illuminating the desolate town streets as he prepares to move. The power surges, and he commands, "Let's go." A chilling, confident smirk plays on his lips, his eyes blazing with the raw, untamed energy. With an unstoppable momentum, he strides forward. As he ventures further down a rugged path, a shadowy observer watches, a question hanging in the air, Isn't he that no-name kid from the slums?" Two figures loom over a barren expanse, one of them dropping a casual, chilling remark. His eyes narrow, a raw memory igniting a fire within him as those words cut deep. Tiny's face contorts, a fierce determination burning in his gaze. He's thrown back to a brutal memory, a younger version of himself facing down two older men, one of them spitting venom. "How dare you utter his name, you brat," the man had snarled, his partner a silent, menacing shadow. The man's face twisted into a mask of pure fury, his voice exploding with disbelief. You've lost your damn mind. That memory ignites a fuse, and Tiny explodes into motion, a blur of pure rage. His child self's defiant question screaming in his head, why? The second man, blindsided by the sudden, violent outburst, flinches back in pure shock. As Tiny's fist slams home with devastating power, cutting off the man's hateful words. Wrong to call his name, huh? The man's scream rips through the air, the brutal impact sending him flying, his face a mask of pure agony. Tiny's arm explodes with raw power, a blinding blue energy ripping through the air. The older man is absolutely decimated, sent flying to the ground, his arm screaming in agony. The other guy is absolutely floored, yelling, what? What the hell is up with this kid? The downed man, barely conscious, gasps, did he put him in prison on something? But the other guy just brushes it off, sneering, whatever it is, he's just a little brat. Tiny doesn't even flinch, he just snaps forward, grabbing the injured man by his collar. He yanks the man up, a fierce declaration on his lips, I'll throw him just like. But then, as he tries to hoist him up, he hits a wall of unexpected resistance. Tiny's face twists in pure shock and struggle, muttering, what, he's so heavy. Tiny still has the older man pinned, who's screaming about being hungry, but Tiny's own stomach is rumbling, convinced this guy stole his food. With the old man sprawled out, Tiny's still starving, a hunger that just won't quit. The other old man, watching the chaos, blurts out, he's figured something huge out after getting his mana body back. Tiny's eyes blaze with a fierce, hungry glow as he hears this, just awakened mana body, igniting a wild idea in his head. Apparently, a fresh mana body can settle in way easier if the host is already messed up. Before the old man can even finish his thought, Tiny's on him, grabbing his collar and practically yelling, what do you mean by that? His grip is like a vice. And a terrifying, thank you, rips from his throat, thank you, for. The old man gets yanked off his feet, his face screaming pure terror as Tiny's words sink in. He moves with blinding speed, a raw surge of blue lightning exploding from his arm as he launches his attack, a primal roar escaping him, messing my body up, bastard. The very air screams around him, his form a phantom, closing the distance in an instant. Every movement a lethal strike, every step a devastating, earth-shattering impact. He absolutely shreds through the assembled figures, an explosive force ripping them apart as one of them screams, who the hell is he? A final, earth-shattering blow echoes, leaving absolute devastation in its wake. From a distance, a bald man and another with dark hair stare in disbelief at the chaos, the bald man barely managing a bewildered, Before they can even blink, he's already got the bald man by the neck, who chokes out, intruder. Who the hell is he? Leaving the utter devastation in his wake, he simply walks away from the shattered remnants of the structure. A chilling smirk spreads across his face as he processes the bald man's words, his thoughts cutting, the beggar brat. Trapped by a mob, Tiny isn't backing down. A fierce blue aura ignites around him, signaling the start of something epic. The crowd starts buzzing, and one guy just can't believe it, This kid seriously came here alone. Tiny's eyes blaze with a terrifying red glow, and someone else nervously asks, what if he came here without a weapon? A massive guy yells back, totally shocked, what do you mean without a weapon? But before they can even process it, a lightning-fast kick sends one of them absolutely soaring. While he flashes a terrifying grin at another guy, dropping the ultimate line, I have one right here. The guy's face just totally melts in pure terror. As a blood-curdling scream rips through the air, AAA. Before he lands another devastating blow, sending yet another foe flying. He moves like lightning, unleashing a devastating kick. The impact shattering his opponent's guard and sending them reeling. The sheer force launches the man airborne. His terrified scream tearing through the air as he's flung away. Crashing headfirst down the wooden stairs, as another foe stares in absolute terror. Pure, unadulterated terror contorts the man's face, leaving him speechless. But before the shock can even register, Tiny is already there, a lethal blur, striking with impossible speed. Sending the second man crashing down, utterly defeated, as dust explodes around them. Another one bites the dust, collapsing in a heap, clutching his head in pure agony. And just like that, another body hits the dirt with a brutal, bone-jarring crack. Tiny just stares, his eyes burning with an unyielding intensity. One of the fallen just lets out a silent, agonizing scream, his face contorted in pure torment. Tiny stands tall, his boots planted right over another defeated foe. He scoffs, I'm done with the small fries. And then, with a chilling challenge, why don't you come down? He glances up, calling out his next victims, what's left are the Ranfers brothers. His gaze sharpens, a cold, hard resolve etched onto his face. And just like that, answering his call, a figure comes crashing down from above, letting out a shocked yell. He just casually clicks his fingers, like it's nothing, totally ready for whatever's next. Two hulking red-haired thugs tower over Tiny, who's sprawled on the ground, demanding to know why he isn't getting up. The swordsman, his blade glinting, snarls a threat to sever Tiny's limbs. Tiny's eyes flash with a desperate defiance as he overhears the chilling confirmation: he's a mana user. The red-haired swordsman looms, blade ready, his partner observing the grim scene. A knowing look passes between the two, the swordsman confirming the kid's mana, and his partner eagerly proposing they sell him for a fortune. Tiny's face tightens, his dark eyes flaring with a subtle glow as the swordsman lifts his blade. A gasp escapes Tiny, his eyes locked on the incoming strike. The red-haired swordsman's blade descends, a chilling declaration that it's all over. Suddenly, a vice-like grip clamps down on Tiny's arm, yanking him back with a startled gasp. The red-haired thug has him locked down, shouting about him using mana as a weapon, as his partner watches with a sneer. The swordsman's face twists in disgust, cursing the crazy son of a bitch under his breath. But Tiny isn't backing down, his eyes blazing, daring them to have some class. The swordsman just scoffs, telling him to ditch the hideous tricks and learn some real hand-to-hand. Challenge accepted. Tiny instantly drops into a fighting stance, fists up and ready to rumble. A confident grin splits his face, thinking, yeah, this is how you really fight. With a furious roar, both red-haired brutes charge. Their faces are pure rage. But before they can even blink, Tiny's leg flashes out in a lightning-fast, bone-shattering kick. His kick, charged with a faint red aura, absolutely connects with the first red-haired thug. The sheer force of that blow sends the guy absolutely reeling backward. He stumbles hard, losing his footing on the stairs. The red-haired swordsman watches in utter disbelief, stunned by the young man's impossible speed. Tiny's foot absolutely slams into the thug's face with a sickening wham. The impact completely distorts the man's features. His head snaps back violently. The thug is launched through the air, crashing into the wall with a devastating crash. As Tiny stands victorious over his downed opponent, the swordsman, absolutely enraged, charges forward, drawing his blade. He moves with blinding speed, his foot connecting squarely with the swordsman's face. The impact sends the red-haired man reeling backward, a cry of pain escaping his lips. Before he can even recover, Tiny seizes him, hoisting him high into the air. With a powerful heave, he sends the swordsman crashing through the ceiling above, splintering wood and plaster. The red-haired figure plummets through the broken floor, landing with a sickening thud on the level below. Tiny drops down, standing over his defeated opponent, who lies motionless amidst the debris. Dust motes dance in the air, settling slowly around the scene. The swordsman is then flung from the building entirely, a dark silhouette against the night sky. The ceiling exploded, showering the ground with rubble as the dust settled around the triumphant figure. But the silence was shattered by a new, furious voice, roaring, "Who the hell are you?" The red-haired man advanced, his heavy steps echoing through the wreckage. But Tiny remained cool, his mind already drifting to a past revelation, muttering, "I was pretty surprised in my previous life." He remembered the shock of realizing his entire race had been relegated to nothing more than tools in some forgotten corner of the world. A primal, wolf-like beast-man looming in his memory. A creature from the beast-man tribe, scorned as the absolute bottom of all demi-human races. He's still reeling from the revelation about the beast-man tribe, a group often dismissed, but one pure-blooded wolf among them was on a whole other level. This absolute unit of a wolf, with those piercing red eyes, was an undeniable powerhouse. Manifesting a true form that only the royal family usually pulled off, this wolf was a big deal. He flashes back to how tough it was to take him down in his past life, a total mind blow considering he was actually a killer. Snap back to reality. The red-haired swordsman is fuming, demanding answers about this exact location. He presses on, his voice dripping with accusation, "I heard you're the one responsible for all this, aren't you?" Tiny, with a confident smirk, just throws it back, "Can't you figure it out?" The swordsman's eyes blaze with pure rage, his face twisting into a snarl as he declares, "Nobody gave me the intel. I'm gonna tear that mask right off you." With an enraged roar, he explodes into action, a monstrous, clawed hand appearing to deliver a devastating blow. "Good, you'd better go all out from the start," the red-haired swordsman challenges. His form violently expanding, bones audibly shifting and cracking. A primal roar tears from his throat as his arm twists into a monstrous claw. The transformation accelerating, his new limb pulsing with a sinister red glow. He erupts into a colossal, crimson-furred monster, bellowing, "Come." Tiny's jaw drops. What the hell is this?" he exclaims. As the sheer presence of the towering beast shakes the very foundations of reality. "But you don't have silver fur." Tiny shouts, trying to process the impossible. "What kind of a beastman are you, then?" The beast snarls back, its eyes burning with an infernal, crimson light. The crimson beast unleashes a terrifying roar, its glowing red eyes locked onto Tiny. Tiny stumbles back, his mind racing, what is going on? The beast lunges with insane speed, a crimson blur of fur and claws. This thing is faster and stronger than any rancor he's ever fought, forcing him to dodge its relentless, brutal assault. But even this monster can't compare to the absolute nightmares he faced in his past life. A flicker of pure determination crosses his face as he gets ready to strike back. The beast actually pauses, completely caught off guard by his sudden move. Huh. With a blinding surge of brilliant blue energy, Tiny unleashes a devastating magical attack. He won't back down, not when the monstrous red-haired swordsman is right there, a terrifying challenge. The beast howls, reeling back from the hit, its red fur practically exploding from Tiny's brutal attack. Still reeling, the monster lets out another primal scream, but Tiny is already on the move, calculating his next move. His eyes blaze with fierce determination, his brain already running simulations for victory. Then, a memory flashes, a crucial lesson from a fellow beastman, Wolf's words burning bright in his mind. Wolf's voice, cool and collected, had once laid it all out, the secret to dealing with his own berserk kin. Back in the fight, the beast's massive claw flexes, its brief moment of pain already gone. With a savage roar, its eyes burning with pure rage, the beast charges, a red blur of destruction. A devastating kick lands, and Tiny is sent flying. The red-haired swordsman unleashes a primal, earth-shattering roar, his eyes burning with pure, unadulterated rage. But before he can even think about his next move, Tiny's hammer smashes into him, sending him flying. The young warrior shouts, "That's why they say." The swordsman's body is launched through the air from the sheer force, Tiny delivering the final word, beating. Tiny stands victorious over the momentarily defeated berserker, hammer still raised, declaring, "Is the best treatment for a crazy dog." But the berserk swordsman is not down for the count. His eyes ignite with a furious red as he explodes back into action with terrifying speed, delivering a devastating blow that sends Tiny absolutely soaring backward with a thunderous quang. Tiny is sent tumbling through the air, the sheer power of the counterattack momentarily stunning him. But even as he falls, a burning resolve ignites in his eyes, a silent vow echoing in his mind, "Don't die yet." With Tiny still reeling on the ground, the red-haired swordsman closes in, a menacing grin spreading across his face as he taunts, "Since you have to get it out, you're..." Still reeling, he's instantly swallowed by a searing red energy blast, the monstrous swordsman unleashing a primal, furious roar. From a safe distance, the wolf beastman watches the carnage unfold, casually giving a thumbs up and declaring it's totally fine if the kid roughs them up a bit, a true second-generation ability mindset. The ground around them explodes, as dark, spiky formations rip through the earth. The monster's attack sends him flying through the air, red energy exploding around him. The monstrous swordsman keeps up the relentless assault, glowing red eyes locked on his target, unleashing another terrifying roar. But then, a sudden blue energy sphere smashes into a nearby wall, cracking the stone and buying a precious second. Seizing the chance, he bolts away from the glowing blue silhouette of his pursuer, desperate to get some space. Then, the monstrous form shatters, revealing the red-haired swordsman beneath, who screams in pure agony as blood gushes from his chest, the red gem there pulsing ominously. As the swordsman slowly closes the distance, his footsteps echoing, he locks eyes with the young man on the ground, a bewildered question escaping his lips, "Are you, a monster?" The red gem, once a part of the swordsman, now tumbles across the desolate ground. Reeling from his monstrous reversion, the red-haired swordsman glares up at Tiny, screaming, "Why are you doing this to me?" Tiny's expression turns stone-cold, his command sharp and absolute. A tremor of fear shakes the swordsman as Tiny's chilling threat, a broken spine, echoes in his mind. Writhing in agony, he struggles to process Tiny's words, a desperate question forming in his mind, "Did he just speak to me?" Then, with a blinding surge of blue energy, Tiny unleashes a devastating burst, and a scream rips through the air. Defeated and broken, a single, haunting image flashes through the swordsman's mind, his sister. Tiny, now clutching the detached red gem, calmly places it beside the fallen warrior, his voice laced with a chilling, unspoken threat. His hands still crackling with faint blue energy, Tiny delivers a final, brutal warning, "If he wakes up, I'll break his head." Defeated and broken, the red-haired swordsman is on his knees, begging for his life from Tiny. He's screaming, confessing his sins and calling out to Lady Erna. His voice is cracking with pure regret, just endless apologies. But Tiny isn't having it, planting his foot right on the swordsman's head, declaring him an offering for the palace, as the swordsman's mind races back to Lady Erna. Pinned under Tiny's boot, the swordsman keeps begging, totally convinced he's to blame. Tiny glances aside, a grim thought flashing across his expression, remarking that Lady Erna probably wouldn't want to see this guy's face now. He stomps down harder, and Tiny demands answers, wanting to know what a beast man like him is doing here. Forget the swordsman, Tiny's eyes are on the glowing red stone, absorbing its power before it vanishes. As the power surges through him, he instantly recognizes what this gem truly is. A guttural roar rips from him as dark red energy explodes across his arm, twisting his very flesh. His eyes snap wide open in pure shock, the terrifying truth dawning on him, demonic QI. The crimson energy surges, raw and untamed, erupting into razor-sharp, claw-like tendrils that tear through the air. The transformation consumes his entire being, his body convulsing and distorting as the monstrous power courses through him, the guttural roar now a constant, terrifying echo. Now, he stands, a towering, terrifying figure, radiating an intense, malevolent red aura that casts the defeated swordsman in shadow. The raw, untamed power manifests into a horrifying vision, a snarling wolf-like face with eyes burning crimson, the absolute essence of the wolfman's brutal strength. His face, a mask of shock and fierce, unyielding determination, is consumed by the same crimson energy, the terrifying transformation now complete. A majestic bird surveys the landscape from a towering cliff, while Tiny, ever curious, blurts out. What even is mana? Wolf, ever the sage, answers with a knowing look, it's rare. Wolf then drops some serious knowledge, revealing that spiritual creatures are ancient beings, forged by accumulating mana for over a century, a truly wild concept. Tiny, mind blown by the revelation, confesses, wait, spiritual creatures are a thing? With a glowing spirit deer in the background, Wolf hits him with another question, you know a spirit creature's soul is a spirit, right, Tiny? Tiny, not one to be outdone on basic facts, shoots back, duh, I know that much, even if I'm not some spirit tamer. Wolf, pushing the lesson further, challenges him, but do you know what the essence of a spirit truly is? The answer flashes into view, a shimmering, glowing crystal, which Tiny instantly recognizes as a spirit stone. And then, the big question drops. Wolf's like, wait, why are these spiritual beings even shackled? Tiny's eyes narrow, these chains are seriously messed up. But here's the kicker, these chains are pumping out way more power than any demon spirit stone should. Trapped by the sinister red chains, Tiny's inner power starts to surge, glowing bright blue. No time to waste, he's taking these weird chains down. Blue energy explodes. His fist smashes into the chains. The chains crack. Wolf lets out a shocked, AWWO, as they start to shatter. And with one last, epic burst, Tiny absolutely obliterates the chains, exploding free in a shower of light. Suddenly, he's in a whole new, desolate space, eyes wide with shock. What is this place? His voice echoing in the void, he shouts again, what is this? But before he can even think, a shadowy, hooded figure attacks, claws out, snarling like a beast. Suddenly, more appear, blurring in from every direction, and he wonders, is this some kind of spirit memory? He's totally surrounded, these weird guys are everywhere. As they strike, he feels it, a chilling aura. They all have demonic chi. But before they can even touch him, he's a blur, striking one down with a devastating, blood-splattering blow. His assault doesn't stop, another powerful hit sends a second entity flying. Then, with a final, explosive impact, he absolutely shatters one of them, sending blood everywhere. His hand, already drenched in crimson, tightens its grip on the unknown, the battle raging with savage intensity. He's fighting with desperate ferocity, blood exploding as he clashes against the relentless hooded figures. Despite his insane skill, the sheer number of his attackers is starting to overwhelm him. A hooded hand rips his grip open, revealing a pulsating red stone that glows with an ominous power. Finally, the relentless assault takes its toll, and he's slammed to the ground, completely surrounded by his captors. The hooded figures loom over him, their victory absolutely secured. One of them, eyes blazing crimson, holds the stolen stone high, shouting, Holy Shit, so they wanted the spirit stone. Another figure, equally shocked, demands, who is that kid? Why are they giving it to him? The red stone pulses with an intense, malevolent energy, its raw power radiating outwards with terrifying force. As the chaos of battle raged, a flashback hit him, a time when these savage wolves weren't just enemies, they were fuel, each one making him stronger. But the real secret? It all came down to one moment, he'd absorbed the spirit stone, and that's how he became the legendary wolf guy. Suddenly, a massive, spectral wolf appeared, its voice booming, demanding to know if they were actually created like this, a question that had been gnawing at him. He finally got it, he'd shown up too early, and that's why he couldn't fully absorb the stone's insane power. The wolf's glowing eyes burned, a raw, intense power radiating from its very being. His hands started to crackle with the same blue energy, a direct, explosive reaction to the wolf's power. The wolf towered over him, its presence absolutely crushing, a raw display of its terrifying might. Completely outmatched, he plummeted, a colossal arm seizing absolute control. The wolf manifestation stared down, a chilling declaration escaping its lips, this guy deserved a death far more epic than this. Still reeling from the truth, he's totally confused about his spiritual connection. He's blown away by the idea of spirit taming, but seriously, he thinks he's got zero talent for it. Then, an elf-like woman, with those iconic pointed ears and green hair, drops a bombshell, humans can be spirit tamers, but only if their soul is totally pure. He ponders her words, thinking maybe only little kids are pure enough for this crazy power. Suddenly, we're flashing back to a younger him, a little kid with spiky black hair, totally bewildered and scratching his head. Even as a kid, he's already deep in thought about who he is, muttering about being young. A brutal close-up shows a small, bloody hand gripping something red, while his child self's voice declares he's not pure and has a conscience. Boom! A glowing, translucent blue wolf entity just pops up behind the kid, making him totally freak out. The spectral wolf just towers over the kid, its massive form completely owning the scene. As the spectral wolf loomed, a sudden, shocking realization hit him, the pieces of the puzzle finally clicking into place. He finally got it. When those ancient chains shattered, the wolf's raw mana surged straight into his spirit stone. This insane power then flooded the broken part of his spirit stone, making it whole again. Staring at his hand, now pulsing with a faint blue glow, he wondered if this was the secret to his newfound mana. The wolf spirit locked eyes with him, its translucent form practically vibrating with raw power, a silent, powerful presence. He then spoke to the spirit, realizing a full contract was totally off the table. The wolf spirit just stood there, a silent, humming force, waiting for his next move. With a fierce look, the kid reached out his hand, ready to make this happen. He realized this wasn't like normal magic, he didn't need to be obsessed with the spirit, just keep it fed with mana, and it would be an unstoppable ally. Spirit tamers and their spirits. They level up together. And Estina, one of the legendary 10 knights, was living proof of that power-up. That's why she was so epic, a true legend among the 10 knights. Suddenly, the giant wolf spirit unleashes a primal roar, and Tiny's like, huh? Those glowing blue eyes lock onto him, a silent challenge hanging heavy. Tiny gets it instantly, the wolf wants him to go on a revenge quest. The wolf shrugs it off like it's no big deal, and Tiny's all in, admitting he was already on a mission to wipe out everyone tied to demonic chi. Deal sealed. Tiny's hands shoot up, mana exploding with a fierce blue glow. The raw power swirls and twists, morphing into a shimmering bird of pure energy. This is it, the ultimate move to seal the deal, the moment a spirit finally gets its name. With blue mana surging, Tiny embraces the wolf spirit, a profound moment etched on his features. He muses aloud, alright, what's the perfect name for you? With that silver fur, shining like the moon itself, I'll call you. A tender touch to its head, and the blue energy explodes around the spirit. Beneath the colossal full moon, a powerful declaration rings out, Wolf. Clutching his newly named partner, Tiny's mind races, demanding answers about the demonic chi he's faced, who is truly pulling the strings, wielding beastmen with spirit stones. The demonic chi could only mean one thing, them, a chilling, hooded figure with blazing red eyes, wreathed in a malevolent purple glow. These are the demon worshippers, their monstrous wolf beasts, eyes burning with the same infernal red, are a terrifying sight. A sinister cult of shrouded figures, each one a harbinger of dread, their faces hidden, but their glowing red eyes and purple aura speak volumes. These are the fanatics who worship demonkind, the ones who plunged the world into chaos, even before the Demon King's legions even showed up. He's trying to piece it together, but the labyrinth's chaos makes the details fuzzy. Suddenly, a flashback. The red-haired swordsman is talking to Lady Irina, while Wolf is on the ground, apologizing profusely. The swordsman cuts him off, and Tiny's mind races, is this the guy who gave Irina the spirit stone? The other guy, also tied up, looks absolutely terrified as the red-haired swordsman keeps pressing about Irina, the tension in the room is palpable. The red-haired swordsman sees Wolf is out of it and decides to crank up the pressure, summoning the terrifying lunar wolf to get answers. And just like that, a huge, glowing blue spirit wolf appears, its eyes burning with power. Wolf screams in pure agony, this spirit is seriously messing him up. The red-haired swordsman stands over the tortured wolf and Tiny's mind is still stuck on one thing, is this the guy who gave Irina that spirit stone? Despite the pain, Wolf gasps out, organization, and Tiny's like, okay, what exactly is this organization up to? His bound hands clench hard, the pain is just too much. Wolf's face twists in pure agony, the memory burning bright as he gasps about the overwhelming power they wield. A desperate whisper escapes him, a chilling admission that he's nothing more than a test subject. The scene cuts to the unforgiving ground as the red-haired swordsman's voice slices through the tension, relentlessly pressing for intel on the organization. Declaring that no one just walks away, the swordsman unleashes a devastating torrent of crackling blue lightning, blasting Wolf with an explosive surge of magic as Irina looks on. The flashback's brutal force makes Tiny recoil, his hand clenching so hard that blood actually oozes from his palm, a visceral echo of the torment he's reliving. He fixates on the blood, the swordsman's taunting voice still echoing, mocking Wolf for thinking he could ever escape. Battered and broken, Wolf finally cracks, his voice raw as he spills the truth, his organization would never forgive this betrayal. Tiny's mind races, replaying his initial thought that the swordsman's crew were the ones on the labyrinth's first floor. The swordsman, with Irina by his side, scoffs at Wolf's defiance, declaring they take no orders from a mere beast man. Tiny just lets out a frustrated sigh, like, ugh, forget it. Seriously, it's not like he's been living life with his brain on full power anyway. But then his eyes lock onto this glowing blue crack in the wall, radiating pure energy, and he realizes that's the real deal, the important thing. He reaches out, a silent question hanging in the air, is it finally time to take back everything that was ripped away? Boom! The flashback hits again. The red-haired swordsman is going full power, blasting Wolf with insane blue lightning, the explosion rocking the very ground as a younger Tiny can only stare, terrified. The swordsman's hand still glows with that raw power, and he's just casually wondering what it'd be like to be a freaking sword emperor. Then he just casually lifts Wolf by the neck, no problem, while young Tiny is thinking, okay, I can totally use this story later, I'll tell him about it someday. The scene cuts to a glowing blue portal, a mysterious gateway to an ally. And just like that, Tiny's hand, now radiating that same blue energy, reaches out, ready to grab hold of whatever comes next. He stands beside a majestic white wolf, glowing blue particles swirling around his form, as he considers his next move, thinking of his future ally and the trust he needs to earn. His gaze falls upon an open treasure chest, filled with glittering gold and ancient artifacts, knowing that to forge that crucial bond, he must acquire a specific item, a golden ring with an intricate bird design, the very symbol of the Valencia family. The ornate ring gleams, its detailed craftsmanship evident. A radiant woman with a captivating smile bends down, her voice dripping with warmth as she asks a young boy for his name, and he, with a hint of bashfulness, whispers back. Tiny. Irina, her eyes sparkling, echoes his name, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she declares it absolutely adorable. With a flourish, she presents a small, luminous trinket, her gaze unwavering as she insists it's the perfect fit for him. Her hand, elegant and inviting, pushes the item closer. As she lays out her terms, find her with this, and she'll be there, ready to unleash her full support. Flash forward. Tiny and the lunar wolf are now locked onto a shimmering, electric blue portal, its raw energy practically vibrating in the air. That flashback hits different. Irina, a legend in her own time, a name whispered with reverence across the entire Aslan Empire. Her radiant smile, a pure shot of warmth, is burned into his memory, a guiding light. Get ready for some serious backstory. We're diving deep into the legend of Irina, the youngest daughter of the Asgard Emperor, Asgard von Valenta. Even as a kid, she was already a superstar, known for her kindness and beauty, earning her the legendary nickname, Valenta's Angel. Her big coming-of-age moment was a huge deal in Asgard, where tradition demanded that every young adult lay flowers in every single temple and sacred spot. Talk about a deeply rooted tradition. These customs were super well known across the entire kingdom. Maybe it was all this fame that set up the epic clash with the red-haired swordsman at Invader, way out in the red light district of Files, on the edge of the dukedom. Fast forward years later, and Tiny and Irina are still walking side by side, their destinies totally linked. But back in his past, a younger Tiny was already facing major struggles, failing to get his hands on that super important ring. Even then, he knew he needed a breather from the grind, because getting any kind of help was just impossible. He flashes back to a critical moment, a ring just beyond his reach, a moment where he absolutely had to. But the thought is violently interrupted by a gruff voice, "Alright, where the hell is that bastard?" Amidst the metallic clatter, a dark-haired young man stands his ground, eyes locked on the formidable armored figure before him. A knowing smirk spreads across his face, he'd been expecting this moment. The armored enforcer, back to the viewer, surveys the chaos with a heavy, metallic clatter. His heavy boots stand over the defeated, their forms scattered across the ground, as he presses on, having held that. He'd clearly dragged someone in, leaving a path of destruction and unconscious bodies. The armored man makes his final assessment, convinced his target is a formidable mana user. A hulking armored commander absolutely rages, towering over a cowering subordinate. He's demanding answers, furious about being sidelined for some bastard. With a contemptuous humph, he declares that if he steps in, this whole mess will be over in a flash. The poor subordinate, practically dangling, is internally screaming about these bastards and some mysterious drug he was ordered to use. He tries to stammer out a denial, hands up in a desperate, useless plea. But the commander just brushes him off, thinking about how that wolf bastard is actually pretty good at keeping his own crew in line. Meet the man himself, Duke over Castle Commander, Liam. He's a serious force to be reckoned with. Liam marches on, his heavy footsteps thudding with pure determination, vowing to make sure his protection pays off big time. He suddenly stops, a confused escaping him, like he just picked up on something totally out of place. His eyes lock onto a young boy, and his jaw practically drops as he shouts, "That kid?" The guard's shouts reverberate, pinning all the blame on him, demanding to know if he's the one who unleashed this chaos. A defiant, simple, escapes his lips as he coolly walks down the stairs, leaving the stunned guards in his wake. Liam, waiting below, cuts him off, demanding to know if he has any last words for the havoc has wreaked. He just grins, a confident smirk spreading across his face, before coolly responding. He boldly states he was just cleaning up some rotten bastards, then throws the challenge back, asking why a high-ranking knight like Liam would even get involved in this kind of mess. But as the kid starts to walk off, Liam's voice cuts through the air, noting that he's clearly picked up some tricks from the wolf. Liam's hand tightens, his knuckles turning white as he forms a furious fist. His face contorting with rage as he snarls about the sheer nerve of the kid. Suddenly, a furious orange energy explodes around his fist, crackling with raw, untamed power. Liam's mana-charged fist, blazing with raw power, looms over the young challenger, who, even in this moment, is calculating his opponent's strength, wondering if he's already hit the second level of mana usage. Liam's glowing hand closes in, his voice a thunderous echo, second level of mana usage. A shocking impact sends Tiny reeling, his eyes wide with disbelief. But then, an even greater shock registers on Liam's face as his attack is somehow thwarted. Tiny, now radiating an intense blue aura, stands his ground, declaring his absolute resolve to give it his all. With fierce determination, he proclaims, "I can beat him." Liam, now consumed by a furious blue energy, unleashes a monstrous punch. The ground explodes as his fist connects, tearing a massive crater into the earth. The sheer destructive power of the blow leaves a gaping chasm in its wake. Liam gets absolutely rocked. A brutal punch from Tiny sends him reeling, a pained cry ripping from his throat. But Liam's no rookie, he shakes it off, mentally calculating, deciding he only needs to unleash a fraction of his true strength for this kid. Tiny, on the other hand, is absolutely smiling, reveling in the fact that he just landed a clean hit. Even Liam, the seasoned warrior, can't help but admit, this kid's got some serious skills. Tiny doesn't let up, becoming a total blur as he unleashes another lightning-fast attack, pushing Liam to his limits. But Liam's got a plan, thinking to himself, no way am I burning all my mana on this guy right now. He makes a tactical retreat, realizing the area is too crowded, and figures it smarter to lure Tiny away and make him leave on his own terms. Liam bolts up a nearby staircase, leaving Tiny in his dust. Reaching the top, he spins around, a fierce blue energy flaring around him, daring Tiny to come and get a taste of his bad boy trap. Tiny flashes a confident grin as a blinding blue energy explodes around him. Instantly manifesting the colossal lunar wolf spirit, its glowing azure fur and razor-sharp fangs screaming raw power. Liam, completely blindsided by the sudden manifestation, clutches his sword hilt, a single, stunned thought escaping him, a spirit. The lunar wolf answers with a primal snarl, its glowing eyes locking onto the stunned commander. The sheer, crushing pressure from the spectral beast slams Liam to his knees, his heavy armor clanking against the floor. He grimaces, fighting against the crushing, invisible weight, his tough facade finally shattering. Still grinning, Tiny clarifies that a spirit doesn't need a physical form to exist, vowing to make the commander a believer. Liam, quickly recovering his defiance, tries to cut a deal, implying Tiny's only in it for the cash. Clutching his sword, the commander fires back, demanding to know Tiny's real game. Liam, clearly shaken, tries to buy his way out, offering cold hard cash. He pleads, "How about I pay you money instead of the wolf," while the colossal lunar wolf still towers over his trembling men. Liam lets out a derisive laugh, brushing off Tiny's previous statement as mere kid talk. Then he presses, "Seriously, how old are you? Did you actually trick yourself into thinking that was magic?" But Tiny doesn't even flinch, firing back that it's not magic, it's just him, a native, famous for his black hair, an invader. Liam, still trying to wrap his head around it, challenges him on how hard it is to get a spirit like that wolf. His patience completely gone, Liam's face twists in anger, demanding to know just how far Tiny plans to take this. With a shocked gasp, he UPS his offer, trying to tempt Tiny with more silver. But Tiny just stares back, his resolve unyielding. Liam's patience snaps. He unleashes a furious snarl, practically daring Tiny to refuse his offer again. The lunar wolf, feeling the pressure, responds with a menacing, deep growl. But Liam ignores the warning, pushing harder, declaring they'll just seize the wolf by force, no matter what. His anger boiling over, he curses, his fist clenching tight. The Duke's gaze turns razor-sharp, a chilling glint in his eyes. He scoffs at Tiny's boldness, utterly bewildered by such defiance from a kid. But Tiny stands firm, completely unfazed, his face a mask of iron resolve as he prepares his next move. Liam, however, cuts him off with a chilling ultimatum: the last day of the month would be the day Tiny fulfilled his promise, or else. Just as the air crackles with unspoken threats, 2 armored guards burst in, shouting for their lord with desperate urgency. Surrounded by his armored enforcers, he practically snarls, daring them to leave him behind. But the young man just spits back, a raw, furious curse, refusing to yield an inch. Suddenly, a new voice slices through the air, a sharp, unexpected command to halt. Then, a bald, armored commander steps into view, his sheer presence demanding attention. He delivers a pointed message: with a new duke in charge, the commander must pay his respects. The commander then coolly asks for a schedule, promising to relay the information to his boss. But then, a chilling warning: keep this in mind. You'll see the duke's true state soon enough. Back in the grand hall, the commander stands victorious over several defeated figures, a confident, of course, escaping his lips. Meanwhile, the young man's eyes blaze with an intense, unyielding glow. Tiny's voice absolutely slams through the silence, demanding to know if there's even gonna be a next due date. Then he just stares down the two terrified figures, asking them where they even think they're going. With an ice-cold calm, he drops the bomb: they've got exactly 1 hour. His words are pure venom, tearing into their pathetic power, the fallen kids, and everyone there, warning them that if they're late, he's gonna kill someone every single minute. And just to drive the point home, the spectral lunar wolf explodes into existence behind him, its glowing blue eyes promising pure, unadulterated terror. Tiny's face turns to stone as he adds the ultimate threat: run, and his spirit will hunt them down and end them. Even he feels the crushing weight of his own words, a brief flash of pain crossing his face. He snatches one of the guys by the collar, yanking him close, his voice a deadly whisper: don't you dare forget that 1 hour clock. The poor guy is absolutely freaking out, struggling against Tiny's iron grip as the message sinks in with brutal, undeniable force. A mysterious hand reaches for a pulsating blue crystal, a voice ominously declaring: if this doesn't go according to my plan. But in another reality, or perhaps the future, Tiny, radiating power, is chilling on a throne, a glowing red orb in hand, confidently telling Duke Valencia: this place. No problem. I'm actually looking forward to it. But snap back to reality. Tiny's back, looking rough, sitting on some old stairs with a fresh cut on his face, letting out a heavy huff. He stands up, still clutching that red orb, and suddenly, a crowd of villagers bursts in, shouting: we got them all. Tiny. The whole crew's there, all eyes on him, waiting for answers. Then, a red-haired woman, holding the very same glowing orb, rushes up, totally freaking out about his face. What happened? Did someone beat you up again? But Tiny just stands over a bloody mess on the floor, his face grim. It's not my blood, he says, dropping the bombshell: the wolf is already dead. The news hits like a truck, leaving everyone absolutely shocked and wondering: this is really. He looms over the slain lunar wolf, its lifeless form a brutal testament to their loss, as a red-haired woman cries out in utter disbelief. A wave of terrified whispers sweeps through the crowd, their fear a tangible force, paralyzing them with helplessness. They're all scared, he realizes, because challenging the nobility means certain doom. The villagers are gripped by panic, dreading the brutal punishment that awaits anyone who even thinks of defying the powerful. He stands, a silent sentinel, absorbing their collective terror. If defying a noble is a death sentence, they whisper, what hell awaits the estate lord of Piles? A chilling smirk spreads across his face, his blood-soaked hands clutching a book, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. The unspoken challenge echoes, a direct affront to Duke Valencia's absolute power. 2 armored guards are just chilling outside, when one of them drops a casual: yo, where's Sir Ram been? And then asks if he's on vacation, but the other guard's like: dude, remember that whole probation thing from way back? The first guard's totally blanking, so his buddy has to jog his memory about the epic brawl between Sir Ram and some local thug. A memory that flashes to a giant, glowing wolf beast going absolutely wild. And a bunch of armored dudes getting absolutely wrecked, while the guard's still talking about everyone just losing it and throwing rocks. He's like: oh yeah, I totally remember that mess, and then drops the bombshell that the leader Sir Ram clobbered was never even found. And the other guard's like: oh, and don't forget all that cash just poofing into thin air. But the first guard's still scratching his head, asking what any of that has to do with Sir Ram now. The town buzzes with whispers as 2 guards keep their voices low, noting that the new boss is already running into problems with their latest partner. And it's not just a small issue, every single shop, every merchant, everyone's complaining, because the money just isn't flowing anymore. No wonder the estate lord is absolutely livid. Which is probably exactly why he's called in the new boss. But what was that guy's name? Tiny racks his brain, a crucial detail just out of reach. Over in a grand hall, Liam listens as a woman frets, wondering what's going to happen to the estate lord of Pales, and who's daring to make a fool out of the duke. Liam cuts her off, demanding: Valencia, what are you even talking about? Back with Tiny, a profound realization hits him: in his previous life, he actually believed all humans were alike. Just an hour after that intense meeting with the Duke, Tiny's already processing everything, especially after forking over half the gold from the account book, just as demanded. But hold up, because in return for playing along, he snagged some new connections and a vital piece of intel. Still, something feels off, like the game just changed. He might not have been the smartest guy in the room, but he had a secret weapon: his unique perspective. Thanks to his previous life, he'd unlocked a game-changing truth: a vision of a glowing blue figure from his past burning bright. He knew the truth. There were nobilities that absolutely dwarfed others, a power structure so deep, it was mind-blowing, personified by the imposing figure of a high-ranking noble. Later, buried deep in a book, he was still piecing together the puzzle. With the estate lord's story officially over, Tiny calmly tells Valencia not to sweat it, that she doesn't need to grasp it all right now because it's just not that big a deal. Valencia, totally confused, demands to know what exactly he's talking about. Gazing down at the masses below, he concludes that the real deal is for everyone to ditch their status worries, because deep down, we're all truly free. The women are absolutely stunned, and Valencia can barely believe her ears, asking if they're actually, truly free. She's still processing, needing to know if it's real, and Tiny lays it all out. This is their one shot for revenge or just to blow off steam. He just points, telling them to go, while the women behind him are just trying to figure out what's happening. But that offer just sets Valencia off, her eyes flaring with an explosive, uncontrollable rage. Her foot comes down hard on his, a sharp, painful stomp, and she just snarls, "Wolf, you." Her voice just keeps getting louder, and she screams, "You." Then, with a primal scream, she just goes for it, swinging her arm with a massive quang. Her hand just connects with a brutal hit, and blood just explodes into the air. Tears are just pouring down her face, her teeth clenched in pure agony, as she screams out her tragic backstory. She was a rich merchant's daughter, and he absolutely destroyed her family. Valencia's rage explodes. She vows that the man who destroyed her family will never know peace, promising to get her revenge no matter what it takes. Her words resonate with the silent screams of countless victims, their faces twisted in pure agony and despair. While Tiny just stares down. Confessing he's terrible at comforting people, but paying back a debt. That's his specialty. He points to a room overflowing with guards hauling massive sacks. Understanding that words alone can't heal all wounds, but... As a grand door slowly creaks open, he presents her with a straightforward solution, telling her to take everything she desires. Because let's be real, nothing beats cold hard cash for mending a broken heart or fixing a few problems. A massive treasure chest, absolutely bursting with gold and glittering jewels, the spoils of the infamous wolf, is now being offered to war widows and orphans. Valencia and another woman are absolutely stunned, barely believing their eyes. "Are you serious?" they exclaim, "You're giving us all this money?" Tiny just looks down at them, a soft escaping him as he waits for their reaction. Valencia, still reeling from the shock, then looks up at him, asking, "Tiny, what about you?" He casually turns away, telling them he's good and already has all the money he needs. Valencia's face gets serious, as she lays down the truth, "Money can't buy happiness, but everyone needs it, Tiny." Tiny's eyes flash with a sudden thought, then he hits her with a question, "Where do you think this money even came from?" The other woman just looks down, her silence saying it all. Tiny's eyes narrow, his voice dropping to a serious tone, as he declares that even if you send the bad guys to hell, the bad guys are still right here on Earth. The women are absolutely stunned, their eyes practically popping out at the sheer amount of treasure before them. "I've never seen this much cash in my life," one shouts, while Valencia, right next to him, can't help but think, "If only I could get my hands on." All of that, her wish hangs in the air, abruptly shattered by a chilling voice. "Listen up." The women jump, their faces instantly going from amazed to absolutely terrified. He lays down the law, his voice a deadly whisper, "If you mess with this money or breathe a single word to the estate lord, my buddy here will hunt you down," he adds, as a spectral, glowing ice wolf bursts into existence, its body sparking with raw blue power. The beast stands ready, its icy aura blasting pure menace at the now petrified women. They stumble back in sheer terror, their faces twisted into masks of pure horror. "And rip you to shreds, piece by piece," he snarls, his eyes like steel. "Emma, if you're ditching the Filio estate, I'm giving a divine order." He's laying down the law, telling them they're a team, always moving as one, especially when facing down a notorious guild. Emma, the fiery redhead, challenges him, "Are you saying we're being watched?" But he just brushes her off, coolly stating, he's got other plans. Her eyes go wide, a flicker of worry in her gaze as she barely whispers his name, Tiny. The ghostly lunar wolf, still crackling with blue energy, stares them down as Tiny lays it out, "If they're strong enough to handle themselves, they'll be fine." Then, a slight shift in his demeanor, acknowledging their compliance, "We'll do what you say." Still looking worried, Emma offers a lifeline, "Let's go to Diane," then adds, "Come find me if it gets too tough, alright?" A faint, almost hidden smile touches Tiny's face, a rare glimpse of his softer side. He turns to Emma, his voice surprisingly sincere, "Emma, thanks for everything." Under a massive full moon, the scene dramatically shifts to a sprawling, ominous estate, a new battleground for power. From this day forward, the Filio estate, deep in the Light District, was officially Emma's domain. But elsewhere, at the grand estate of Filio, a new era was dawning. A voice echoed, proclaiming the gates were officially closed. The tension was palpable. Everyone was on edge, waiting for the big reveal. The name of the new boss was about to drop, and it was going to be Tiny. The guards were absolutely stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. One of them blurted out, "A child. When did he even get here?" His partner, just as flabbergasted, chimed in, "This kid is in the Lord's quarters. A commoner has no business being here." Suddenly, it clicked for the first guard, his voice rising in disbelief, "Hold on, how do they even know the new boss's name?" Tiny's eyes blazed with an electric blue, a massive power surge erupting around him as he dropped the mic with a chilling declaration, "Because I am the new boss." The guards were absolutely floored, their jaws practically hitting the cobblestones as Tiny's power, backed by the sudden, terrifying appearance of a glowing blue wolf, slammed into them. The spirit beast moving with an almost ethereal, terrifying speed. After his audacious declaration as the new boss of the Filio estate, the young man is already feeling the weight of his new reality. A quiet sigh escapes him, as he realizes this new body means he's stuck dealing with all this crazy new drama. Suddenly, a stern-faced man in a green uniform steps forward, his voice cutting through the air, demanding attention. He's heard the Duke's tales, but he can't believe how young this new boss actually is. This imposing figure is none other than Kron, the Grandmaster of Filio's Night Order, and he means business. Then, Kron sharply turns to the nearby guard, calling out his lack of manners for letting a guest just stand there. In a swift, deliberate motion, Kron draws his sword, the metallic whisper instantly ratcheting up the tension. His eyes lock onto the young man, and he demands to know exactly where he stands in this chaotic new order. Kron then delivers a chilling warning, telling him not to ignore the future the Duke lost, leaving the young man completely stunned and confused. Tiny's eyes narrow, a bold declaration on his lips, he's not just here, he's a guest of the estate lord. But Kron's eyes flash with pure contempt, demanding to know if Tiny's gone insane, fully aware a Grandmaster is trying to play him for a fool. He doubles down, spitting that Tiny's words reek of the gutter, only for Tiny to fire back, declaring the real stench is coming straight from Kron. Tiny, still seated, glares up at Kron's imposing form, his words a direct hit, calling out the Knight's order for their rotten mouth pronouncements. Kron's face twists into a mask of pure rage, his eyes blazing with disbelief at Tiny's sheer nerve. His hand clenches, a white-knuckled grip on his sword's hilt, the metal screaming under the sheer force of his fury. Tiny, now on his feet, lets out a shocked gasp, while an older, white-haired servant, tray in hand, watches the drama unfold with a worried expression. Kron's voice slices through the charged atmosphere, a cold declaration that the Lord has been kept waiting. The older servant's face hardens, a potent blend of anger and apprehension etched into his features. His face gives nothing away, a silent dare to the man who just threatened him. Kron's grip on his sword hilt tightens, a sharp, metallic sheen cutting through the air, as he brushes off the young lord with a cold, "Right. Excuse me." His eyes narrow, a chilling warning to watch himself inside, because the lord is no joke. Tiny, unfazed, glances up at the veteran, tossing back a nonchalant, yeah, of course." Kron's face twists into a furious snarl, a guttural grrr escaping him, as he vows to end him the moment he gets the green light. With that chilling threat hanging in the air, the two men move deeper into the estate, their boots clanking on the ornate flooring. A stern-faced servant, standing at attention, booms out their arrival, "Sir, Tiny of the back alleys has arrived." Kron guides Tiny through a massive doorway, into the heart of the estate. From the shadows, a man with a chilling, knowing smile beckons them, a single word hanging in the air, "Come in." Stepping into the opulent chamber, Kron starts his formal intro, but his voice hitches, his eyes locking onto the figure lounging on the couch. The man, a gold ring gleaming on his hand, is the same one who just threatened Tiny's life, and the shocking truth hits them, that grinning face is the estate lord. Tiny's eyes practically pop out, the sheer audacity of the situation hitting him like a truck. Even Kron, usually unflappable, is visibly rocked by the shocking identity of his own boss, barely able to process the truth. In a grand hall, Kron makes a super formal entrance, declaring it an honor to meet the big boss of Phillies. But Tiny's already on his knees on the fancy carpet, as a voice from on high snarks, "Seriously, where'd you learn your manners?" Kron, ever the diplomat, quickly covers for Tiny, telling the Baron that his lord just can't stand up straight in front of him, while Valencia watches the whole awkward scene. The Baron, a massive dude, just smirks down, dropping a sarcastic, "Wow, you're really good at playing the knight, huh?" Meet the man himself, Jaimin ul Phillies, the Baron. Tiny peeks up, his inner monologue unfiltered, "Never seen this guy. And seriously, he looks like a total pig." Jaimin, oblivious, just kicks back in his chair, a thought brewing, "Now that I think about it." Tiny's mind races, connecting the dots, so he was a master pretender back then. Is this what he looked like when he first started faking it? Despite his current state, Tiny knew the man before him was a noble, always had been, always would be. The account book was heading straight for the Baron of Valencia. And that was all he needed to finally get his proper revenge. Baron Jaimin Old Phillies just sat there, a smug look plastered across his face. He scoffed at wasting time on trivial matters, then dared to question how a mere servant could even dream of becoming a master's own. But Tiny wasn't backing down, boldly declaring his ambition to become one of Jaimin's servants. Both Kron and Jaimin were absolutely floored by the audacity. With Kron stammering to confirm if Tiny meant the Grandmaster himself would serve him, as Jaimin simply acknowledged the young guest's massive goals. A chilling thought then crossed Jaimin's mind, could Tiny be a half-blood, a demon, or an elf? He drops a bombshell, revealing he's only 13 this year. His words hit like a truck, making the Baron's aide gasp in disbelief, totally stunned by the revelation. But Jaimin? He's cool as ice, shrugging off the age bomb, saying it doesn't matter now that the kid's right there. The aide's still reeling, trying to speak up, but Jaimin's laser focus is locked onto the tiny challenger. Then, the Baron drops the gauntlet, his voice dripping with challenge, calling out the one who dares to seek servitude under him. But as Jaimin talks, Tiny's face hardens, his eyes blazing with an insane red glow, mentally calling out the Baron's nerve over his money. Jaimin catches the vibe, instantly demanding an explanation from the kid, his voice cutting through the tension. Unfazed, Tiny fires back, claiming he did it all for the Baron's own good. And now, a defiant scoff escaped him as he thought, seriously, I thought you were smarter than this. His internal monologue continued, a silent challenge to the Baron's authority, but it seems like you have no idea how the world actually works. Sensing the escalating tension, the aide quickly stepped in, offering, Sir, just say the word, and I'll make him disappear right now. But the Baron wasn't swayed, his intense gaze locked on the young man as he pushed, do you even? As his eyes flared with an intense red glow, the young man finished the thought, a silent challenge hanging in the air, what you're talking about. Suddenly, a critical piece of information hit, revealing that the Duke of Valencia had launched a massive crackdown on drugs and prostitution. The Baron's jaw dropped, his eyes wide with shock as he stammered, what? The young man pressed on, delivering the final blow, I'm sure you're well aware that Lady Valencia is from your own territory. He keeps dropping bombs, revealing he snagged this intel straight from her company, just trying to clean up the mess before it blew up in the Baron's face. A smug grin flashes as he drops another truth bomb, if it's the Duke's personal business, he'd be all over it himself. The Baron just grunts, a flicker of recognition in his eyes, muttering that he'd heard whispers too. Big things were brewing for the Duke's only daughter's coming-of-age ceremony, and everyone knew it. The Baron's face twists in fury, scoffing at the young man's claims as mere childish nonsense, doubling down that Valentino was rotten to the core. Kron's eyes blaze with a furious red glow as he starts to challenge the Baron, but his master shuts him down hard, telling him to know his place. Kron's crimson aura explodes, his teeth grinding in pure, unadulterated fury. He bows low, a forced apology escaping his lips, as the young man coolly points out that people will judge the Baron by his deeds, not his empty promises. The Baron stares down, processing the heavy truth, and grudgingly concedes that despite the rough tactics, there's something to admire in the young man's moves, starting to thank him. Tiny, not backing down, declares there's one last crucial detail he needs to lock down. But the Baron, cool and collected, drops a bombshell, casually mentioning that Tiny seems to command a wolf spirit. Kron, ever the suspicious one, flares his eyes crimson, instantly accusing Tiny of stealing a spirit from a wolf's spirit stone. Tiny's jaw practically hits the floor at the Baron's revelation, his mind racing, how in the world did he know that? Blue energy ignites around him, as he channels his power. Then, the majestic, glowing form of the lunar wolf erupts into existence right next to him, eyes blazing. Tiny's eyes are wide with intensity as the spirit fully materializes, a raw, powerful aura blasting from its form. But then, out of nowhere, a pulsating, heart-shaped vortex of electric purple energy rips into existence. The Baron, his gaze fixed on the bizarre new phenomenon, muses aloud, is that a circle of demonic energy? A chilling question hits, is this guy seriously a dark magician? Because everyone knows devils don't just hand out power, they demand sacrifices. And the proof? Just look at the gruesome mountains of bodies. This second circle magician, this absolute maniac, has either wiped out hundreds or sacrificed dozens of living people. Elsewhere, two scavengers are checking out a massacre, and the bald guy asks his buddy, she's dead, dude. Why even bother? He keeps going, laying out the grim truth, some sickos actually get off on dead bodies, and her organs and fresh corpse could make them serious bank. His buddy, kneeling next to the body, confirms, a mana user's body, we can totally sell this for a fortune, right? Then, a sudden cut to Tiny's face, his expression totally unreadable. And then the bombshell drops, this was the invader. He's got some weird vibe backing him up, someone whispers, questioning if this wolf is the real threat. Across the room, the estate lord, looking utterly imperious, challenges Kron, why aren't you refusing? Tiny, catching the exchange, is completely baffled by the question. The air crackles with unspoken tension as Kron remains subservient before the powerful estate lord. A single, terse, "Yes, sir," is Kron's only reply. But Tiny knows this is a problem. His current power isn't enough for both of them, so with a burst of electric blue mana, he unleashes his ultimate summon, roaring, Lunar Wolf. A massive, glowing blue claw strikes with blinding speed. As the Lunar Wolf erupts into full form, a spectral beast of pure energy, its roar shaking the very foundations, sending the estate lord flying back. The sheer force of the blow slams the estate lord back into his chair. The estate lord's voice booms, grudgingly admitting the young man's shocking ownership of the forest. Seated in his lavish study, a furious scowl twists his features as Kron stands rigidly before him. "God damn it," the lord roars, his face a mask of pure fury, "that useless wolf." He declares that with events spiraling out of control, they absolutely need a new test subject. His eyes narrow to slits as he spits out, "Subject," his mind fixated on Tiny. Kron, ever the cautious one, dares to ask if the young man is actually trying to wield his beast of wolf. The lord then demands to know the boy's true power, and Kron reveals he's on the verge of level 2. The estate lord's jaw drops, utterly stunned, as he questions if Kron means the boy is already a match for a knight. He concludes, with a mix of awe and suspicion, that unless Tiny comes from an ancient noble line of mana manipulators, he's nothing short of a genius. The estate lord, still reeling from the display, questions the very nature of the boy's power. An image of Tiny, radiating a faint blue aura, flashes in his mind, as the lord notes that not a single strand of his mana is moving, yet his control is absolutely rock solid. Facing Kron, the estate lord processes the information, then demands if the kid is finally going to spill everything. But Tiny's eyes flash with fierce resolve, as he grapples with the ultimate question, should he really expose who taught him everything? A vivid memory hits him, a young Tiny, sword in hand, realizing he learned it all from his parents before files, and now he's asking himself, what was that all about? The flashback intensifies, showing his younger self radiating blue energy, as he grasps that this was a breathing technique he'd been doing since he was a baby. Back to reality, Tiny, deep in thought, finally connects the dots. His recent power surge has made him realize this was no ordinary training, it was a special method. The estate lord, his face a mask of intrigue, simply lets out a thoughtful hum. The tension is palpable in the grand hall as the estate lord confronts Tiny, Kron and the guards watching on. The noble's voice cuts through the air, throwing down a gauntlet, practically daring Tiny to find the real truth. Tiny's face hardens as the estate lord's chilling words echo, he's accepted Irina's request, and the bounty on his daughter is now astronomical, making any escape or recovery an absolute impossibility. Then, with a dramatic flourish, the estate lord points directly at Tiny, proclaiming his mere existence as undeniable proof of his own immense power, a chilling display of dominance. His eyes bore into Tiny, a silent challenge in their depths. But Tiny, unfazed, simply nods, declaring he'll take the noble at his word, a surprising move. The estate lord is visibly stunned by Tiny's calm acceptance, muttering under his breath that this whole ordeal is proving way tougher than he ever expected. A chilling, predatory grin slowly stretches across his features. Tiny, however, is already thinking ahead, realizing he will spill the beans, but who exactly is this he's referring to? Finally, with a commanding smirk, the estate lord orders Tiny to just stay put for a bit. The estate lord keeps up the pressure, locking eyes with Tiny, who can only ask if he's the one being talked about, as a ghostly lunar wolf flashes into existence behind him. The estate lord lays it out, ever since Tiny took down that wolf, everything's gone sideways, and now he needs a scapegoat. Tiny's face goes stone cold as he connects the dots, the estate lord is talking about one of the organization members tied to that wolf he annihilated, and suddenly, a wave of pure danger washes over him. His mind snaps to a hooded figure, their hands blazing with sinister red power. Before he's plunging into a swirling vortex of crimson and black. The entire vision screaming a silent, terrifying warning, this is dangerous. Back in the room, Tiny snaps, calling out the estate lord for dodging his questions yet again. But the estate lord just chills, reminding him, you wanted to be my servant, and then drops the bomb, this offer isn't bad for you either. With a determined look, Tiny declares that if the estate lord gives the order, he'll obey without question. The estate lord probes Kron about this honored guest, and Kron, knowing the stakes, confirms it, admitting the estate lord is fully clued into his problems. But Tiny, ever the strategist, knows he's still got a game-changing move up his sleeve. The master plan kicks into gear, first, 3 days for the Dune's men to authenticate the artifact. Then 2 more days to rally the punitive army. And after all that, a full 10 days for the army to march on files. If the estate lord's guest shows up after 15 days, it's game on, and everything will fall right into place. Suddenly, Kron cuts in, casually dropping the question, so, when's this guest actually showing up? Tiny, completely blindsided by the question, immediately fires back, why are you even asking that? The estate lord, lounging in his chair, makes it clear he's got some manners to teach this new arrival, and Kron, ever the loyal subordinate, promises the guest's arrival will be nothing short of spectacular. But behind them, Tiny's face tightens, a storm brewing in his eyes as he processes every word. And in his head, one word screams louder than any battle cry, FUCK. Just a week had flown by, yet the weight of recent words still pressed upon Tiny. His battle-hardened instincts screaming one undeniable truth: sometimes, the only move is to bolt. The invaders? They should have been long gone by now, and he knew he had to vanish just as quickly. Riding high on his majestic lunar wolf, he scanned the horizon, a plan already forming. As his powerful companion seemed to snarl agreement, confirming that crushing the Lord's forces would be an absolute cakewalk. Later, a chilling wanted poster of the figure estate lord caught his eye, sparking a dangerous thought. Because he still had a crucial score to settle, something vital to claim from that man. He swore to cut off any future problems at the root, and then some. He's training hard, throwing a powerful punch that rips through the air. He can't let the idea of running away even enter his head. Even powered up, he knows one hit won't clear the insane hurdles in his path. His fist tightens, he's got a backup plan brewing. That quest, the one that's got him trapped, is all he can think about. He's got a bad feeling. Is this official visit from the estate lord even legit? Back at the mansion, Valencia is already suspicious about this whole visit thing. She tells Kron her gut feeling is off, the estate lord brought way too many people, it's totally shady. Suddenly, the Baron of the figure estate, eyes glowing with dark power, reveals his true, private agenda, making it clear who's in charge. The political chessboard is set, but a chilling question hangs in the air: what if a cataclysmic, unforeseen event were to shatter everything in files? This dark cloud of uncertainty hangs heavy, especially with the guests on the verge of making their grand entrance. Their mere presence would be a magnet for all eyes, drawing every single shred of attention to this one spot. A massive upheaval like that could easily derail his crucial visit, shattering the Baron's carefully laid plans. But far from the political machinations, Tiny pushes his limits, convinced that even the riskiest gambles are worth it if the payoff is big enough. He pushes past the pain, vowing to make it happen. Every splash, every impact fuels his resolve. He has to be strong enough when the time comes. His eyes burn with fierce determination, his sights set on an impossible goal, taking down both the Grandmaster and the Lord. Every muscle screams, but his will is unbreakable, a living testament to his ironclad resolve. His eyes snap open. And a single thought cuts through the silence: time to eat. Down in the kitchen, a ladle unleashes a torrent of thick liquid into a pot. But a furious shout erupts, demanding the pourer pay attention. It's Tiny, ladle in hand, turning to face a flustered chef, whose face screams, "Are you serious?" A sharp, metallic clang rings out as he finishes his task. Moments later, he's striding through a lavish hallway, barely noticing a servant with a tray. Two guys are absolutely stunned, watching him scarf down an insane amount of food. They're totally baffled, asking themselves how he even fits it all, and if he's got some secret power-up going on. Tiny just keeps on demolishing everything, and one of the onlookers can't help but point out that even legendary eaters like dwarves and orcs can't keep up with him. His mouth is a blur of motion, a non-stop eating machine. He takes a quick swig from a giant bowl, and it hits him. His superpowered mana body gets an upgrade every single time he eats. Basically, the more he chows down, the more OP he gets. Before long, the table is just a mountain of empty plates, a monument to his epic eating spree, and those two guys are still just gaping in total shock. He glances at a completely empty plate, and decides, yep, no more diet worries for me. He takes another massive bite, and then one of the guys blurts out, "Hey, are you that crazy kid who learned mana from a dog?" A grizzled warrior, armored head to toe, makes his imposing entrance, radiating an aura of authority. He strides towards a table where Tiny is still absolutely demolishing his food, completely zoned out. The armored man stops dead in his tracks, watching the kid's insane eating spree, then challenges him, a mix of shock and annoyance in his tone. His face darkens as he lays down the law, demanding that some basic respect be shown to those who came before. But Tiny? He's completely unfazed, a silent LOL echoing in his head as he processes the lecture, his eyes still glued to his food. The warrior's fuse is burning short, his voice booming as he snaps back, demanding to know what Tiny just mumbled, totally unsure if this kid is messing with him or looking for a fight. His hand flies to his sword hilt, his stare intense as he practically dares Tiny to pick a side. He closes the distance, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl, calling the kid little with pure contempt. Tiny finally snaps out of it, a sharp shit escaping his lips as the tension hits him, his epic feast suddenly on hold. Absolutely seething, the armored man's face twists into a mask of pure fury, his voice exploding with indignation. "You little noisy bastard," he roars, vowing to absolutely fuck up whoever dared to annoy him. The cause of all this chaos? A colossal bone, half devoured on the floor, a clear sign of Tiny's epic feast. While the enraged man practically vibrates with anger, a second armored figure, cool as ice, observes the entire spectacle. The chill armored guy finally steps in, his voice a stark contrast to the raging inferno, telling him to cool it, because the troublemaker is just a kid. Then, he directly calls out the fuming warrior, ordering Gren to stay still. Gren, still practically vibrating with anger, actually pauses his rant, held back by his cooler-headed ally. Meanwhile, Tiny just casually glances up, a hint of annoyance and curiosity on his face, completely unbothered by the absolute chaos he's unleashed. The chill armored guy then shifts his gaze to Tiny, giving him the green light to go ahead. The armored man looms, challenging Tiny's guts, demanding to know if he's ready to face true power. But Tiny, staring up at the towering warrior, doesn't even flinch. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he fires back, "You better not be all bark and no bite." His eyes burning with fierce resolve, Tiny vows to prove his power, telling him to just wait and watch, Grandmaster. Then, with a casual turn, he brushes off any more talk, ready to act. But a dark, ominous purple energy pulses from the depths, unmasking the true puppet master, the estate lord, the one pulling all the strings. This dark force seems to envelop Tiny, a silent, chilling promise of future conflict. Back at the estate, the armored man, his mission accomplished, strides off. And the estate lord, surrounded by his loyal, armored legion, prepares for war, his gaze fixed on the future. Gren, the imposing armored figure, stares down his opponent, a challenge burning in his eyes. A confident smirk plays on his lips, as Gren throws down the gauntlet, promising to personally crush his opponent. He pushes, taunting, asking if he'll regret this, his laughter booming with arrogance. Then, with a chilling command, Gren orders him to draw his sword, vowing to make quick work of him. His voice rings out, even as the camera pans to the young man's loyal wolf, questioning if fear has finally set in. But Tiny, unfazed, simply replies with a cool, collected tone, ready to face whatever comes next. A swift, metallic rasp, and Tiny's blade flashes into the light, ready for battle. Gren wastes no time, unleashing a brutal overhead strike, but Tiny's blade flashes up, meeting the impact with a deafening clang. The clash echoes, and Gren's eyes blaze with a sinister purple glow, his face set in grim determination. Boom! Gren's head snaps back, a scream of pure agony tearing from his throat. His arm is violently shoved back, the armored warrior barely able to gasp out a single word. Tiny, a blur of motion, unleashes a devastating, blue energy-charged strike that sends Gren flying. The kid's focus is laser-sharp, his arms still humming with raw power. Another hit lands, rocking the armored warrior to his very core. The sheer power of the attack sends Gren flying, a human projectile launched across the arena. He slams into the ground with a sickening thud, skidding across the dirt like a ragdoll. A guttural groan rips from his throat, his face twisted in pure agony and disbelief. Stunned and defeated, he can only think, what? Is this seriously the power of a level 1? Despite his previous defeat, the armored warrior's foot slams down, radiating a fierce red energy. As he curses his situation, refusing to yield. His eyes glow with desperate resolve, a primal scream echoing his refusal to lose. Observing the warrior's tenacity, Tiny notes his unexpected resilience. With a furious roar, Gren lunges forward, his fist blazing with crimson energy, aiming to crush his opponent. But before the blow can land, a swift counterattack connects, sending a shockwave across his face. The young hunter pivots, his body a blur of motion. A powerful kick snaps out, connecting squarely with the armored warrior's head. Tiny follows through with another aerial strike, driving Gren further back. He keeps the pressure on, a devastating kick slamming into Gren, sending him flying back as his armor screams in protest. No time to breathe. Another lightning-fast kick lands, completely throwing Gren off his game. And just like that, Tiny snatches Gren by the head, locking him down. Gren's mind races, screaming, "How on earth," as Tiny's face looms close, a sinister grin spreading, "Hee. Don't worry. I won't kill you." Then, a blinding flash of blue energy explodes from Tiny's palm, blasting straight into Gren's skull, his face twisting in pure, unadulterated torment. The attack finishes, leaving Gren utterly crushed and sprawled on the dirt, as Tiny looms over him, the undisputed champion. He casually turns away from the crumpled knight, utterly unimpressed, spitting out, "Knights ain't shit after all." The nearby guards are absolutely stunned, one gasping, "Huh?" as the other can only stammer, "What just?" The shocking truth hits them, as a voice confirms the unthinkable, Sir Grant lost. He stands there, back to the absolutely floored crowd, a living legend after what he just pulled off. His eyes laser-focused, while the Baron's gaze gets super intense, a mix of shock and something darker brewing. Even Kron and the other guards are totally speechless, their jaws practically on the floor after that insane show of power. He thinks back, knowing he totally meant to show off his power, right in front of all these big shots. Seriously, without the Lunar Wolf's help, almost no one could pull off what he just did. The Baron, watching him like a hawk, knows for sure that the feudal lords will think twice now before trying to take him out. A confident smirk spreads across his face, because his chances of winning just shot through the roof. But hold up. The Baron's eyes are now glowing with this super creepy red light, while the guards are still totally stunned. With his feet planted firmly, Tiny's determination is crystal clear, he's gotta get even stronger. He's looking up, eyes blown wide in pure, unadulterated shock, like his entire world just flipped on its head. Then, a massive, earth-shattering cum reverberates. The ground shakes from the impact, and he looks back, a sigh escaping him as he wonders if he went too far. Looking back, he knows he had to go all in. Even if it meant burning through all his mana just to catch that careful enemy off guard. Back then, running out of mana meant his entire mana body would just shut down. Physical wounds healed fast, but mana? That took forever to come back. But now, with his fully integrated mana body in this new life, he's completely crushed that old weakness. He's standing in a modern city, a blue energy orb pulsing in his hand, totally locked in on his insane new power. That confident smirk. Yeah, it's all about one thing, he's about to get way stronger than he ever was before. But hold up, back in some ridiculously fancy mansion, the estate lord and his butler are just chilling, waiting for someone important. Tiny finally sits down at this ridiculously fancy dinner table, staring down the estate lord. It hits him, all those rumors about the duchy. Totally true. The estate lord, looking a bit sheepish, actually admits he messed up, even bringing up how Tiny used to have his back. Tiny checks out the perfectly cooked steak in front of him, and yeah, it's veal, super fancy. The estate lord, all smiles, raises his glass, telling Tiny this meal is literally made for him to enjoy as much as he wants. But Tiny, ever the pragmatist, can't help but point out the mountain of food, joking that it's probably way too much for just breakfast. He's absolutely beaming, hyped about the feast in front of him, thinking, yeah. This is an excellent idea. My appetitive power is totally the best. The estate lord just grins, throwing it back, well, that idea totally came from your appetite, didn't it? Tiny, still hyped, quickly clarifies, look, the whole thing yesterday. That night totally let me lure him in, that's why it went down. The estate lord just brushes it off, nah, you're too modest, then adds with a knowing look, I'm seriously hyped for your future, kid. But then he gets a bit wistful, it's just a total bummer there's no one around to mentor a genius like you. Tiny just thinks, yeah, I literally grew up alone, no teacher, nothing. He's still chowing down, but his mind's racing, they really just outshine. The estate lord keeps going, he was a legendary master. Seriously, have you even learned history? It's wild you're still clueless about. Tiny's mind is racing, wait, I thought there was only a collector. It's all super blurry, but I swear I heard about him in my previous life. The estate lord then drops a bomb, it's actually super rare for someone with black hair not to be a mage, you know? He's all ears as the estate lord drops a bombshell, this empire is seeing a massive surge in awakenings. Then, the estate lord drops another hint, suggesting he knows the perfect spot for Tiny to unleash his full potential. Tiny's mind races, completely blindsided, thinking, wait, what? This is totally unexpected. Am I really that valuable? He's totally confused, demanding, pardon. What in the world are you talking about? What kind of place is this? A sly grin spreads across the estate lord's face as he promises, don't worry, someone will spill all the juicy details. We literally just contacted them yesterday. He keeps going, admitting he's never met them, but he's absolutely convinced this person is a total genius. Tiny's face is a mask of contemplation, his mind clearly working overtime to unravel the secrets of the mana circle. Then, the estate lord drops a bombshell, revealing that while the mana circle's origin is a mystery, in a past life, a black-haired individual actually lost their mana circle. Suddenly, a chilling vision erupts, a cloaked figure facing down a terrifying monster, and the truth is laid bare. Jaimin Ol Phillies, the legendary collector from a past life, was black-haired, and that's exactly how he lost his mana circle. The estate lord, with a sly grin, drops a bombshell, Tiny's about to meet someone huge. This isn't just any meeting, it's for a major position. Tiny, seizing the moment, immediately thanks him for this golden chance. A quiet smile spreads across his face, the weight of the offer sinking in. But the grind never stops. His eyes now burning with resolve, he's ready to put in the work. He winds up in BAM. A devastating punch connects with the training dummy. The dummy barely withstands the force. But the estate lord's mind is elsewhere, a chilling thought echoing, I'm worried about him and the organization. As the estate lord plots his next move, Tiny is grinding. He's pushing past his limits, knowing he's gotta be ready for whatever comes next. He knows he needs to get stronger, but he's playing it cool, no need to show his hand just yet. Back at the estate, the Baron is a beast of a second circle magician, and Kron. He's a peak second-order fighter, no joke. Kron might be a little stronger than the Baron, but they're basically in the same league. It's all because magicians and mana-wielding fighters, even with their different styles, often hit the same power ceilings. Tiny, thinking about all his past lives, is hyped. He knows he'll climb to the top in no time. His eyes blaze with fierce resolve, a silent, burning promise. Then, it hits him. Whatever he's got, it's gonna be enough to get the job done. 3 days fly by, and the world keeps spinning as Tiny's training levels up. A blinding bolt of electric blue energy rips through the void. He's in the training grounds, a subtle blue glow radiating from him, declaring that even with his current stature, he's leveled up, becoming exponentially stronger. But this insane power-up wasn't free. A sudden epiphany hits him as he looks down, finally getting it now that he's gone back to square one. He flashes back to the absolute beast that shattered his defenses, remembering how his old self thought the only way to win was to just get bigger and stronger. That crushing memory, that sheer force, triggered an explosive reaction from the mana body deep within his unconsciousness. A guttural roar tears from his throat, his present self merging with the terrifying image of his past foe, both engulfed in a furious, crimson blaze of pure power. The truth slams into him. He had overinvested in pure physical might, completely wrecking the delicate balance between his mana and physical bodies, pushing them to the breaking point. A triumphant grin splits his face. He finally gets it. There was no need to go full Hulk mode, because beyond massive strength, there's always an even more massive strength waiting. He lets out a sharp gasp. As his gaze falls upon 2 armored guards observing him. As he begins to walk away, one of the guards nervously calls out, "Oh, let's continue next time." Tiny turns back, a confident smile playing on his lips, and tells them, "I'd be grateful, if you excused yourselves." He continues, his voice carrying a hint of challenge, "Since I've only repeatedly eaten and trained for." The past 3 days had seen everyone's curiosity wane, as the guards now simply look down, defeated. A soft rustle of armor signals the approach of more guards. And among them, Gren steps forward, his gaze fixed on Tiny as he states, "As expected, here you are." Tiny looks up at the imposing figure, who then asks, "Is anything the matter, Grandmaster?" He stands before a guard, who's like, "Yo, the estate leader wants you to gear up." A spear is thrust forward. And he just grins, saying, "Perfect timing." A sharp clank rings out. While the estate leader, flanked by his crew, has his eyes on him. Yeah, the big boss has definitely been thinking about him. Another guard shoves a spear at him, barking, "Show some gratitude." His face hardens, a low thrumming in the air around him. He checks out the armors, they look cool, but none of them are actually right for him. Then he eyes the weapons, but seriously, nothing here even comes close to his warhammer's might. He lets out a frustrated sigh, totally over the idea of getting any extra cash from this weak gear. But then, his eyes snap up, and he lets out a shocked, drawn-out, "Whoa." Kron, holding up a seriously cool sword, challenges him, asking if he wants something like the Grandmaster's legendary weapon. Kron just scoffs, totally unimpressed, like, "Seriously? You think this is just some cheap iron sword?" He then drops the bomb, revealing it's a super luxurious artifact, crafted by none other than Radras, the legendary master of swords. Then, Kron lays down the law, telling the kid to stop dreaming about something way out of his league. Back at the table, the estate lord and Gren are watching everything unfold, and the lord can't help but wonder if Tiny even realizes the insane power he's got packed into just one arm. Tiny takes a moment, processing Kron's words, and starts to formulate his comeback. He then casually drops a bombshell, saying if Kron puts it like that, he thinks the sword might actually be even more perfect for him, leaving Kron completely speechless. Good weapons, he declares, are only for the truly skilled. Kron quickly interjects, "This artifact is for the estate leader's sake." But the estate lord's temper explodes, his voice a furious, guttural roar. His face twists into a mask of pure fury, veins throbbing. He fixes his furious gaze on the young man, shouting, "Do you have a death wish?" Gren steps up, a smirk on his face, proposing, "If you don't like it, why don't we just take it?" Suddenly, Gren attacks. A lightning-fast kick flies, but the young man blocks it instantly. A shimmering blue barrier explodes into existence, shattering the impact. His eyes blaze with an infernal red glow, a silent promise to never back down. Gren, fueled by a burning resolve, makes a chilling declaration, vowing to fight with everything he's got. "I shall offer my life." His eyes blaze with a furious red, a guttural growl escaping his lips before he snarls, "You." His face twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage, his skin flushing crimson as he unleashes a primal scream, "Bastard." But Tiny remains unmoving, his back to the audience, completely unfazed by Gren's explosive fury. Suddenly, Tiny finds himself cornered by 2 imposing armored guards, their intentions anything but friendly. Without warning, one guard barks, "I'm taking him from here." Tiny's eyes snap wide open, a surge of disbelief and defiance flashing through him. The tension in the air is palpable, a silent exclamation of impending trouble. Just as promised, the guard grabs Tiny, hauling him away with brute force while his partner trails close behind. As Tiny lies helpless, the guards whisper amongst themselves, one questioning, "Did Kron really do that to the kid?" His partner nods, adding, "Being a prodigy must be tough." The whispers about him? Totally true. Their hushed tones reveal the true scandal: the Grandmaster himself can't stand him. Behind closed doors, a guard spills the tea, whispers are flying that the kid is the next big thing, the future leader. No wonder the Grandmaster is absolutely fuming. But his buddy pushes back, saying it's way over the top, he's literally just a kid. The first guard shrugs, admitting the Grandmaster must be absolutely livid, but quickly adds, they need to stay out of it and save their own skins. Back at the mansion, a maid's jaw drops, letting out a stunned, "What the?" as she and the butler freak out over the battered Tiny, shouting, "Oh my god. Master Tiny, what happened to you?" He flashes back to when the Grandmaster had something special for him, a game-changing gift. And then, something major went down between them. Back to reality, the maid tells him to call if he needs anything, and he just manages a quiet, "Thanks." Inside a super fancy, dimly lit chamber, a stone-faced lord is chilling, while his subordinate, Jaimin, stands there, ready to report. Locking eyes with Jaimin, the lord cuts straight to the chase, demanding an update on the sacrifice. No hesitation from Jaimin, he confirms the sacrifice is secured, calling the older man, "My lord." Then, he switches gears, asking about the wolf gang and if they took any hits, before confirming it himself with a quick, "Yes." The lord's mind immediately goes to that kid, the one who's been stirring up all this trouble, admitting he's made a huge mess. Report done, the lord dismisses Jaimin, who gives a quick "Okay, my lord," and exits. Alone now, Jaimin can't quite figure out what that kid is up to, but he decides to just let him do his thing. Swirling his drink, he casually remarks on how small and insignificant the kid seems. But the real game changer? That's coming in a few days, once his bloodline gets confirmed. Eyes blazing with resolve, Tiny declares his path to triumph is about to explode wide open. But a dark reflection in a blood-red goblet hints at his deepest fear: the only real obstacle is his mysterious lineage. Elsewhere, a ringed hand clutches a goblet, as a chilling voice ponders the fallout: if he's not from that family, the fillies won't be the only ones getting dragged into this mess. But Tiny's mind snaps back to the cold, hard truth, demanding to know who's going to pay the ultimate price for all this chaos. A defiant smirk plays on his lips as he vows, that's just not going to happen. But from Jaimin's calculating gaze, the assessment of Tiny is relentless: his every move, every word, every shred of knowledge screams, prestigious family. There's no way a knight could be that good with just raw talent, it has to be the royal family's secret technique, especially with that jet black hair and those piercing eyes. Tiny's face contorts in shock, while Jaimin's intense stare locks on, his suspicions hardening into certainty. Jaimin reaches for his goblet, his internal monologue reaching its climax: "Yeah, there's absolutely no one else it could be." Chilling in his bed, Jaimin is already hyped for his next big meeting, a smirk on his face. But then, a weird, low hum starts buzzing, snapping him awake as he instantly pegs it as an alert magic signal. He shoots up, a scowl on his face, wondering if the blade is messing around, seriously ticked off that anyone would interrupt his chill time. He lets out a frustrated sigh, thinking maybe this spot wasn't the smartest HQ choice, with all this magic going wild. Then, his whole room starts shaking like crazy. This isn't just an alert anymore, it's a full-blown attack. Suddenly, a familiar face, Tiny's, flashes in his eye, moving at insane speed. Before he can even blink, Tiny lands a massive hit, and blood just explodes. A raw scream of pain rips from Jaimin's throat, his face twisted in pure shock and agony. He unleashes a devastating magical strike, the blue energy exploding as he declares, "Pay for your sins, estate lord." The impact reverberates through the air. And Jaimin screams in agony, a spray of blood exploding from his mouth. He is violently thrown backward, his body contorting amidst a burst of purple and red energy. Finally, he collapses to the ground, his bloodied hand coming to rest on the cold floor with a sickening thud. Jaimin lies motionless in the opulent room, the silence now heavy with the devastating aftermath of the attack. Outside the estate, a piercing scream echoes through the air, a chilling testament to the chaos unfolding within. Inside, a maid trembles in horror, her hands clasped over her mouth as she witnesses the utter devastation. Amidst the sudden chaos, Baron Jaimin snaps his head around, demanding to know, what is this commotion? His eyes go wide, the horrifying truth slamming into him: a black magician. No, it can't be. Meanwhile, the scene is a mess, a priest already on site, but even the church's top detective can't find a single clue to the attacker. Knight Kron surveys the grim scene, confirming Baron Jaimin's presence. He can't believe the Baron's horrifying condition, muttering that he looks like he's been dead for weeks. A chilling thought hits him, I heard black magicians' bodies rot instantly after death. Indeed, Jaimin's face is a grotesque mess, his skin ripped and bloody. Kron can only manage one word, horrible. Another knight, utterly horrified, starts to question Kron, my lord, why did you make such a... Flashback. Jaimin, in a moment of deep contemplation, grapples with the ultimate question, why did he turn his back on his noble heritage? He's wrestling with the choice to live a life that could literally get him killed if his secret ever got out. His eyes fall, a chilling thought crossing his mind, what's the point of asking a dead man for answers? Alright, back to the present. Kron, ever the strategist, lays it out for his knights, there's still one massive problem they haven't even touched yet. He continues, revealing that the Grand Master went absolutely ballistic and made a seriously rash move. One of the younger knight's eyes practically pop out of his head, as Kron drops the bombshell, the Grand Master was so skilled, he got a direct audience with their lord, all by himself. The knight, clearly shaken, then asks the million-dollar question, what if they were planning to make him the next lord, or something even crazier? Kron reiterates the Grand Master's impulsive move, confirming that he absolutely lost it and made a reckless decision. The younger knight, still reeling, can only stammer out, that's just impossible, unless he's got some secret weapon. As Kron and Gren, flanked by other knights, stand in grim silence around a covered body, the scene heavy with unspoken dread. Later, the tension mounts as Kron, his voice tight with urgency, demands to know why the Grand Master is a no-show, declaring that this chaotic situation is simply unsustainable. The call goes out to dig deeper, to uncover the truth behind this escalating enigma. Kron and Gren, with their squad in tow, launch their investigation, sweeping through the opulent halls with grim determination. Their hushed conversation continues as they move, the weight of their mission etched on their faces. Gren stops dead, a contemplative, rumbling from him, his mind clearly racing to connect the dots. His mind flashes back to a desperate moment, Jaimin, with the maid and others in despair, cries out that all his hard-won efforts and the lives paid for them are about to be utterly wasted. That crushing despair from the past echoes into the present, a dark whisper that this will all. He stands over the fallen knight, the grim reality of the situation weighing heavily on him. His expression tightens, a deep frown etched across his face. He commands, bring me that kid. A memory flashes back to yesterday, when the estate lord was supposed to grant him armor. So he went to see him, standing before Jaimin in the grand hall. Back in the present, Gren's face reflects the lingering frustration of that past encounter. He hadn't expected the Grand Master to strike so suddenly. And of course, he never received the armor. The Grand Master's armored foot slams down, the impact echoing the force of the blow. The storage? Totally investigated. Traces of the Grand Master were there, but he definitely bounced from that spot. But get this, after that day, the Grand Master was gone. Nobody in the castle saw him. He just vanished after meeting you, and Gren's left there, thinking, seriously, you have no idea? Tiny cuts in, trying to wrap his head around it, so, the Grandmaster was just, gone after that? Forget the game, the real challenge was here. Kron's voice was a hammer blow, pressing Tiny on whether he was actually at that meeting, and the implications of the estate lord's fury. Tiny, already sporting a fresh bruise and beads of sweat, was clearly on the ropes, feeling the heat of the interrogation. Kron's stare was ice-cold, his words a direct challenge, are you absolutely sure about that? Tiny squirmed, trapped, knowing he was powerless, and confessed there was nothing he could do, especially with the estate lord already hating his guts. He looked away, hand pressed to his head in distress, swearing he hadn't seen the estate lord since that fateful day. Kron's face was a stone wall, dropping the bombshell that Tiny's story matched everyone else's. After a beat of silence, Kron gave a curt nod, signaling he got it. Tiny's eyes filled with tears, his voice cracking as he blurted out his biggest fear, desperate to know what would happen to him now that the estate lord was officially mad. A lone tear escaped, tracing a path down his face. Kron's voice slices through the air, demanding Tiny report back tomorrow, then just like that, he's dismissed. The words hang in the air as Tiny pivots, his footsteps echoing sharply down the opulent hall. He's thinking Kron could be one of the estate lord's collectors, but something's off, he felt zero power from him. Then, a thought hits him, a memory teasing at the edge of his mind. Did he just forget something crucial? He's got this super clear memory of absolutely crushing someone, and it feels huge. It's super shady that Kron wants him back after wrapping up the interrogation, so Tiny vows to stay on high alert. A blinding surge of electric blue energy explodes across the void. Kron's hand slams down a mercenary plaque and a hefty pouch of coin. Tiny's eyes widen, a question escaping him, a mercenary plaque and money? Kron's voice cuts through the air, if you were to move to another land freely. You should at least hide the identity of a mercenary, not a merchant. This plaque alone will assure others of your status. Tiny, bewildered by the sudden generosity, demands, why are you giving me this? Kron presses on, living in a backwater like this place will only be a waste of your talent. You might even turn out to be a big shot someday. I'm giving you the opportunity of someone who has lived longer than you. Tiny's gaze hardens, a single, skeptical thought forming, maybe. Kron drops some serious wisdom, telling Tiny to keep his identity on the down low for now. And Tiny, connecting the dots, realizes Kron's right. Why would anyone remember him if he's about to bounce? He was already thinking of leaving anyway. A small, knowing smile plays on his lips. But Kron's mind is already miles away, fixated on a black magician who's somehow crowned the imperial family, forcing his hand, though he's now pulled back. He ponders the magician's moves, adding that even the Duke's investigation is a no-go. Tiny, already set on going solo, takes in Kron's next words. Kron gives him a thumbs up for leaving, with just one request: don't forget him when he makes it big. Suddenly, Kron leans in, a playful smirk on his face, dropping a bombshell. Do you even know my name? Tiny's jaw drops, and Kron just throws his hands up in mock despair at the young man's cluelessness. Just then, a new player steps onto the scene, coolly dropping his name. Meet Gren Liberty, everyone. Kron drops a bombshell, telling Tiny to remember him as Gren. What's going on here? Tiny, totally thrown by this twist, can only stammer out, Sir Gren, clearly bewildered. Then, with a sly grin, he reminds himself to remember his own name too. After that intense exchange, Tiny wastes no time, striking out from the bustling town. Taking one last look back at the familiar streets, his mind already racing with thoughts of the Phillies family's fate and his own destiny. Elsewhere, Kron is deep in thought, frustrated that the Duke's investigation into the shadowy black magician has hit a wall. But Tiny's got a plan brewing, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he realizes some mysteries won't solve themselves. He's taking charge. He casually dips his hand into his pocket, already plotting his next move: time to borrow a horse from a guild. And with that, he's off like a shot, sprinting forward, ready to tackle anything the world throws at him. A massive, glowing spirit wolf, radiating an ethereal blue, is poised for action. Suddenly, the wolf barks, and Tiny's mind is blown. It's talking to him. He can't believe it. Spirits aren't supposed to get motion sickness, right? Flashback. A colossal orc warrior, gripping Tiny like a toy, roars, is a human seriously trying to ride my wolf? Back to reality, Tiny clarifies that the wolf would just puke after a few minutes, because you can only ride a spirit if its balance is totally messed up. The wolf barks once more, and Tiny, finally getting it, gives a knowing nod. A mutual grin spreads across their faces, a silent pact sealed between the young hero and his awesome spirit buddy. Spirits keep their original form, even if they were tiny birds, but they can manifest at their absolute largest size from when they were alive. But here's the catch: for a spirit to physically manifest, its power is totally dependent on how strong its master is. The spirit wolf's paws blaze with raw blue energy, a clear sign of its incredible strength. Suddenly, a burst of electric blue energy erupts around him, catching Tiny completely off guard. And just like that, the spirit wolf responds with a deep growl, its entire body now radiating with that same intense, otherworldly blue glow. With his eyes now blazing with an internal blue fire, Tiny can't help but wonder, are our souls truly destined to merge, to become one entity? A fierce resolve ignites in his glowing eyes, and he makes the ultimate decision: alright, let's do this. He leaps onto the now fully charged, glowing wolf, and a shockwave of pure power hits him. Whoa, are you? The connection locks in, a true soul link forged between them. The wolf unleashes a primal, earth-shattering growl, its entire being now a blazing beacon of raw, blue power. Still riding the now transformed beast, Tiny can't believe it. Your body, it's incredible. And as the wolf's glowing paw flashes into view, Tiny lets out an astonished, "Ah. This power is insane." The wolf's voice booms, laced with disbelief, demanding if Tiny seriously just asked to ride him in front of everyone. Meanwhile, a mysterious, almost ghostly figure comments on the sheer awkwardness of the situation for all parties. It's becoming clear to Tiny, the spirit's very form is a direct reflection of its master's essence. The spirit wolf, now a powerhouse of raw energy, charges ahead with incredible might. Tiny can feel it, the wolf's body has become incredibly solid and strong, making him wonder if this is the true power of a spirit. His eyes widen in shock as he shouts, realizing the wolf's true identity. Tiny is now riding the beast, both of them radiating an intense blue glow as their powers merge. The wolf's gaze is sharp, its senses now fully integrated and razor-sharp. Tiny can literally feel everything the wolf feels, a mind-blowing connection now complete. The world exploded with new sensations. He felt every single movement of the wolf, its razor-sharp sight, and the absolute tidal wave of sense hitting him. A black-bellied lion's scent hit him, and he instantly knew they were going to hit the capital way faster than he ever thought possible. Through the wolf's eyes, a huge bird just soared overhead. And as he rode the absolute unit of a beast, he was totally confident they could push way past their limits. Back in his past life, disasters just kept happening, one after another, all over the continent, like they were literally announcing the Demon King's army was coming. These events had totally crippled humanity's power, and it all kicked off with these weird mana bills showing up. With a fierce resolve, he swore, he had to stop that crap from happening again. 7 sacred relics, gifts from the goddess to humanity, were literally supposed to be humanity's last, best hope. But something had gone horribly wrong. A shadowy horde of monstrous figures looms, a chilling reminder of the cataclysms Tiny is dead set on stopping. He makes a solemn vow, in this new life, he'll power up and shut down every single disaster. His mind's already racing, picturing the epic reunion with his old crew, ready to throw down against the Demon King's army again. First stop, Karen, ground zero for the very first disaster. But hold up, he's got one critical detour to make, a quick visit to the Duke before he charges into Karen. Meanwhile, the Phillies family had already deployed an elite sword team. The crowd buzzes with hushed rumors, was there really an assassination attempt on the estate lord? Jaimin, the estate lord himself, voices his concern, praying he won't get dragged into this brewing conflict. Then, a strategic glint in his eye, he ponders how to best leverage everything he has. A mysterious shadow glides through the darkness, cloak whipping as they make their move. Closing in on armed guards, the cloaked intruder readies their spear, a silent threat in the night. A guard spots them, yelling, their identity confirmed as weapons click into place. But the cloaked figure just holds out a hand, coolly ordering them to step aside. Too slow. The intruder moves like lightning, taking down the first guard in a flash. The onslaught is relentless, guards dropping left and right, no match for this powerhouse. Leaving a pile of defeated guards, the cloaked figure pushes deeper into the estate, unstoppable. Elsewhere, a serious man with a mustache watches on, his thoughts a mystery. Tiny, the cloaked enigma, snatches the guard by his throat, cutting off his desperate yell. Suspended in mid-air, the cloaked figure declares his intent, he's got questions, and he's getting answers. With a chilling command, Tiny demands every detail about the estate lord's murder. The gauntlet clenches. And the guard's eyes nearly pop out from the pressure. His mouth gasping for air. A subtle shift in his posture, and the cloaked figure launches into his first question. Where is the estate lord's body? The Imperial investigation team's orders are clear, the coffin's in the bedroom. Okay, he simply states, his hooded form a shadow. Just 1 hour of sleep, then it's back to it. A man with a thick mustache snaps awake, his eyes blown wide with sudden panic. What the, he gasps, realizing he's slumped on the floor, did I actually fall asleep? He lets out a frustrated TSK, admitting he overdid it. Rubbing his head, he hears a frantic voice, sir, we have a problem. His jaw drops, eyes wide with horror as the words hit him, the body of the estate lord has disappeared. A choked cry escapes him, the sheer impossibility of it all sinking in. Boom! A colossal bolt of electric blue lightning absolutely shreds the ominous, churning sky, unleashing a thunderous crackle. A mysterious cloaked figure is on their knees, digging through a fresh grave, and the vibes are just off. He takes in the grim scene, realizing the sword's owner is already dead, and the real killer of the Baron and his crew is still out there. His mind immediately goes to his prime suspect, a black-haired guy with spiky hair and eyes that burn with an electric blue glow. The cloaked figure is certain, it's gotta be that black-haired dude who just disappeared after all this went down. A single, intense red eye blazes from under his hood, absolutely seething with determination. The adventure continues, arriving at Licentia Castle's west gate. Outside, a massive crowd swarms the castle gate, the air thick with anticipation. But amidst the chaos, Tiny is held captive, his wrists chained, a cold collar around his throat. He appreciates the help, but deep down, he knows it's not enough to get him where he needs to be. A frustrated huff escapes him, his mind fixated on one thing, he needs his gear back, and he needs it now. A few measly gold coins are all he gets, a pathetic reward for his power. The same thought burns in his mind, gratitude is there, but it's nowhere near what he truly needs. His eyes narrow, the burning desire for his equipment intensifying with every passing moment. Meanwhile, 2 shady figures, one with a whip, watch the entire scene unfold, their intentions unclear. Chained and collared, Tiny is trapped at Licentia Castle's west gate, 2 burly figures holding him tight. One of the goons, knife out, looks totally shocked, demanding, what about you guys? But Tiny just brushes them off, turning his head with a cold smirk and dropping a bombshell, got any cash on you guys? That chilling smile. Yeah, the game just changed. Big time. This guy. He used to be the shadow, the giant, the one who ruled the continent with an iron fist. When a shadow like that hits the streets, you don't even make a sound. You just freeze. And just like that, the 2 goons who had him captive are now cowering on the ground, absolutely terrified as he looms over them. He stares down at them, and the message is clear, he's doing whatever he wants, and there's nothing they can do about it. Suddenly, Jaimin emerges from the shadows, shaking his head and calling out to Tiny, "Dude, your conscience is gonna get you one day. Why not show a little mercy?" Jaimin, deep in thought, admits to himself that he would have handled things way differently if he were in that position. He grapples with the weight of it all, realizing that despite everything, he's never actually killed anyone, not even when the stakes were highest. A shiver of realization hits him. His eyes narrowing as he firmly decides his job is just to handle human problems, a world away from the raw violence he just saw. Meanwhile, Tiny charges into the market, heading straight for some commoners who are already sweating bullets. Without a single word, he unleashes a brutal kick, dropping one guy and sending a bag of coins flying, the cash clattering everywhere. Another dude screams, "What the heck," as Tiny snatches him by the collar, hoisting him up like he weighs nothing. The poor guy, dangling in the air, begs for his life, claiming to be a knight, but Tiny just scoffs, calling him out for being so weak. With a terrifying glare, Tiny whips out his sword, promising to rip the man's mouth off, his threat hanging heavy in the air. Tiny unleashes a primal scream, his colossal hammer slamming down with devastating force. The sheer momentum of his descent turning him into a human meteor. One poor soul gets absolutely rocked. His body twisting grotesquely as he lets out a pained gasp. Another's face contorts into a silent, horrified scream. While a third grits his teeth, bracing for the inevitable, brutal impact. Bodies are launched through the air like ragdolls. The very ground exploding with every bone-shattering hit. In mere seconds, the chaos dies down, leaving Tiny as the sole victor, standing over the broken forms of his enemies. Fresh off his last victory, Tiny doesn't miss a beat, snatching a man's coin purse with lightning speed, leaving him stunned. The poor guy can only stammer about his boss, but Tiny just flashes his ill-gotten gains, coolly noting the man's surprisingly fat wallet. The victim's mind races, utterly baffled by the audacity, but Tiny's only thought is a cold, hard, "Thanks for the loot." Cutting to a new scene, deep in the heart of a lively town, a solid structure hints at new opportunities or perhaps a fresh score. And just like that, Tiny's got new gear. He's rocking a massive hammer, forged from the legendary iron bull leather of Mount Nambu. Wolf checks out the new weapon, impressed by its toughness, declaring it could even bounce off arrows, and Tiny just lets out a smug, hee. Tiny sizes up his new hammer and armor, declaring them both super useful, while down below, a frustrated crowd grumbles about not being able to get close to whatever's happening. Wolf, completely mesmerized by something out of frame, can't help but gush, happy just to gaze from a distance at the stunning vision. Meanwhile, another guy in the crowd, totally confused by all the hype, asks if there's some big event going down. He just got the intel, the princess of the kingdom is about to roll through this sector. And his eyes are locked on, processing every detail. His mind flashes back to Iria, the one who unlocked the very concept of affection for him. And who ignited the flame of hope deep within his soul. That hope, that single spark, was the only reason he clawed his way out of the nightmare known as Invader, even if it nearly broke him. Now, the burning question remains, will she ever truly acknowledge him? But a tiny voice cuts through his reverie, uttering his name with a curious lilt. He bursts into a booming laugh, gazing down at the tiny blonde girl who stands before him. She then sheepishly apologizes, declaring that he's just too massive for a name like Tiny. He clears his throat, staring down at the little girl who can't help but burst into laughter. Still kneeling, Irina quickly apologizes, her voice dripping with genuine regret. He stares down at her, a wave of melancholy hitting him as the realization sinks in, she's completely forgotten him. He turns and walks away. A memory flashes, a younger version of him, running with fierce determination, vowing to cherish every single moment once they reunited. His mind then shifts to a massive ambition, planning to ask a favor from the legendary Sword Emperor. Meanwhile, the massive, bustling city of Lucentia, one of the central region's biggest, thrives under a clear sky. A man with a confident, knowing smile surveys the vibrant streets. Edmund von Lucent, surrounded by his loyal retinue, makes his way through the city. He's introduced as the eldest son of Count Lucent, a figure of considerable influence. Lucentia, the biggest city in the region, is absolutely massive, and Edmund wants to know if Salmon is on the same page. She's not feeling the commerce vibe, and then drops a bombshell, she wants to hit up the slums. Edmund is totally taken aback, asking why she'd even consider it, but she hits him with the truth, the slums are full of people too. He's like, you know what? You're right, and then offers to be her personal tour guide to the slums. They start moving, a soft thud marking their steps. Salmon, clutching her book, is totally baffled by his reaction, figuring he must have absorbed these lessons to even be in line for the inheritance. Meanwhile, Edmund is deep in thought, convinced it's his absolute duty to look after the downtrodden, and make sure their lives get a whole lot better. Inside the lavish estate, a serious discussion about the nation's future is underway, setting a tense tone. But Salmon's mind is elsewhere, questioning if her dad's hands-on philosophy, actually living what he learns, makes him the real outlier. She desperately wants to make a difference, to challenge the status quo, but her impending marriage to the future ruler means she's stuck playing the part. And through it all, the temple's ancient summons keeps ringing in her ears. Beside Edmund, the future presses down on her, a stark realization that her days of true freedom are rapidly coming to an end. A desperate idea sparks in her mind: could a temple be her only way out? But a steely determination flashes in her eyes, as she heads out into the vibrant city. She casts a look over her shoulder, still battling her inner demons, convinced her father would never forgive her if she went rogue. Then, her eyes snap open in pure shock, a gasp escaping her lips as she zeroes in on a kid in serious trouble. A small, defiant boy, is cornered by a squad of armored guards, their presence a stark contrast to his youthful rebellion. The chaos erupted as a young, spiky-haired kid stood his ground, eyes locked on an unseen target. Salmon and Edmund were on the scene, Edmund demanding, "Who is that kid? Where'd he even come from?" A guard barked, "Kid, get away from that wall, now." But he just ignored them, bolting straight for the shimmering barrier. He stretched his hand, nearly touching the glowing surface, as a voice boomed, "This wall. It was a gift from the gods themselves." Edmund, meanwhile, held up a fancy mirror, reflecting the whole scene as he told Salmon, "You wanted me to find you, and yeah, it took a minute, but I'm here now, just like you asked." Just as the guards grabbed the kid, Salmon burst out, "What in the world is going on?" The mirror pulsed, reflecting the wall's otherworldly glow. Within its golden frame, Salmon's face was a picture of pure shock and worry. With the guards holding the kid tight, Edmund, still watching, declared, "This is definitely my kind." Then, a sudden doubt, "Are you sure?" "Wait, what?" she exclaims, a sudden, bizarre thought hitting her. "I literally gave this ring to some random kid from the slums." Her jaw drops. As she practically shouts, "Seriously, how did you get this, dude?" Tiny's eyes bug out, a stunned, "What?" ripping from his throat. Pure, unadulterated shock washes over his face. As he's suddenly on the ground, completely surrounded by heavily armored guards, Salmon staring down at him with an intense, almost accusing gaze. Tiny's here, front and center, facing off against Edmund von Lucent, with Salmon, Irina, and a squad of guards backing him up. Edmund wastes no time, his voice sharp as he demands answers from the kid. Tiny just smirks, thinking he's right on time, even if his new look is throwing everyone off. He drops the bombshell, claiming he's the same guy, leaving Salmon completely stunned, clueless that he'd been playing it cool all along. Tiny lays it out, making it crystal clear, he's the only one with that signature black hair from the Wolf or Fox clan. He's got a thought brewing, is he really the only one of his kind left in this whole dukedom? Edmund's mind is blown, completely speechless, and Salmon's right there with him, still trying to figure out how this even happened. Edmund finally gets it together, but he's not holding back, calling out Tiny for looking so weak and poor before, barely able to talk, all thanks to that wolf bastard. He was way smaller, Tiny confesses, as Irina and Salmon stare, remembering his past self. Yeah, he was pathetic back then, and come to think of it, Irina always loved small, cute stuff. Tiny breaks a sweat, a drop rolling down his face. Then, a sudden, blinding blue energy explodes around him, leaving everyone absolutely stunned. Out of the shimmering light, a tiny, fluffy creature materializes in Irina's arms, and she lets out an ecstatic, "Oh my." Her jaw drops in absolute adoration. She's completely overwhelmed, thinking, how can something be this cute? Irina absolutely smothers the creature with love, while Tiny and Salmon look on, Salmon pointing out, it's cute, but it's the spirit of a stranger. Tiny then locks eyes with Edmund von Lucent, dropping a bombshell, "I heard spirits contract with only those with a pure heart," a clear jab at the noble. He's moving at insane speeds, a true master of his craft, rocking real weapons and armor, a far cry from his humble beginnings. After mastering the snare wolf's tactics and knowing the eastern mountains like the back of his hand, a fiery-haired guy asks Salmon, "What's up with this kid's name?" Elsewhere, Irina is absolutely smitten, holding this tiny, fluffy spirit with glowing blue eyes. The red-haired dude, still chatting with Salmon, is stuck on the name Moonlight, and he's also got that Eastern knowledge locked down. Salmon just shrugs it off, saying, "It's a lovely name, all right." Then she drops the bomb, "It doesn't even matter, because he changes his name every few months anyway." Classic him. The red-haired guy confirms his name means small or something like it, and yeah, he's tiny, only 15. Once he got mana, he just started growing like crazy, and the red-haired guy's like, "Yep, that's the name." Tiny then gets right in the red-haired guy's face, saying it's lame and this kid's too good, then demands, "Who the heck are you?" He's like, "Sorry, not sorry for the rough treatment." But Vivian's rage just keeps burning. Then, some other dude chimes in from the back. Meanwhile, Sir Edmund, Salmon, and the armored guy are just chilling. Tiny's just staring up, totally baffled. Salmon, all polite and proper. Vivian still steaming, demanding to know why this kid is messing with her. And with a fierce look. Suddenly, a deafening crack rips through the air, instantly grabbing Vivian and Tiny's attention. An armored guard, absolutely fuming, snarls, "You brat. How dare you?" Another guard, just as furious, shouts, "You must be crazy." But Tiny, unfazed by the threats, stands his ground, a living legend known as one of the greatest swordsmen on the entire continent. Then, a truly epic figure emerges, brandishing a sword that practically screams, power of destruction, with its electrifying blue aura. Tiny just watches, a knowing, almost smug grin spreading across his face. The word spreads like wildfire, this legendary warrior is none other than His Excellency, the Sword Emperor. Vivian and Salmon can only stare, their faces a perfect blend of shock and disbelief. But Salmon, ever the skeptic, just lets out a little laugh, muttering that even the Sword Emperor himself would probably be embarrassed by that over-the-top nickname. He's thinking about the Sword Emperor, like, it hasn't even been that long since he was ranked among the continent's top 7 knights. But then it hits him, right now, the Sword Emperor isn't exactly in his prime. He clears his throat, admitting the title fits, but there's a catch. He's like, yeah, he's totally great, and Salmon's over here shocked, like, wait, he's famous even out here? Good thing her reaction is on point, while Vivian just watches the whole thing, looking super serious. He turns to them both, and Tiny's like, alright, spill. What went down with you guys recently? He keeps going, stressing that he wants to hear it because he was right there too. His eyes go wide, a look of pure shock or worry on his face as he waits for them to talk. The tension is palpable as Vivian presses for details, demanding to know if something like that actually went down. Salmon drops the bombshell with a simple, yes, and Vivian's eyes narrow, pushing for more. Is there anything else, any tiny bad secret you're holding back? Vivian quickly shuts down the speculation, insisting it's not at all what she's thinking, just like he told her, then drops another bomb, the estate lord was a black magician. Salmon then drops the chilling detail, there was someone behind the black magician. Vivian ponders this, then realizes, if he personally mentioned it, this someone is a big deal. Vivian, ever the pragmatist, declares this whole mess good, because Tiny wanted to see her father anyway. A fierce resolve hardens Salmon's expression, she's going to see her father, and she's going now. But just as she's about to move, a tiny white dog at her feet speaks, its voice cutting through the air, "But my lady, how long are you going to keep your spirit locked away?" With a soft woof from the little dog, Vivian declares, her voice sharp, that if anything were to harm him in any way. The dog hilariously cuts in, asking if she means Tiny, the cute and cuddly one, followed by another bark. Vivian's face absolutely explodes in a blush, barely managing to squeak out, "Oh cute." She snaps back to reality, her expression instantly shifting to fierce determination as she proclaims, "No. I will keep an eye on it more closely." Salmon, ever the pragmatist, cuts through the tension, simply asking, "So? Where is Tiny?" Vivian ponders for a moment, then proposes, "We should probably find him first and then take him along." Suddenly, a powerful burst of brilliant blue energy erupts around Vivian, her determination practically glowing, leaving Salmon momentarily stunned. After a beat, Salmon coolly announces, "Finally, we can continue our conversation." A voice just drops a casual question into the void. Walking down a stone path, Tiny, the shorter figure, drops his name with a slight pause, just like that. He glances up at the taller guy, a hint of shock on his face. Arms crossed, Tiny pushes the blonde dude for answers, bringing up that whole black magician thing again. The blonde guy's inner monologue is pure dismissal, like, why would I even care about that black magician? He just casually drops the bomb on Tiny, admitting he made the whole thing up because Tiny was being a pain. The blonde guy lets out an exasperated sigh, hand on his head, telling Tiny to cut the backtalk and then muttering a low-key insult. His temper explodes, and he yells, asking if Tiny even knows what manners are. Tiny snaps back with a sudden, sharp motion, making his annoyance crystal clear. Still absolutely furious, Edmund lunges, seizing Tiny's shoulder with a powerful thwack. Tiny's reaction is immediate, his voice exploding in disbelief, You dare to touch me? Did you just? Edmund's iron grip holds fast, his face a mask of pure rage. Ha! Edmund roars, utterly shocked to find the young man's arm completely unmovable. I can't move my arm. Staring down at the utterly defiant youth, he snarls a chilling warning, if you behave rudely anymore, I will ask the princess to pay for it. His face twisting into a mask of pure fury, he screams, how dare you use violence against a noble? Tiny, however, just cocks his head, a smirk playing on his lips, nonable. What's that word? Is that, sending Edmund into a frustrated, gosh. A confident, almost cocky smirk spreads across Tiny's face, his eyes burning with a silent challenge. Before that, he boldly declares, "Let's see what you've got. I'm sure you dragged me out here because you think you're hot stuff, you great, nonable man." Edmund von Lucent, still riding high on his own arrogance, made it clear he was taking charge, demanding everyone fall in line. Flashing a smug grin, he arrogantly branded his foe a reckless commoner. But elsewhere, a storm of dust exploded as Edmund, mounted on his steed, blasted off with raw power, a red-haired girl caught in his terrifying wake. His warhorse bucked, a gleaming sword already in hand, as he roared, "Giddy up," pushing the charge even harder. Across town, a frantic Vivian shrieked, screaming for someone to track down Tiny, her words a desperate echo of the princess's own dire warning. The princess, clad in armor and looking fierce, knew the brutal truth: spirit users are utterly exposed without their contractors. Edmund's relentless hunt raged on, as he closed in on the princess, having already ripped her from the academy. She rode with fierce determination, her gaze locked forward, refusing to break under pressure. But then, a raw, desperate cry tore from her throat, a single word begging for salvation. Blazing through the sky, a figure rockets forward, a crucial question burning in their mind. Touching down, he joins a tall, blonde-haired man, their gazes fixed on a massive, imposing academy building. The blonde man, in his slick suit, is clearly enjoying this whole spectacle. A sly chuckle escapes his lips, his eyes practically sparkling with mischievous delight. That confident smirk spreads across his face, a truly unsettling, almost villainous grin. But Tiny? Totally unfazed by the whole spectacle or the blonde's smugness, he just casually picks his nose, looking completely bored out of his mind. A shocking arrival. The young lord just showed up in this rundown place, and someone's already freaking out. Demanding to know why he's even here as he and Tiny stride onto the lower platform, staring up at a figure on the high ground. Rufus, the man in charge, immediately calls him out, demanding to know why he's showing up early, and if he's already trying to get his hands on the product. Edmund keeps his cool, taking it all in, with Tiny right there, watching the whole showdown unfold. This is Rufus, the boss of the notorious Rufus gang, surrounded by his crew, a serious threat lurking in the city's underbelly. Tiny can't help but let out an exasperated, "Ha," already over this whole scene, his patience running on fumes. Edmund cuts him off, making it clear he's not here for the product, but to make sure Rufus teaches the cheeky kid next to him a lesson. The challenge hangs heavy, aimed directly at Rufus, who's now facing off against both Edmund and Tiny. Rufus's jaw drops, his mind blown by the mention of a commoner and that kid, completely blindsided by Edmund's insane request. Suddenly, a raw surge of blue power explodes, ripping through the very atmosphere. Before Rufus can even blink, Edmund's lightning-fast punch rocks his world, a chilling command echoing through the space. Know your place. Don't talk back, just educate him. Reeling from the brutal hit, Rufus can only gape, a crimson bruise already blooming on his face, as Edmund's voice cuts through the silence with a single, terrifying word. With Rufus utterly floored, Edmund pivots, his gaze locking onto Eric and Gyuha, issuing new orders as Tiny, the quiet storm, observes from the sidelines. Confusion hits Rufus and Tiny like a truck, their faces mirroring the same "what the heck," as the situation takes an unexpected turn. And just like that, the mystery boy, Tiny, steps into the spotlight, his true power level confirmed, a certified slayer. Rufus and his crew are absolutely floored, their jaws practically on the floor at what they're seeing. Completely oblivious to the meltdown he's causing, Tiny just gives a happy little wave and a "hey there" with a cute giggle. That innocent wave. It just cranks their terror up to 11, leaving Rufus and his buddy absolutely frozen, their faces screaming pure, unadulterated horror. After the shocking reveal, Eric, one of Rufus's goons, loses it. His face twists into a furious snarl as he screams at his crew, demanding to know why they're frozen. But wait, a split second of panic flashes across his face as he spins to the still paralyzed Rufus, who's still eating dirt, begging his big bro to understand the insane threat Tiny represents, while Gyuha just stands there, totally shell-shocked. But that moment of doubt vanishes. Eric's rage explodes as he whips out a mace. Still snarling, he spits a warning at Tiny, telling him he picked the wrong fight. Over to the side, Edmund von Lucent is absolutely loving this. A smug, almost evil grin spreads across his face, as he savors the downfall of Rufus's former arrogance. Then, with a primal scream, Eric unleashes a brutal, overhead mace swing, going for the kill. But Tiny? He doesn't even flinch. His back is to the attacker, a picture of absolute chill in the face of certain doom. Before that mace can even land, Tiny moves. A blinding flash of speed, and he somehow redirects the weapon with insane power. And just like that, the mace, now a weapon against its owner, explodes into Eric's face with a brutal, bone-jarring impact, sending him flying. The sheer power of his own mace, turned against him in a flash, sends Eric absolutely flying. And he slams into the dirt with a bone-jarring crash. He slides across the ground like a ragdoll, a dark streak of defeat before finally stopping. And just like that, Eric is out cold, a crumpled heap on the battlefield. Tiny, meanwhile, is just chilling in the middle of it all, sword ready, looking completely unfazed. The rest of the crew, including Gyuha, are absolutely flabbergasted by how fast Eric got taken out. Then, Tiny just casually looks at them, and with a smirk, asks, "Is that seriously all you got?" Up on the roof, Rufus is losing it, shouting, "Our Rufus. Everyone, chill out and pull back." Tiny's hand starts to hum with a soft blue glow, and he just stares down Rufus, daring him with a simple, "Try me." High above, Rufus, the gang leader, could only stare in disbelief as the chaos unfolded below, a single, stunned question escaping his lips. A guttural gasp of pure shock rips from his throat, his eyes bulging in utter disbelief. Down on the street, Tiny looms over the utterly defeated Eric, the rest of the gang paralyzed, their faces contorted in pure, unadulterated fear. He slowly turns to face the petrified crew, a chilling smirk spreading across his face as he delivers a brutal verbal jab at their fallen boss. Then, with a flick of his wrist, his hand ignites with an ethereal blue glow, a silent promise of pain as he challenges the remaining thugs. His gaze sharpens, the smirk transforming into a predatory grin, daring them to make a move. Gyuha and his comrade visibly shake, their faces twisted in pure, unadulterated terror. The blue energy around his hand flares with raw power, a terrifying declaration of war to anyone foolish enough to stand in his way. The armored princess locks her gaze forward, while he coolly observes her from below. Her eyes snap wide open in a moment of pure shock. As the camera pulls back to reveal him standing effortlessly over a pile of defeated thugs, with one prominent figure kneeling in submission. "That's Edmund," she shouts, instantly identifying the humbled man. But he's completely unfazed, chilling on a stone ledge, casually flipping through a book. She confronts him, demanding answers about his unexpected arrival and the unfolding chaos, having heard the whispers of his power. He flashes a book, a bribery ledger, and her jaw drops in utter disbelief. This isn't just any ledger, it's damning proof of these guys' deep involvement in human trafficking. He coolly states that even the most hardened individual couldn't ignore this kind of evidence. Just like that, the very next day, Edmund was officially kicked out of the Count family, all thanks to last night's explosive incident. Princess processes the bombshell, concluding he'd been neck-deep in human trafficking for ages. She doesn't mince words, declaring her relationship with Edmund is about to hit rock bottom, and there's no turning back. Tiny offers a meek, "I'm sorry, but Princess isn't having it," firing back, "Do you honestly think you messed up?" Her eyes bore into him, demanding an answer. And he doesn't flinch, stating, "Honestly? Not at all." Princess bursts into laughter, shouting, "Ha ha ha. I knew it." With a determined look, she lays down the law. She believes rewards and punishments must be crystal clear, no matter who you are. Princess, still reeling from Edmund's downfall, drops a truth bomb, everyone gets what's coming to them, even royalty. No one is above the law, not even her. She's thinking about how this applies to everyone, especially those who forget their place. But hold up, a new player enters the scene. It's the legendary female knight of the Duke of the North, the one and only Sword Emperor Asgard's personal warrior. She wasn't just any knight, she was a force of nature, a perfect blend of power and elegance. And get this, even when Chloe's life took a wild turn, she and Salmon stuck together like glue. Tiny processes this, thinking, she totally had a blast, playing big sister or even mom to a kid. Princess snaps him out of it, asking what's on his mind. He's still stuck on Edmund's eviction, thinking there's nothing wrong with dishing out fair justice according to imperial law, no matter if you're a noble or not. Princess gives him a look, a smirk on her face, and teases, asking if he's seriously still a kid, totally agreeing with Gyuha's past comment. Salmon, with a playful smirk, teases Tiny, asking if he'd do anything to make her his, then quickly backtracking, just to see his reaction, wondering if he's into it. Caught off guard, Tiny immediately tries to shut her down, telling her not to get weird or blame him. But Salmon just pivots, casually dropping that she's heard tales of a park-named kid from files. Giving a sly wink, she elaborates, calling him a genius who can flawlessly handle any situation, no matter how messed up. Tiny, processing her praise, thinks, so it's the same with this situation too, isn't that just great? A little embarrassed but pleased, he confesses, "I'm glad you believe in me." But then, Salmon, ever the tease, takes a sip and casually drops that none of that is actually true, telling him to get his facts straight. With a defeated sigh, he just replies, "Understood, my lady." 3 days flash by, and now, as they speed through a lush landscape in a vehicle, the question hangs in the air, what just happened? An armored guard is caught completely off guard, letting out a shocked gasp. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Salmon spots something wild outside, an elf, actually asking for a ride. An elf? The sheer audacity of it sends a shockwave through the group. And there she is. A mysterious cloaked figure, an elf, standing right in front of the convoy, with Salmon stepping up to face her. This elf, an attendant of the legendary World Tree, starts her official introduction. With piercing green eyes, Irina locks onto Salmon, delivering a formal greeting to the convoy's leader. Cool as a cucumber, Irina then drops the bombshell, she wants to join them. Salmon and Chloe are absolutely floored by this elf's sudden appearance and audacious demand. And Tiny, watching from behind, is utterly shell-shocked, a mysterious purple energy starting to pulse around him. As the elf stands before them, a shocking realization hits Tiny, his mind exploding with the truth about this mysterious newcomer. A confident smile plays on her lips, her eyes now burning with an ominous red glow. Confirming his terrifying suspicion, she's a fifth circle black magician. Elfenheim, the legendary kingdom of the elves, is located in the western part of the continent. But it's incredibly rare to spot an elf in the Asian Empire, way over in the continent's Middle East. Even with their scarcity, most people in the empire are actually pretty friendly towards them. Elves are born with an incredible gift, the innate abilities of a spirit tamer. And they're famous for being pure, virtuous, and totally peace-loving. A blonde elf, with her male companion and a cute little creature, can't believe her ears, exclaiming, "An elf, a high-ranking Stygian black magician? No way." Then, she shifts her focus, asking, "You're traveling through the forest of Valencia, so are you heading north to the kingdom of werbeasts?" A mysterious green-haired elf drops a bombshell, revealing the Empire's deep-seated hostility towards the kingdom of werbeasts. Tiny, ever the adventurer, clarifies that it's not just a commitment, but his personal quest, fueled by his insatiable desire to collect every epic tale. Irina, connecting the dots, jumps in, asking if they're talking about the legendary elf spirit tamers. The elf, clearly impressed, flashes a knowing smile, acknowledging Irina's sharp insight. Suddenly, Irina spots an adorable, fluffy white creature in the elf's arms, and immediately asks if she's its master. The elf, beaming with pride, confirms the recognition, declaring the fluffy companion is her very own spirit. Suddenly, we're thrown into a flashback. A young Tiny, with his signature spiky hair, stares intently at a mysterious outstretched hand, offering something just out of sight. Back to the present, the elf ponders aloud, wondering about the scarcity of human spirit tamers. The flashback intensifies, as young Tiny, with a determined gaze, observes his surroundings, confidently thinking he's got everything under control. He's absolutely floored by the green-haired elf's power, never expecting her to be such a big deal. The other women around him are just as stunned, and one of them can't help but blurt out their shock. Tiny's jaw drops, confessing he's never seen an elf before and there's no way he can fight her now. Irina and the others are absolutely reeling. When a voice from off-screen challenges his words, then gasps his name in utter shock. He doubles down on his claim, insisting he's completely outmatched by her power. Luckily, he thinks, the spirit wolf is only at a fraction of its strength, since only its true contractor can unlock its full, devastating potential. Elsewhere, the green-haired elf is picking up on some seriously potent spiritual energy, baffled by its existence and contemplating whether to unleash some magic of her own. With a fiery orb manifesting in her palm, she notes how it's actively siphoning mana from everything around it. He kicks himself, realizing his past ignorance about power levels meant his mana gauge could have been hundreds of times stronger. Staring at a comrade, he remembers the sheer, crushing powerlessness he felt against that monster. He mentally counts his forces, 12 high-level mana-wielding knights on their side. But even with a 4th-level magician in their ranks, the power gap is still insane. One powerful enemy can just absolutely obliterate a whole squad of weaker fighters. Because to take down someone just one level above you, you need 5 people from a lower level. So, to even stand a chance against a 4th-level magician, you'd need a 3rd-level magician just to compete. Against that kind of raw power, he realizes, he'd need over 100 clones of himself, because the power scale is exponential, not linear, it's a mind-blowing 1 to 125 ratio. Later, chilling with Salmon, he sighs, this is gonna be rough, unless they can somehow land a surprise attack. This is it. He's gotta take the shot, gotta seize the opportunity. Because, let's be real, they've got a secret weapon, a trump card, ready to drop. But hold up, Chloe's got this tiny, fluffy white creature, and it's wiggling around, making her gasp. Chloe's like, oops, did I tickle you too hard? And Salmon, totally charmed, asks if she can get a turn holding the little guy. Salmon's totally smitten, a sweet smile spreading across her face, muttering about how adorable this little kid is. Chloe, seeing her reaction, offers, wanna hug him, and Salmon's all, absolutely. Then Tiny steps in, reaching out to the creature, saying he's not holding back either, and totally melts, calling it, cheese, baby. Suddenly, a loud, metallic clang rips through the silence. And 3 armored guards snap their heads up, eyes wide with shock. Suddenly, a monstrous, wolf-like beast, crackling with raw purple energy, unleashes a devastating attack, its claws ripping into Chloe's armor. But then, the green-haired mage lets out a pained cry, her body violently thrown back. Blood erupts from her mouth, a clear sign of the creature's brutal power. But even injured, the elf-like mage is a force to be reckoned with, instantly conjuring a shimmering purple barrier, as Chloe, quick to react, unleashes a powerful counterattack from behind. Witnessing the raw, dark magic erupt, 3 armored guards are stunned, one shouting in disbelief, "She's a black magician." The green-haired mage whips her head around, her eyes blazing with fury, uttering a chilling, "You guys." But her focus quickly shifts, her gaze locking onto a radiant blonde figure glowing brightly nearby. And just like that, the moment everyone was waiting for, a glimpse of Tiny. The adorable, cat-eared girl, with her intense blue eyes, is finally here. Still held by Chloe, he's a tiny beacon of hope in the swirling chaos. While the monstrous wolf-like creature still dominates the scene, its sheer power undeniable. A voice cuts through the tension, asking if they really need to confront Vivian, and hoping their strategic position is understood, with backup from the ruler's white fort on the way. Chloe's eyes snap open, a mix of shock and resolve flashing within them. As she clutches the young one even tighter. The colossal wolf-like creature stands firm, its sheer power radiating, as the unseen voice doubles down on its plea for understanding and the imminent arrival of reinforcements. He stares up, his face etched with fierce determination, realizing they're all doomed if they don't shut down this probe attack now. Chloe's face twists with raw, unyielding resolve, as she vows to take responsibility, even if it costs her everything. Her gaze burns with an unshakable fire. Just as the black magician steps in, pulling her into a comforting embrace and asking if she can hold him for just a second. Chloe's eyes snap wide open, a silent, shocked gasp escaping her as the black magician, with Tiny clutched close, rockets skyward. A blinding purple aura erupts around her and Tiny, launching them even higher. Her face etched with fierce resolve, her eyes locked on their escape route. Below, Rufus roars in frustration, realizing they missed their chance, while Chloe lets out a guttural cry as the magician disappears. High above, the black magician throws a defiant glance back, her eyes blazing with raw power, and a colossal purple shield explodes into existence around them, securing their escape. Back on the ground, the princess, her face a mask of fury, bellows a command for her troops to charge. Eric, at the head of the armored soldiers, roars his agreement, driving them into the fray. The soldiers snap into formation, ready for the coming storm, their shouts ringing out to protect their princess. Chloe, fueled by pure rage, unleashes a devastating purple-infused attack, slamming into Tiny and sending him flying. Before he can even react, she lands a crushing kick, knocking the wind right out of him. But she's not done yet. Chloe pivots, screaming, and charges straight for the black magician. But the black magician isn't backing down. She roars, unleashing a wave of dark power, her eyes burning with pure fury. Her counterattack, meant for Chloe, accidentally blasts Tiny instead, sending him crashing down again. Amidst the mayhem, the black magician's face contorts in shock, demanding to know how they were found. Down on the ground, Tiny is completely overwhelmed, groaning about being smelled as soldiers close in. The black magician's face is a mask of pure anguish, her eyes wide with a desperate, furious resolve. With her purple magic flaring around her, she unleashes a furious curse, certain she's been played. She unleashes a torrent of dark purple energy, crackling with raw, untamed power. Tiny, caught off guard by the sudden surge, instinctively whips out his blade, his eyes wide with shock. Is that? The black magician's rage explodes into a blinding, devastating burst of violet light. The destructive force continues to rip through the very air itself. But even after that overwhelming magical assault, the young warrior stands firm, sword poised, ready to face the combined might of Asgard, Chloe, and the princess, who are now closing in. Tiny just goes all out, unleashing a devastating purple energy explosion that rips through everything, sending shockwaves everywhere. And he's not holding back, swinging his mace right through that insane energy storm, the impact just exploding with raw power. He's moving so fast, just a purple blur of pure destruction, his attack absolutely non-stop. But then, with a look of pure resolve, he crosses his arms and shouts, then. Suddenly, a massive blue-green energy sphere explodes around him, pulsing with insane power, completely shielding his entire body in its protective glow. A blinding surge of blue lightning energy absolutely explodes from the ground, tearing through the air. The sheer power of the blast absolutely decimates an armored enemy, sending them careening backward to crash hard onto the ground. Tiny, having just dodged a fatal blow, can only think, that was way too close for comfort. But the enemy commander isn't backing down, roaring orders to exploit the weakening shield and take down the demon worshipper now. Without hesitation, another armored enemy charges in, shield up, ready to clash. But Tiny is already on the offensive, unleashing a devastating purple energy blast that absolutely rocks the charging enemy, while a mysterious ARF rings out. The force of the attack sends multiple armored enemies flying, their pained cries echoing through the battlefield. Watching the battle unfold, the black magician is taken aback, muttering about a lunar wolf she didn't expect. Her eyes hardening, she makes her decision, announcing she'll join Tiny in the fight, just as another ARF confirms the wolf's presence. Mounted on his fierce white wolf, Tiny blasts an armored enemy with a surge of raw purple power. But the Black Magician's focus is absolute, her eyes burning with resolve. Trapped by a horde of armored foes, a furious purple aura ignites around her, crackling with power. The raw magic erupts, forming a colossal, swirling orb that blasts her attackers away. Suspended in the heart of the maelstrom, she vows that since things have escalated to this point, her eyes blazing crimson with pure rage, she'll just obliterate every single one of them. Tiny slams into another foe, shouting for her to cut the crap. Unleashed and furious, the Black Magician unleashes a devastating, magic-fueled blow, cursing her enemy. And Tiny, not to be outdone, lands a crushing physical strike on an armored foe. He's not holding back. A spectral white wolf bursts forth from his gauntlet, unleashing a devastating purple energy blast. The impact is insane, sending an armored foe absolutely flying, their armor exploding into a shower of fragments. He just stands there, watching the chaos he created, the air still buzzing with raw power. But the Black Magician isn't just watching. Her eyes blaze crimson with pure rage as she unleashes her power, roaring, "Everyone, now!" Her face is a mask of pure fury, she's absolutely livid, screaming, "How dare you!" It's a tag team. Both heroes are now tearing through the armored enemies, one of the foes panicking, "Damn it! He still looks fine." Her fury is off the charts. The Black Magician is absolutely losing it, screaming, "Fuck my life. I will kill you all." She channels pure destruction, unleashing a massive purple energy blast from her palm, leaving her enemy stunned and muttering, "What, they?" The raw magic absolutely obliterates an armored enemy, who can only scream, "Damn it," as they're vaporized by the attack. The Black Magician is absolutely unleashing, a torrent of vibrant purple energy exploding from her, surging forward with raw power. Her eyes are practically burning with red light, a fierce, unyielding determination etched across her face as she channels that insane power. The air around her is practically shattering with the sheer force of her magic, a swirling, destructive vortex of purple energy engulfing her entire form. Meanwhile, the princess, always the tactical genius, bellows a command to her allies, rallying them to hold their ground against the onslaught. Chloe's jaw drops in shock, as the princess, bewildered, exclaims, That's so. What just happened?" The Black Magician is still going all out, her voice dripping with pure frustration, "Now that I'm completely blocked, it's over." Tiny's eyes are practically lasers with blue light, his thoughts a torrent of irritation, "Ugh, this moment I hate." The iron golem actually got stronger. The princess is standing her ground, sword drawn and ready, absolutely prepared to meet whatever comes next. Tiny and the Black Magician are now a united front, coordinating their insane powers. "Now. We just need to block as many threats as humanly possible." He unleashes a devastating, purple-hued sword strike, creating a massive impact that rips through the very air. A look of shocked satisfaction flashes across his face, as the attack lands, purple particles exploding around him. But before he can even react, a powerful magical force slams into him, sending him flying back with a desperate cry. He's still reeling from the brutal impact, a guttural grunt torn from his throat. He coughs, his eyes burning with agony and an unyielding resolve, as the Black Magician's gaze also hardens in the distance. The counterattack had hit them both, leaving the Black Magician clutching her chest, blood dripping from her hand. Despite the brutal injuries, Tiny's voice rings out with fierce resolve, proclaiming their strategy is still working. As if on cue, a white wolf-like creature charges forward, its form a blur of pure speed. With a unified purpose, Tiny and the creature launch a coordinated, renewed assault, smashing into the armored foe once again. The Black Magician, absolutely seething, unleashes a torrent of furious purple energy, her voice dripping with pure disdain. Her devastating spell absolutely smashes into the armored foe, sending the massive figure reeling back with a guttural cry. From afar, Chloe can't believe her eyes, utterly shocked by the raw power the mage is still throwing around, even after everything they've been through. But the armored foe hits back hard, a sudden burst of purple energy slamming into Tiny, who gets absolutely rocked and sent flying. But before the enemy can even think about following up, a majestic white wolf, glowing with purple power, explodes into the fight with a savage roar. Witnessing their new ally enter the fray, the Black Magician digs deep, pulling out every last ounce of her power, her entire form now blazing with an intense blue aura, ready to unleash pure destruction. With a primal, ear-splitting scream, she unleashes a catastrophic wave of blue magic, the energy absolutely exploding around her. The raw, unbridled power of the azure lightning absolutely rips through the air, smashing into the armored antagonist with bone-shattering force. As the chaos clears, Tiny stands shoulder to shoulder with the Black Magician, both staring down their battered foe, and he delivers the ultimate command to finish this once and for all. Boom! A devastating purple magic blast detonates, slamming into the armored foe with raw power. The sheer impact sends him flying, his heavy armor barely absorbing the shock. As the enemy falls back, Tiny explodes in frustration, yelling, "Damn it, are you running away?" Seeing the enemy forces scattering, the black magician shouts, "The opponent is pulling away. After her." But then, her eyes blaze crimson as she unleashes a forbidden ritual, crying out, "Kill her. O Lord, bestow thy grace." A maelstrom of dark energy consumes her, propelling her skyward in a terrifying purple vortex. Chloe stares, a chilling thought crossing her mind. Is she going for the last resort of demon worshippers? Tiny grimly confirms it, revealing, sacrificing one's body to amplify magic power. The ritual reaches its terrifying climax in a blinding explosion of purple energy, a full-blown, self-immolation. The black magician's ultimate sacrifice unleashes a cataclysmic wave of purple energy, exploding with an infernal burn. This raw power just keeps expanding, swallowing everything in its wake. The armored foe, Asgard, gets absolutely rocked by the blast, reeling back from the sheer, unadulterated power. The knights are totally maxed out, they can't take this relentless magical beatdown anymore. Tiny's mind races, knowing they need an explosive, game-ending attack to take her down fast. He and Chloe are hyped and ready, shouting that they've bought enough time, now it's someone else's moment to shine. Suddenly, a new player steps onto the field, a blonde woman in a flowing dress, her entire being just screaming pure, serene power. Her hands come together, channeling an insane, blinding light. With an epic declaration, she unleashes a torrent of pure, unadulterated light magic. Divine power isn't just handed out, it's earned through blessings and intense training, with only the truly worthy receiving a sacred benediction. A priest bestows this incredible power, unlocking divine abilities within the blessed. But forget blessings, some people are just born with it, inheriting immense power from day one. We're talking about the legendary knights and saintesses, born with power that changes the world. But let's be real, these powerhouses are incredibly rare, a true phenomenon. And don't forget the clergy, the devoted souls who never leave their temple, their power cultivated within sacred walls. But the peace shatters. A blood-curdling scream rips through a dark forest, as a terrifying horde of skeletal monsters, eyes blazing, bursts forth. The forest was just getting started, when a massive, blinding yellow and purple explosion absolutely detonated, shaking everything with an earth-shattering boom. 2 armored guards were absolutely floored, one of them barely managing to gasp out a worried, "My lady," as the power surged. It was a secret even the princess didn't know, the true depth of her learning abilities, and Tiny could only watch, utterly captivated by the sheer force she was unleashing. He'd never seen a cleric this strong, the light mage now absolutely blazing with a golden glow, ready to unleash something incredible. Arms up, eyes shut, she was absolutely pouring out power, a blinding golden aura just exploding around her. And then, with a massive boom, the light mage just let loose, firing off a devastating spell of pure, raw light. A gut-wrenching scream tore from her throat as she was swallowed by a maelstrom of purple and yellow energy, the sheer, insane power of her own magic threatening to rip her apart. The impact was absolutely insane, a colossal explosion just tearing through everything. And as the smoke cleared, the light mage gazed upwards, her hair whipping around as a brilliant, ethereal golden light just poured down from the heavens, a divine reward for her incredible power. The light mage was down, her overwhelming power abruptly snuffed out. A desperate, disbelieving scream of "I am possible" tore from her as she crashed to the earth. Her face twisted in a furious snarl, she let out a guttural "UGH" and raged, demanding to know how she could fall to such insignificant insects. Towering over the defeated blue light mage, Tiny and the knights stood victorious, the epic clash finally over. He weighed his options, knowing he had to end this now and put her down for good. But just as he moved, a frantic shout pierced the silence, "Wait, Tiny. Don't kill her." He spun around, startled, seeing Chloe charging in, demanding, "What is it?" She quickly laid out her reasoning, insisting they still had vital information to extract from their captive. Tiny's face registered pure shock, his eyes snapping wide open in sudden understanding. He'd been so locked onto the kill, he hadn't even thought about the bigger picture. Despite her dark energy, the light mage was once a cleric. Tiny, towering over her fallen body, is absolutely demanding answers. But he quickly shuts that down, declaring her useless for intel. He can't drag her along, so it's lights out for her. Chloe, though clearly not thrilled, reluctantly concedes they're out of choices. Then, a sudden, brutal impact tears through the scene, exploding the ground with a blinding, electric blue force. The light mage is back on her feet and Tiny is absolutely floored, demanding to know if she was actually a cleric. The other knights are just as stunned, some even shouting in pure amazement at her secret past. She asks if he already knew, and he drops the bomb, she's the only one among them who can use divine power. She confirms his suspicions, admitting she knew all along, and Tiny is instantly demanding to know how. With a heavy look, she reveals her power is a family blessing, a secret she just can't spill right now. The light mage, lost in thought, confesses a devastating truth, she'd lost everything. Tiny, ever the pragmatist, can't believe it's this easy, especially with the black magician hot on her trail. But she's not done, revealing the sheer struggle it took to break free, and the crushing reality that there's no going back. Tiny, taken aback, can't help but ask if she seriously thought he'd be disappointed just because of her situation. With a steely gaze, she declares that even if death had claimed her, it would have been her own weakness to blame, and no one else's. Tiny takes in her fierce determination, and can't argue with that kind of conviction. A flicker of recognition crosses his face, she hasn't changed a bit. Then, with a mischievous grin, she teases him, asking if he was worried, earning a frustrated, ugh, in return. Out of nowhere, Chloe swoops in, hugging the light mage and gushing about how cute she is, adding that she's finally acting like a normal kid. Still caught in Chloe's playful grip, the light mage tries to avoid eye contact as Chloe teases her about being cute, all under Tiny's watchful gaze. The light mage finally turns, catching Tiny's subtle dissent, but Chloe doubles down, declaring her absolutely adorable. Which earns a frustrated groan from the light mage, while Tiny coolly points out that acting like a kid is totally normal at her age. But Tiny quickly cuts through the playful teasing, reminding everyone of their serious mission. He declares that he needs to report to the nearest city ASAP, leaving the light mage with a look of stunned annoyance. They hit the frozen frost gate, an epic structure pulsing with icy blue energy, and you can already hear the buzz of a crowd on the other side. Closing in, he remembers the Sword Emperor's crew just got back from the dungeon, and the light mage is totally baffled why they be way out here. Her eyes pop wide open in shock, while someone else is like, wait, are those, for real? Boom. Past the gate, a massive city entrance is guarded by an insane formation of knights, all under the banner of the Blue Wing Knight Troop. This is huge. The whole squad, decked out in shining gold and blue armor, is locked and loaded, staring down the group. Chloe's checking out the intense scene, totally confused about why such a massive guard is posted at the entrance. What's going down? Someone points out that every single knight here is at least expert class, and get this, they're all from the capital. Talk about an elite force. Then, Commander Clement of the Blue Wing Knight Troop steps up, announcing he and 104 other knights are here, and they're here to greet my lady. Whoa, big entrance. And just like that, the whole troop drops into a deep bow, their voices booming in a massive, greetings, my lady. This is epic. She coolly accepts the formal greeting, thanking Commander Clement and his knights for their service, then gives the command to stand. Clement, still in a deep bow, declares their unwavering loyalty to her commands. He then breathes a sigh of relief, seeing her in good health, mentioning her father's intense concern. The legendary Knight of Speed, Garen Clement, holds his respectful stance. She calmly confirms her health, but can't help but comment on the excessive effort of his journey. Clement shifts the topic to the recent ambush, asking if a black mage truly attacked her, and speculating that her father would have personally intervened if not for the Sword Emperor's presence. His demeanor changes, and she immediately picks up on the gravity, demanding to know if there's an emergency. Clement pauses, then reveals the shocking truth: it's not a monster threat, but the family's priceless treasure, which has vanished without a trace. She immediately counters, insisting they had the treasure with them, but Clement drops the bombshell: it was swapped during the attack. The light mage is reeling from the treasure reveal, but Tiny, ever the pragmatist, cuts right to it: was this thing stashed in a dungeon? He presses, do they really think it's that simple? The light mage stumbles, then drops a bombshell: the family treasure holds a secret, one only the family head ever knows. Tiny's mind races, connecting the dots, so, no one else knows. This treasure isn't just valuable, it's legendary. Then, a lightbulb moment. He announces, he's figured out the whole mystery of the missing treasure. A smirk plays on his lips, his eyes practically glowing with the answer. The light mage and Commander Clement are absolutely floored: how in the world could he have figured it out? But elsewhere, the legendary Sword Emperor Asgard von Valentia, now clued in, makes a definitive call: he needs to see Tiny, and he needs to see him now. He states with finality, only then will the full truth be laid bare. The Sword Emperor and Chloe are absolutely floored. The entire knight squad is on the move. A blonde knight can't help but wonder. Asgard pivots to Chloe. The blonde knight's eyes snap open. Commander Clement can't believe his ears. The family's elite knights are getting wrecked by monsters. No way. He flashes back to the black magician incident: even the best knights couldn't handle it, but Tiny did. Is he a genius, or something else entirely? A monster? He remembers his family took Tiny in, gave him a home, backed him up. Then, it hits him like a lightning bolt, his eyes snapping open as he gasps, wait a minute, Tiny. He demands, what is it? He finally connects the dots: Tiny was the one who sent the letter from Files. The young man looks stunned. Meanwhile, the light mage is absolutely floored, exclaiming that the kid who took down the black magician was Tiny. Her jaw drops, eyes wide with shock. Wow. A breathtaking field of lilac flowers stretches out, their vibrant hues hinting at a deeper story. The light mage, captivated, turns to him and asks, "Do you like lilac flowers?" With a radiant smile, she declares, "I love them." Tiny's face hardens, a profound truth escaping him. "My parents, both gone now, adored them. So much so, they named me after them before I was even born." Her jaw drops, a gasp escaping her lips as she questions, "What?" "Their legendary love, and the one thing I've ever truly cherished. I've told you this, right?" Suddenly, the world blurs, and a forgotten memory surges forward. The Sword Emperor's stern voice cuts through the haze, declaring, "Honestly, I never liked that name. But it's crucial. Never, ever forget it." Snapping back to reality, Tiny's lips curl into a confident smirk. "Understood. Your secret is safe with me." His eyes drop, a profound thought echoing in his mind. He has no idea about his past life, does he? He was told to find his own way, then just left to it. But Tiny knew, deep down, there had to be a path to power. He needed to get strong, and fast, but he couldn't even use an aura yet. Getting stronger was the only thing that mattered. Without an aura, he couldn't even touch a demon commander. But this time, he'd make sure to absolutely crush all their abilities. Meanwhile, the magnificent city of Valentino stood tall. This was the exact spot where Valencia Dole's mansion was located. The moment they step foot, the colossal city of Valentino, one of the continent's legendary 9, explodes into view, a collective roar echoing, "It's Valentino. We're here." The light mage, turning to him, can't help but ask, "Have you ever been to Valentino?" With a knowing smirk, he replies, "It's my first time in this life." Her eyes snap wide, the light mage's face a mask of pure shock, clearly not expecting that response. But the moment is shattered by a gut-wrenching scream, Asgard's voice tearing through the air, "CHLOE. My child." The sudden, agonizing cry rips through Tiny's composure, his face contorting in stunned alarm. Chloe is in freefall, her hand clawing at empty air, a silent scream on her face. Asgard, a blur of motion, desperately hurls himself forward, arm outstretched, a primal scream of despair tearing from his throat as he tries to snatch her from the abyss. A single, agonizing tear streaks from his eye, a stark testament to the crushing horror unfolding before him. Amidst the pandemonium, Tiny's instincts screamed dodge, his gaze locked on the unfolding disaster. The Sword Emperor, Asgard, clutches Chloe's limp form, his face a mask of pure agony, a heart-wrenching cry tearing from his throat, "My baby, why?" But his other daughter, the Light Mage, steps forward, trying to snap him out of it, reminding him of his status while also validating his paternal love. There is nothing wrong about a father caring for his daughter. But Asgard's sorrow morphs into a furious roar, his eyes blazing as he vows, "I won't allow you to hurt my daughter," and demands an apology for Chloe. Then, with a dramatic ahem, Asgard regains his regal bearing, proclaiming to everyone, "You were marvelous." A moment of reflection, and then a genuine smile spreads across his face, thanking them for ensuring Chloe's safe return. His smile widens, a grand gesture forming in his mind, as he declares, "I would like to show you my gratitude." His voice resonates with the dual authority of his position and his heart, emphasizing his role, not just as the Lord of Valencia, but as the father of a daughter. And with a booming, joyful laugh, he throws open the gates to celebration, announcing, "I have prepared a party, so enjoy as much as you want." A whole squad of armored guards shouts their agreement, their loyalty absolute. But then, Asgard, with a hand on Tiny's shoulder, drops a bombshell. "Hold up, who even is this kid?" Tiny's face is priceless, a silent thought bubbles screaming, "Wait, he seriously doesn't know me?" Asgard's grip stays firm as Tiny, trying to play it cool, stammers, Dad." He'd already told him he was a witness at the Black Magic Tower, so what gives? Tiny, clearly thrown off, stutters, "Seriously," as he starts to move, a heavy thud marking his departure. Asgard's face gets super serious, and he lays it out, "I've got something important to tell you." Tiny, turning back towards a mysterious, glowing aura, echoes the chilling words, "The disappearance of Tempest." His eyes practically pop out of his head as he hears his own name, Tiny. Asgard, with a fierce glare and eyes blazing with power, drops the ultimate order, "Now, you're getting an audience, brah." Boom. A blinding, electric blue energy explodes from him, slamming into the ground with insane force. While Tiny, with a fierce blue aura flaring around him, braces for the hit. The raw power shoves him back, his cape snapping wildly in the invisible storm. Asgard, impressed, declares, "You alone have the strength to shatter my barrier. I can't believe you're only a high-level body." But Tiny? He's just shrugging it off, thinking it's easy to repel with his past life's soul power. Even Estima, one of the legendary 7 swords, only just hit high-level status. And get this, Jarek has to stay loyal to the Sword Emperor if he ever wants to become an Aura Exceeder. But the pressure from Asgard just keeps pushing him back. Until Tiny, unfazed, finally asks, is it okay for us to talk here? After witnessing the young man's unexpected power, Asgard's eyes widen in genuine surprise, a soft exclamation escaping his lips. Standing beside his knight, Chloe, Asgard reflects on the display, muttering that no ordinary person could possibly comprehend such a feat. His expression remains one of deep thought, as he ponders the paradox of the young man's strength. A glint in his blue eyes reveals a decision forming, realizing he needs to have a serious conversation with the little kid. The scene shifts to a quiet, sunlit room, a large window offering a view of the outside world. Asgard stands by the window, his gaze distant, as he asks if the young man knows anything about the disappearance of the Tempest. Across from him, seated at a grand desk, Tiny confirms his knowledge, adding that his speculation might be correct. A slight smile plays on Asgard's lips, as he invites the young man to share what he knows. Tiny, with a focused expression, reveals a piece of his past life's knowledge, explaining that Tempest meant time or opportunity. He drops another bombshell, revealing that the Tempest's power, which vanished a month ago, wasn't just gone, it was sent back in time. And since the treasure disappeared a month ago, he wonders if the power itself was just rewound. Could it be that, the power itself wasn't just rewinding? His eyes narrow, ready for the Sword Emperor's response. Asgard, utterly stunned, snaps, care to explain your words? Tiny, unfazed, reveals that everything kicked off with the Tempest disappearing 2 decades later. The young man locks eyes with the veteran, his revelation dropping like a bomb. A luxurious red curtain hangs, a silent witness to the unfolding mystery. Later, in his private study, Asgard ponders, this story is way too convincing to just dismiss it. Even if it sounds like some wild tale spun by a kid. Tiny drops another bombshell, you even know the name of the legendary dwarf warrior, guardian of the world tree. And the name of the mighty orc tribe's warrior. He states matter-of-factly, yeah, they were my allies, right there with me. Asgard, clearly not buying it, challenges him, allies, really? You mean the same guys I've been clashing with this whole time? Tiny, holding up a glowing orb, drops the next bombshell, Tempest isn't just a word, it means time or opportunity. The orb flares with a blue glow as he reveals the chilling cost, by sacrificing a superhuman's life. He finishes, only one person can be sent back in time. A static crackle fills the room as Asgard's jaw drops in utter disbelief. He gazes downward, lost in thought, as ancient words echo in his mind, descendants, whose blood is curious when used. That's what the ancient elves, those connected to the family, once told me. Asgard is reeling from Tiny's bombshell, internally confessing he never thought any of this was actually real. But then he turns to Tiny, declaring that after hearing everything, he's convinced it's all worth believing. Tiny's eyes widen, a clear look of shock on his face. While Asgard's face twists with a heavy, regretful realization, agonizing over his past choice. His eyes now burning with fierce determination. He grapples with the idea, wondering if he really sent Tiny back just because of his raw talent, a deep, unsettling question hanging in the air. Tiny can only manage a bewildered, drawn-out sound. While Asgard stands tall, his voice now booming with authority, declaring the power he wields and what he could unleash. With an iron will, he commands Tiny to rally humanity, to launch a full-scale counterattack against the Demon King's forces. The Sword Emperor's face contorts in raw anguish, his piercing blue eyes blazing with an otherworldly glow as he unleashes a soul-shaking question. Why was it you who came here? The very air crackling with blue energy around Tiny as the devastating question echoes, and not me? Asgard's eyes are absolutely blazing with fury, locked onto his target with pure accusation. He practically snarls, and not me. Tiny fires back, a clear challenge in his voice, obviously. He keeps pushing, demanding answers, only the future you knew about it. What were those promises of bringing me back? The young warrior throws his hands up, scoffing, and other bullshit. His face twists in utter disbelief, I thought you'd just gone totally crazy after all this time. Asgard's eye practically vibrates with suppressed fury. He finally drops the bombshell, so, it was because unlike me, you are the one who can be sent back to the past. A quick flash shows a mysterious figure at a desk, a silent clue to their intense conversation. Asgard's voice booms, you're telling me you used it on me because you weren't sure. Tiny's mind reels, a single, disbelieving, what? Escaping his lips. Asgard, deep in thought at his desk, mutters. Suddenly, a blinding surge of electric blue power slams into Tiny's perception, his eyes blowing wide with a terrifying realization. As Asgard's bombshell drops, the future he made me have queried that you can regress to the past. The truth hits Tiny like a freight train, a choked, desperate sound leaving him, then. A devastating memory rips through him, a still, pale figure of a young woman on a bed. Asgard's voice cuts through the memory, delivering the final, crushing blow, the reason I regress to the day my sister died was. Asgard, completely missing the emotional devastation, innocently asks, did I say something offensive? Tiny, utterly broken, can only manage a whispered, "You." No. He clenches his fist, a quiet denial escaping him. Asgard's grip tightens on his arm, the elder statesman insisting, it's not his fault. He continues, let's just be grateful that I could regress again for the last time. There is one more thing to check. Taking a breath, Asgard then asks, did the future self tell you to come to me? Tiny considers this, while Asgard explains, I think I must show you something that can only be truly sent by me. A soft gasp escapes the younger man. Asgard reveals, the real name of your child is, it comes from the name of the flower your wife and you love. That is widely known, I guess. But, he adds, you told me that you actually don't like that flower. Blue energy crackles between Asgard's hands. As Tiny, eyes wide, murmurs, you said that's the core. That mysterious blue energy, the source of Asgard's revelations, erupts once more. Tiny can only manage a broken, almost insane laugh, his eyes locked onto an unseen horror. Asgard's face twists into a raw scream, unleashing a flood of pent-up emotion. Then pinches the bridge of his nose, a silent, agonizing admission of the torment he's causing. He's reliving a secret he could never utter, a truth he carried until her very last breath. And now, it's a secret he can never share with anyone again. Then, a primal, furious, damn it, rips through the air. Tiny is frozen, head bowed, wrestling with the crushing weight of reality, questioning if this is his ultimate agony, torn between tears and laughter, while Asgard's voice cuts through, demanding to know if he finally believes. The Sword Emperor, glass in hand, his face etched with sorrow, solemnly declares this agonizing truth is the only proof of their family's legacy. A blinding surge of electric blue energy rips through the void, a raw, untamed power. He's thrown back into a memory, a younger version of himself, reliving the Sword Emperor's cutting words, who, even 20 years younger, still had that legendary temper. And the young man knew, deep down, he had to check. In a lavish chamber, the younger Sword Emperor, radiating authority, barked an order to summon a knight. The young man, standing before him, gave a curt, yes, your majesty, but his mind raced, wondering what the emperor was truly planning. With a piercing gaze, the younger Asgard laid it bare, I believe you've regressed to the past, but I don't trust you. Then, with a direct stare, he confirmed the young man's name. But the young man, now burning with resolve, shot back, then, show me. His eyes flared with an intense blue light, demanding to witness the very talent his future self had recognized. The young man's eyes burn with an intense, unyielding determination. Behold the majestic Black Blossom Guild, a fortress of power and ancient secrets. Within the formidable Black Blossom Guild, Asgard confronts the young warrior, his voice dripping with doubt, challenging the very notion of dwelling on anything but absolute truth. But Tiny, remembering his future self's cryptic guidance to find the talent Asgard was testing him for, debates just how much of his incredible knowledge he should unleash. Asgard, sensing the sheer scope of Tiny's hidden knowledge, pushes harder, demanding to know if there's anything he doesn't know about the future, only to concede, a lot. The weight of his future knowledge bears down on him as he carefully chooses his next move. Asgard, still reeling, turns his back, yet his relentless questioning continues, now focusing on Tiny's own destiny. Tiny swiftly shuts down the assumption, making it clear his foresight isn't about that kind of future. Tiny's eyes widen, a shockwave of realization hitting him as the Sword Emperor's intense gaze locks on. Asgard, a titan of wisdom, cuts straight to the chase, declaring he doesn't need future spoilers, but the raw truth of the coming catastrophe, demanding to know the disaster's core. Then, with an iron will, he lays down the law, Tiny is to spill no more secrets, not to him, not to anyone. Asgard's eyes narrow, a storm brewing as he challenges Tiny's entire plan, demanding to know the why behind his actions. His voice booms with unwavering conviction, laying down a fundamental truth, humanity's true strength comes from facing their own trials, forged in the fires of error and defeat. Asgard's face is a mask of stern resolve, hammering home his philosophy, his conviction in organic growth absolute. Turning his back, a silent testament to his wisdom, he reflects on his legacy, confident he's raised his own to conquer any challenge. A rare softness enters his voice, a father's pride and concern for his lineage, knowing they must face the fire to truly shine. With a final, powerful plea, Asgard implores Tiny, do not rob his children of their destiny, of the chance to forge themselves through struggle, even if it means facing the abyss. Tiny's eyes lock on. Dropping a bombshell, he only knows about Asgard's daughter. He quickly adds he couldn't track her growth, too busy fighting for his life. Asgard's face contorts in shock. A stunned, what, barely audible. But then, his voice snaps, calling him a brat and demanding if he's clueless about the future disaster too. Tiny deflects, turning away and vaguely claiming he only knows what everyone else knows. Asgard pushes back, demanding clarification on, that's it, but Tiny, fed up, fires back, what the hell do you want? The older man's face twists into a silent, furious snarl, jaw tight with rage. The Sword Emperor wasn't letting up, his voice booming as he pressed Tiny for answers, absolutely certain he knew more than he was letting on. Suddenly, Asgard lunged, seizing Tiny by the collar and shaking him violently, his voice exploding. Something went down, and you know it. What do you mean, at least? You absolute madman. Tiny's hand clenched around Asgard's arm, his face contorted in agony, a raw cry of, "It hurts," tearing from his throat under the relentless pressure. But Asgard wasn't done, his eyes blazing with rage as he snarled, "You better spill it, or I'll make you." Yet, Tiny wasn't backing down, his own anger flaring as he roared, "This isn't over. You old man." Suddenly, the view pulled back, revealing an epic, sprawling arena, its massive pillars hinting at forgotten battles, a truly monumental setting. Inside the colossal arena, Tiny looked contemplative, a slight frown on his face as he wondered aloud, "Wait, why is this so brief?" Asgard, now looking intensely serious, clarified, there were over 10 chapters, but, the specifics. Tiny, still reeling from the short version of events, can't hold back his frustration, demanding to know why the information feels so utterly useless. He confesses, though, that he only ever got bits and pieces, just whispers from rumors or his crew. Asgard, with a stone-cold gaze, cuts him off, telling him to just listen to his story, a life that was a brutal, agonizing grind. But then, a flicker of something new crosses his face as he drops a bombshell. An oracle foretold it, a new hero, Cromwell, just 18, is about to burst onto the scene, and Asgard is already planning to track her down and turn her into a weapon. The arena falls silent as the prophecy hangs heavy in the air, Tiny staring up at the legendary Sword Emperor, his mind blown. Tiny's eyes go wide, a realization hitting him like a truck, and he starts to speak. Asgard just stares him down, his face a mask of stone, waiting for the kid to catch up. Tiny's face is a mix of shock and sweat as he finally grasps the massive implication, the dawn of a new hero's era. The prophecy's timeline is dropping, revealing the hero will hit 20, but right now, she's just 18. But hold up. Asgard's hand is gripping some wild, glowing artifact, blue energy just going off the charts around it. Then, a crazy screech just blasts through, and Asgard is not happy, demanding to know who's messing with his test. Totally fuming, he's torn between blaming his future self for this mess, or just going off on the useless brat who dared to interrupt him. He spins around, basically saying, "Hey, summon someone else for this gig," because he's clearly not having it. But a voice from nowhere fires back, telling him straight up, someone needs a serious scolding. Meanwhile, some dude in glasses is just like, "What?" totally caught off guard. Tiny's eyes go wide, staring up at this massive, armored beast with glowing eyes, and it hits him, this is the test subject. This huge armored figure just stands there, silent, radiating pure power and filling the whole area. And just like that, the test subject is fully revealed. This absolute unit of a man, clad in epic, heavy armor, practically glows with power. And check out that status, level 5 superior class, this guy means business. A massive, armored warrior, Captain Robinson Drexler, stands ready, his imposing presence undeniable. But then, the legendary Sword Emperor Asgard arrives, declaring, "Drexler, you're here. Perfect." Asgard points to the young man, Tiny, beside him, laying out his audacious demand, "I want this guy as my personal guard. He's a bit much." The captain, however, cuts straight to the chase, "Your Highness, what do you need from me?" Tiny, the young man in question, can only manage a bewildered, "Excuse me?" Captain Drexler, utterly baffled, pushes back, "You want me to guard this kid?" His face darkens, a clear challenge in his voice as he demands, "Seriously? You called a captain like me for this?" Asgard, unperturbed, simply asks, "Have I upset you, Captain Drexler?" But the captain doubles down, "I'm not guarding you, Captain Robinson." Asgard's eyes narrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as Captain Drexler's eyes suddenly blaze with an electric blue glow, making Asgard question, "Drexler?" But just as quickly, the captain's defiance shatters, his entire being bowing in submission as he stammers, "Yes. And my lord." Asgard, now fully in control, coolly retorts, "Did you just call me something else?" The Sword Emperor, Asgard, lays down the law, making it clear this mission is critical and demands their full attention. Captain Drexler, now fully compliant, snaps a crisp, "Yes." But Tiny's reaction is pure shock, a bewildered, "What the hell?" Captain Drexler, a pillar of resolve, maintains his stoic demeanor. Tiny, seemingly unfazed, simply turns his back and walks off. But Drexler's eyes betray his shock, widening in disbelief. Suddenly, Tiny is engulfed in a vibrant blue glow, a powerful aura flaring around him as he wonders, second level. This isn't just a glow, it's the raw, undeniable power of a true expert, manifesting even though he looks barely 20. Now wielding a massive hammer, Tiny, ever curious, innocently asks, "Sir, can I know who made this hammer?" Tiny, eyeing the hammer, wishes for something bigger, and Asgard, without missing a beat, orders a custom upgrade, a massive hammer with a thicker grip. But then, Asgard snaps his gaze to Tiny, demanding he get it together. The Sword Emperor's tone drops, a chilling warning that if Tiny messes this up, that promise is off the table. Tiny, confused, asks about the promise, begging only for protection, but Asgard throws it back, demanding to know what he thinks he's even asking for. Asgard sets him straight, declaring that the promise came from his current self, the one who vowed to help him now. And then, the bombshell, the entire fate of everything will be decided by this duel. Stunned, Tiny confesses he never saw this coming. But Asgard, finger raised, demands just one chance. His terms are clear: if Tiny can land even a single hit, Asgard will declare him the victor. A single, deliberate tap from Asgard cuts through the silence. Tiny, with a confident, almost challenging smirk, fires back, "Don't forget what you just said, okay?" Then, the spotlight hits the beast itself, a colossal, glowing weapon, pulsating with raw power. The legendary hammer, now fully unleashed. Tiny stands ready, radiating pure confidence next to his new weapon, as Asgard and Captain Drexler watch, utterly captivated. Asgard's mind races, his mana control is seriously unconventional. Electric blue mana explodes around Tiny, his eyes burning with intense power, showcasing a technique he clearly forged himself. "This kid is an absolute genius," Asgard declares, his voice filled with awe. Asgard's gaze sharpens, a hint of skepticism in his eyes as he questions if this is all Tiny has to offer. He's deep in thought, grappling with the idea that Tiny might actually know the future. The Sword Emperor looks back at his own journey, imagining a different path to mastery, a choice he could have made. Facing Tiny across the arena, Asgard realizes this kid's got something way more than just raw talent, it's a game changer. His mind races back to the future, desperate to understand what his future self saw in Tiny to make such a huge pact. Then, with a burst of raw power, Asgard throws down the gauntlet, demanding Tiny unleash his absolute best. Hammer ready, Tiny accepts the challenge, his battle stance radiating pure determination to show off his skills again. Out of nowhere, a colossal, glowing-eyed white wolf materializes, and Tiny leaps onto its back, hyped for the ultimate showdown. With an unyielding stare, he makes his move, vowing to strike first if his opponent won't step up. With his beast ready, Tiny explodes into action, roaring, "I'll come after you," closing the gap in an instant. Asgard watches him come, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh ho, a spirit summoner. But the Sword Emperor isn't impressed, unleashing a counterattack with a dismissive, "It's useless." A devastating burst of golden energy slams into Tiny, sending him flying back from the sheer force. But Asgard's shock is palpable, his eyes widening as he whispers, "He couldn't." Against all odds, Tiny ignites, his form engulfed in crackling blue lightning, ready to strike back. He explodes forward, a streak of pure blue power. Eyes blazing with resolve, he unleashes a relentless barrage, the blue lightning surging. Tiny, a blur of electric blue, absolutely explodes forward, his lightning-charged assault so fast it's like he's warping through space, a defiant thought screaming in his head that his enemies couldn't even touch him. Asgard, ever the strategist, instantly analyzes the lightning-fast assault, his mind racing to figure out if this kid is a master of both attack and defense. A genuine look of shock flashes across his face, as he finds this whole thing incredibly intriguing. Then, with a cocky grin, he casually tells the young fighter, not to worry, he'll totally hold back so he doesn't accidentally kill him. But Tiny isn't listening to any trash talk, he just keeps up his insane, lightning-quick attack. His body a pure streak of electric blue as he closes in for a devastating blow. Asgard quickly shifts, preparing for the impact, his mind already formulating a counter, muttering, "All right then, I." But it's too late. Tiny's lightning-infused strike slams home, a blinding, explosive burst of blue energy rocking the very ground. The sheer power of the hit completely engulfs Asgard, swallowing him whole in a raging storm of electric blue lightning. As Asgard, the Sword Emperor, digs in, his gauntlet hand blazing with golden energy, absorbing the raw impact. "How dare you, brat," he bellows, golden energy exploding around him in a furious display of defiance. The very ground beneath him cracks and shatters violently, a testament to the devastating power unleashed. But before the Sword Emperor can even think of a counter, Tiny is already there, closing the distance in a flash, unleashing a devastating kick that sends his legendary opponent reeling back yet again. His eyes ignite with an intense, crackling blue electricity. And a primal roar tears from the young warrior's throat, his entire being engulfed in a blinding, vibrant blue aura. He unleashes a devastating barrage of lightning projectiles, each a searing, explosive bolt aimed directly at the Sword Emperor, who's barely holding on, struggling to deflect the relentless onslaught with his golden energy. He can control more than a longsword that easily. Asgard shouts, pure shock and disbelief etched onto his face as he desperately tries to defend against the relentless, overwhelming assault. The Sword Emperor, still buzzing with residual lightning, analyzes the situation, realizing his opponent's combo attack. But the young warrior? He's locked in, laser-focused on one thing, mastering his perfect technique. And if that's the game, he's ready to play. Suddenly, Asgard explodes forward, a golden aura blazing, roaring at his elusive foe to stop running. But the young warrior is too fast, a blur of motion, leaving golden afterimages as he evades the strike. Kwang! The Sword Emperor's face twists in pure fury, his power surging. He snarls, calling his opponent a rat for his constant dodging. Yet, the young warrior just smirks, his mind already dissecting every single move Asgard makes. Kwang! The battle rages, but he's still dancing through the chaos, reading every attack like an open book. The Sword Emperor's mind was reeling, recognizing the sheer talent before him. This kid had to be one of the 10 greatest knights, no doubt. But Tiny was locked in, laser-focused, mentally screaming that he couldn't afford to drop his guard for even a split second. Asgard grudgingly admitted the kid's precision, but scoffed, thinking it wasn't enough to win, while Tiny's inner voice fired back, I can always adapt. His patience wearing thin, the Sword Emperor roared, Drexler. His face a mask of fury, he bellowed, how long are you going to keep humiliating me? Then, in a blinding flash, Asgard exploded into a furious, blurred assault. His eyes blazing with raw power, he unleashed a relentless barrage, his face a terrifying picture of fury. The Sword Emperor kept up the brutal onslaught, roaring a primal battle cry as he unleashed everything he had. Hiya! His fury absolutely explodes in a guttural roar, veins popping as he unleashes the full, devastating force of his attack. The massive weapon arcs downward, wreathed in crackling yellow energy, striking with such immense power that Tiny is absolutely rocked, thrown backward as the impact reverberates through the very air. Soul weapon! Asgard screams, his eyes bugging out in disbelief at the sheer, overwhelming power of the counter. No! I have to stop this, he screams, reaching forward in pure desperation, Drexler. But Tiny just grins, his eyes burning with an ominous blue light as a devastating blast of energy absolutely erupts from him. The blue aura around him flaring intensely, leaving the Sword Emperor staring in wide-eyed, absolute terror. Fucking shit. A colossal explosion of orange and black energy absolutely engulfs the area, with Tiny standing resolute amidst the chaos. The sheer, unbridled power of that blue energy just explodes, tearing through everything like a jagged bolt of pure, destructive lightning. Tiny's got that confident smirk, and you can practically feel the power building up inside him. Then, bam! Blue lightning explodes from him, striking a giant, glowing yellow cube, and the whole place is just buzzing with insane energy. The raw power of that attack makes Captain Drexler's eyes go wide with pure terror, and you can practically hear him thinking, what the hell just happened? Then, boom! That yellow thing just detonates in a blinding flash of orange and black, sending a massive shockwave everywhere. Tiny just watches the fiery chaos, the ground shaking like crazy under him. Suddenly, everything swallowed by a brilliant white light, with shimmering particles just floating everywhere. And just like that, he's falling, absolutely plummeting through the sky towards a massive city below, with a voice screaming in his head, what have you done? As he free falls through the endless sky, that chilling, unseen voice cuts through the air, questioning if he even comprehends the sheer magnitude of what he's just unleashed. He slams into the ground, only to find Asgard looming over him, his voice cutting like a blade, I told you to show me your potential. A ragged cough tears through him, and Asgard's voice intensifies, I didn't tell you to pull a stunt. His face, a canvas of dirt and crimson, screams of the brutal impact he just survived. Asgard stares down at the battered youth, his face a storm of worry and pure exasperation. A heavy sigh escapes him, before he finally manages, well. The old warrior's eyes are piercing, his brow a roadmap of intense contemplation. Just a few feet away, the epicenter of the recent cataclysm, a small, pulsating cube crackles with raw, untamed blue lightning, its power still surging. He pushes himself up, injuries be damned, now radiating a fierce blue aura, his eyes blazing with an unshakable resolve. Tiny lets out a primal scream, unleashing an absolutely insane strike, his sword blazing with golden power. His attack just keeps getting stronger, blinding everyone with its sheer power as blue energy explodes from his very being. Then, a massive, earth-shattering crash. The mysterious glowing cube, the one he was aiming for, is now visibly cracked, with shimmering particles flying everywhere. He stares at the now cracked artifact, a single thought burning in his mind, did that actually work? His face is pure intensity, eyes locked on the prize, totally focused. He just went for it, full throttle, driven by an overwhelming urge to get the job done. Meanwhile, Asgard is just watching this whole crazy stunt, his face a perfect blend of, I told you so, and, oh no, not again. He shouts, his voice cutting through the air, you could have died. He explodes, how could you pull that off just to win a measly duel? The Sword Emperor retorts, well, I didn't die, and I even won the bet. Tiny, battered but unyielding, fires back, did you live this recklessly in your past life too? Of course, I did. Asgard shoots back, a smirk spreading across his face, why the hell would you? Tiny's thoughts race, because unless he pushes it to the absolute limit, there's nothing someone like him, who lives on the streets, can ever gain. Asgard's eyes snap wide open, processing the raw truth. His conviction solidifies, he had to win this bet, no matter the cost, right? That's how I've been living my life. Tiny declares, his eyes burning with resolve. A fierce, almost triumphant grin splits Tiny's face, radiating pure, unyielding determination. He locks eyes with Asgard, pushing the conversation forward. So, what's the verdict, Your Excellency? Did I just prove everything I needed to? Asgard's stern facade cracks, a flicker of respect in his eyes. Even I couldn't have uttered such words. His gaze sharpens, a vision of what could be. Perhaps my future self could. But then, a shadow crosses his features, a harsh self-assessment. A legend bested by a mere street rat, now utterly worthless. Then, with a powerful declaration, the Sword Emperor's voice booms. My word is my bond. And I'm giving you something to hold on to right now. Tiny, still grounded, looks up at the towering figures, absorbing the weight of the moment. A massive, joyful smile erupts on his face as he starts to respond, thank you. Battered and broken, his body lay motionless, a stark reminder of the epic battle he'd just survived. Blood smeared across his face, his eyes were still closed, lost in the void. But then, a spark of life, and a single word broke the silence, you. He was down, with the Sword Emperor and Captain Drexler right there, the raw power of their clash still hanging heavy. Then, a low groan as he finally came to, his eyes snapping open to a ceiling he'd never seen before. He was in a super fancy bedroom, chilling in a huge four-poster bed, with the Sword Emperor right there and Captain Drexler watching from the back. Totally confused, he could only manage a weak whisper, where am I? Asgard, the Sword Emperor himself, turns to Tiny, dropping a bombshell, we've got a lot to talk about. Follow me. The legendary warrior strides off, Tiny hot on his heels, wondering what's next in this luxurious, yet mysterious, place. Gazing through a massive window, Tiny cuts to the chase, demanding to know how long he's been out since that epic duel. Asgard, ever the calm one, drops the bomb, only half a day. Wait, what? Tiny's jaw drops, utterly stunned, demanding to know if Asgard called in some super healer for his lightning-fast recovery. Tiny, clearly exasperated, throws his hands up, yelling, Father. The reveal is here. Asgard, with a knowing smirk, reveals the truth, I was the one who healed him. The Sword Emperor, clearly annoyed, snaps back, and you still have the nerve to ask for compensation for my healing, you ungrateful brat. Tiny, still reeling from the revelation, fires back a warning, don't even think about doing anything that'll get you hurt again. Just as Tiny's trying to figure things out, a powerful queen with piercing blue eyes confronts him, her face a mask of shock and fury. She's not having any of it, shouting that this brat is actually the hero who saved her daughter. Her voice practically shakes the room, demanding to know who would ever think she'd hurt the person who saved her kid. This news hits Tiny like a truck, because he'd been convinced his survival was all thanks to his own street smarts and grit. Never even dreaming there was a bigger reason behind it all. Still fuming, the queen practically shouts, asking if he even realizes he was brought back from the brink of death. A tiny, knowing smirk tugs at his mouth, as if everything suddenly clicks into place. Seeing his expression, the queen playfully scolds him for being greedy, just like Asgard had before. He finally looks down, offering a quick, heartfelt apology for making everyone worry. He's absolutely beaming, that earlier apology totally gone from his mind, soaking in the royal vibe. But then, a soft voice drops a hint, he could totally act more like a kid. The queen, with that super gentle, knowing look, just smiles down at him, totally amused. His face just totally twists in shock, and he's thinking, what was up with that look? Then another voice, maybe the Sword Emperor's, just cuts right into his head, pointing out that even he's clueless about what's really going on. The Sword Emperor's brain just goes wild, picturing a demonic Tiny, eyes blazing red, gripping the queen's neck, spitting out a brutal warning, he'd better watch out if he ever thought about flirting with her. That thought alone just shocks the Sword Emperor, his face totally freaking out like the queen's in his head, as he internally screams, Dad. Tiny, now grinning right next to the Sword Emperor, clears up his earlier freakout, saying he was just shocked when the queen dropped the "your daughter" bomb. He keeps going, clearing up any lingering confusion, because, like, meeting a black magician and them teaming up to beat her. That totally didn't happen. The Sword Emperor's jaw drops, his eyes practically bugging out. He's absolutely floored by what he's just heard. And the queen. She's just as stunned, her eyes popping open as she claps a hand over her mouth in pure shock. She can't help but comment on how young he is, but the Sword Emperor just brushes it off, both of them staring down at Tiny. A powerful voice, maybe the Sword Emperor's inner monologue, drops some wisdom, if it's true, everyone needs to know. But hold up, the real mission right now is the coming-of-age ceremony. Still looking a bit stunned, the queen quickly reassures everyone, promising that everything is ready and they're all gonna love it. With a tight fist, the Sword Emperor gives a curt okay, clearly still processing everything. Footsteps softly echo, as the Queen and Sword Emperor keep their eyes fixed on Tiny, who's standing right there. Tiny, meanwhile, is all business, his face locked in a serious, determined stare. That commanding voice is back, dropping a reminder that he's forgotten some crucial advice, and from now on, this secret is strictly need to know. Still processing the mind-bending revelation of his past, Tiny hangs on every word as the Sword Emperor drops another bombshell. The truth about him being from the future is a top secret, need-to-know basis, and only they are in the loop. The Sword Emperor doubles down on the secrecy, making it crystal clear that this earth-shattering truth needs to stay buried, far from anyone else's ears. But across the fabric of reality, a cosmic truth reverberates, unveiling the epic flow of mana and the very strings of fate, all meticulously woven by the all-powerful goddess herself. Suddenly, a mysterious, white-haired figure, clutching a glowing golden clock, reveals a shocking truth: even the all-seeing goddess, the ultimate cosmic admin, can't mess with certain fundamental laws of existence. Her voice rings with a chilling warning, as she condemns humanity's meddling with destiny, calling it a grave insult to the divine order. Then, a dazzling ring, sparkling with an otherworldly gem, takes center stage, symbolizing the ancient oath of a tribe sworn to guard the temple and the very fabric of fate itself. Back in the office, the Sword Emperor's eyes widen as he puts the pieces together, a sudden realization hitting him: Captain Drexler, their trusted ally, must be from this legendary goddess's tribe, the very guardians of destiny. This forbidden knowledge, he ponders, isn't just floating around, it's locked away in the legendary real Holy Bible, a sacred text guarded by only the most ancient families. The sheer magnitude of these revelations hits Tiny like a truck, leaving him utterly dumbfounded, only able to utter a confused, huh, as his world gets turned upside down. The Sword Emperor drops a bombshell, revealing that only the 10 great continents will ever know the real deal, and Tiny is right there in the thick of it. Tiny's on it, nodding along, knowing only those 10 continents are in the loop. And the Sword Emperor lays it out, this knowledge. It's all gods, and they're just the messengers. Tiny's got that sly grin, totally on board and not planning to spill the beans to a soul. But then he drops the real bomb: he's gonna use that knowledge he's got. The Sword Emperor's face lights up, calling it great. Tiny's eyes narrow, and he hits him with the big question: what skill am I gonna use in the future? The Sword Emperor's caught off guard, just a confused, huh, escaping him. Tiny's got that determined look, laying down the law: if I'm giving you what you need, you owe me a favor. Have some confidence. He reaches out, utterly stunned, as the Sword Emperor's words hit him like a truck: you've gotten way too arrogant, forgetting your place. The Sword Emperor's eyes narrow, a mischievous glint appearing as he ponders a different angle. He's clearly enjoying this insolence, calling the young man a rude brat with a smirk. Before he can even blink, the Sword Emperor lands a quick, playful smack right on his head. Totally blindsided, he stumbles back, grabbing his head and yelling, ouch. Why'd you hit me? The Sword Emperor just grins, clearly enjoying the show as Tiny fires back: you damn old geezer. With a low chuckle, the Sword Emperor casually straightens his collar. His hands move with practiced ease, a subtle display of his unwavering control. He turns, looking out over the city from a massive window, and coolly states, I think I should fix that manner of yours first. Asgard watches as Tiny turns his back, walking away from the confrontation. But the young man suddenly spins around, his voice rising in a challenge, demanding to know if Asgard understands his identity, declaring the situation a problem. Before Tiny can finish his thought, Asgard's hand flashes out, a sharp, open palm strike across the young man's face, eliciting a pained gasp. The Sword Emperor then asserts his intention to fulfill a promise, vowing to teach Tiny the proper manners befitting the Valencia family. He holds Tiny firmly by the collar, his grip unyielding. A knowing smile spreads across his face as he asks if Tiny has ever heard of a power called gravity, before revealing his intention to teach him the gravity magic exclusive to the Valencia family patriarch. A low groan escapes him, as the relentless blows keep landing. He's barely holding on, but the Sword Emperor's voice cuts through the barrage, taunting him, asking if he's already struggling when they haven't even truly begun. Tiny screams in pure frustration, demanding he stop hitting him. But Asgard just calmly tells him to listen up. The ancient family's secret legacy, split into 4 parts, is all about mana control. And this bald master reveals it's a brutal technique, fusing both offense and defense. He then demonstrates an attempted acquisition method from level 1, his form radiating with intense golden energy. Tiny's mind is blown, his eyes practically popping out. 4 parts. This is way bigger than he thought. Then it hits him like a lightning bolt: this must be the secret behind the Valencia family's legendary power. Asgard, seeing the gears turning in Tiny's head, just grins and gives him the nod of approval. But Tiny's not done yet, his mind racing. He fires off another question: if he doesn't need a weapon, does he even need to learn sword moves? Asgard's eyes practically pop out. He can't help but crack a smile, admitting he prefers a direct approach, not some wishy-washy, flexible and friendly type. A booming laugh escapes him. Asgard confirms Tiny's on the right track. And just like that, in the depths of the old fortress, he unlocked the aura attribute. He's convinced his mana control is about to hit perfection, but then it dawns on him, all his masterful defensive moves. Totally ridiculous. He's just thinking, those defensive moves were a total joke. While he's reeling, the Sword Emperor drops the bomb, the real power of the Valentia family. It's not what he thinks. Asgard's hand glows with power, dropping the bombshell. It's all about attribute acquisition, the aura attribute method. Tiny's jaw drops, completely stunned, as Asgard coolly declares, he's about to teach him this game-changing secret. The Sword Emperor, with a knowing look, doubles down, he's teaching him the attribute acquisition method. Tiny's mind is blown, his eyes wide as he screams, it's not about defense. His face is a picture of pure, unadulterated shock, his entire world just got flipped upside down. Asgard just smirks, a quiet, puduk sound echoing his satisfaction, watching Tiny's mind shatter. Out of nowhere, a brutal, metallic crash rips through the silence, and a desperate ACK screams into the void. Deep within a shadowy lair, a clandestine assembly of cloaked figures stirs, the chilling declaration, Irina died, sparking hushed, agitated whispers. The leader, shrouded in shadow, cuts through the tension with a chilling declaration, fuming that their sword meant to pierce through the heart of Elsenheim has been snatched away. A vein throbs in his hidden temple, as he seethes, we shouldn't have lost her that easily. A subordinate steps up, their voice a venomous hiss, spitting, we suspect that a kid of the Mage Tower is the culprit. The leader's eyes blaze with an infernal red, piercing the gloom, his voice a chilling command, gather information about him. The final words a deadly warning, but ensure the Empire never catches your tail. The shadowy figures confirm their allegiance, a chilling chorus of, yes, sir. A subtle sound cuts through the tension. While the shadowy leader, a glass of dark liquid in hand, issues a chilling directive, and don't forget this crucial detail. A surge of dark power ripples from the leader. Their determination solidifying as the chilling truth is revealed, Karen's mission remains the absolute top priority. The leader's eyes blaze with an infernal red glow, a terrifying display of their absolute resolve. A fist tightens with fierce resolve, mirroring the sheer power of their will. Elsewhere, a young boy with a mischievous grin questions aloud, wait, so my boss is getting a new body just as a cover-up? An older gentleman, with distinguished blonde hair and a pipe, observes the boy with a knowing gaze, his thoughts hidden behind a calm facade. The Sword Emperor, Asgard von Valentia, locks eyes with the young prodigy, declaring he's already mapped out the perfect path for him. He's already made up his mind, and once the kid hits that next level, he'll get one final, epic choice for his destiny. Despite being just a kid, Asgard admits he's already way stronger than all the other knights. Then he brings up that time Tiny totally wiped out on the last mission and had to be carried, asking if he's got some secret, unique technique up his sleeve. Asgard points, demanding if he remembers anything at all, and Tiny just freezes, lost in thought. He pushes, asking if Tiny didn't just unleash insane mana in his past life, leaving the question hanging. Then Asgard switches gears, pointing out Tiny's heavy armor, and now that he brings it up, yeah, that gear is seriously bulky. Tiny's eyes widen in surprise, and he processes the thought, realizing the heavier the armor, the more it sucks. He glances up, totally baffled, and just goes, Asgard von Valentia, the Sword Emperor, holds a simple apple, but his mind is clearly grappling with a profound question about its very essence and weight. He visualizes his point, showing Tiny in his colossal heavy armor, a tiny version of himself next to the behemoth, symbolizing the raw power that defies mere mass. The armored titan marches on, Asgard's voice booming, declaring that their speed and strength are directly tied to their weight. Back in reality, Asgard fixes his gaze on Tiny, demanding to know what he makes of this mind-bending concept. He presses on, clarifying that it's not just about adding some random attraction force, but a fundamental force of attraction that exists between all objects. Tiny's brow furrows, his face a mask of utter bewilderment as Asgard's words spiral into pure theoretical physics. Asgard dives deeper, revealing that the more he wears it, the more he loves it, but then drops the bombshell, the amount of energy you wield directly impacts your weight. Tiny's mind is blown wide open, his eyes practically popping out of his head in pure, unadulterated shock. Asgard's stare is piercing, while Tiny, utterly exasperated, screams, what the fuck are you even saying? The Sword Emperor, Asgard von Valentia, throws his hands up in pure disbelief, utterly floored by the question he just heard. He lets out a heavy sigh, trying to keep his cool, and explains he just listened to the kid for once, repeating that land masses have an attraction force that pulls objects down. Still looking totally lost, the young man asks if the land actually pulls objects, making Asgard point out that he must have felt that force pulling him down every time he tried to jump. Asgard rubs his temples, a vein practically popping, muttering, then why aren't objects just floating if nothing's pulling them down? He then demonstrates, letting a small object drop from his hand, demanding to know why it falls to the ground. Tiny, still completely clueless, just shrugs and says, because that just happens. Asgard's patience snaps, his voice booming as he yells, exactly. Why does that happen, while Tiny, looking even more stressed, can only make a confused noise. Asgard, now totally fed up, explains it happens because they have to think about it, wondering aloud what a weird old man he must seem. He then asks if the kid isn't even going to try to understand, his frustration boiling over as Tiny just stays totally confused. Asgard, reaching his breaking point, tried to dumb it down, but Tiny, completely lost, just stared blankly. If you can't get it, he snapped, a heavy thud punctuating his frustration, just pretend it magically happens. Tiny's jaw dropped, his eyes bugging out as he felt the sudden, inexplicable push. Asgard's patience evaporated, his eyes flaring red as he mentally raged about his students' insane theories. Tiny let out a blood-curdling scream, red energy exploding around him as he was launched like a rocket. He was free-falling, screaming for anyone to save him. Thump after thump, he kept dropping past a massive church, still trying to figure out why he was even falling. Then, a blinding flash, a jarring impact, and everything went dark. And just to drive the point home, Asgard, now right above him, delivered a brutal kick straight to his face. Lesson learned. He's free-falling. Tiny's eyes are blown wide, and suddenly, raw, vibrant blue energy just explodes around his hands. The ground rushes up fast, his feet a blur as he rockets down. Then, a flashback hits him, Asgard, holding him by the collar, his words cutting deep, you'll only learn by experiencing it with your body. Back to the present, Tiny's face is pure panic, and that blue mana around his hands just goes absolutely wild, sparking and crackling. As the energy goes nuts, one desperate thought screams in his head, a mana freeze. Asgard's intense gaze burns in his memory, his voice a steel-hard promise, I will teach you this time. And his own bewildered voice echoes, why do people even fall when they climb up high? The answer still totally lost on him, a confused, drawn-out G-gravity, barely escapes his lips. A desperate scream rips through the air. As he plummets uncontrollably, his limbs flailing wildly against the rushing wind. The ground below rushes up with terrifying speed. Meanwhile, from high above, Asgard's voice echoes with a chilling lesson, feel the gravity with your body, kid. Enraged by the cruel instruction, he screams back, "Hey, you crazy old fucking." Still, the descent continues. A whooshing sound accompanying his wide-eyed terror as the impact draws ever closer. A single, desperate expletive escapes him, shit. As the cobblestone ground fills his vision, and the grim realization sets in, I'm definitely gonna die. Still plummeting, a raw scream rips from him as he unleashes his iron body skill. Lunar Wolf, he roars, a desperate, last-ditch effort. His face twists, eyes wide with a desperate, fiery resolve. Then, a blinding surge of blue energy explodes around him, coalescing at insane speeds. Out of that swirling light, a majestic white wolf-like creature bursts forth, its eyes blazing with an ethereal blue. With a thunderous impact, the newly summoned Lunar Wolf lands, unleashing a triumphant howl that rips through the air. A relieved, almost manic laugh bursts from Tiny, now safely on solid ground. But then, the wolf turns its head, a look of utter bewilderment plastered across its face. Above the sprawling metropolis, the very atmosphere was charged with an insane energy. As a young man was sent hurtling through the sky, a desperate cry tearing from his throat. But just as doom loomed, a majestic lunar wolf burst forth, its powerful form snatching him from the jaws of death. The young man, now sprawled on the ground, was still reeling from the insane drop. He couldn't believe how high he'd been, the system confirming his clutch activation of Iron Body and Lunar Wolf summoning. His eyes were still wide with the lingering terror of the whole ordeal. When a familiar, commanding voice sliced through the air, demanding if he'd finally felt the true power of gravity. Still sprawled on the ground, the young man confirmed he'd felt it with every fiber of his being. To which the older man retorted that he'd obviously dropped him from an insane height, but was genuinely shocked he hadn't just died. He then pressed, asking if the young man could now control gravity. Asgard's words hang in the air, and Tiny is just utterly bewildered, hanging there in disbelief. The Sword Emperor's voice just cuts through the air, declaring this whole ordeal is gonna repeat, and Tiny is not having it, begging for a real explanation. But his pleas are totally ignored as he just plummets, screaming in pure terror, the world a dizzying blur around him. Still falling, he can only curse the guy above him, yelling for answers from that old fart. Then, a bone-jarring impact. Followed by a ragged, desperate gasp for air. His face contorted in a raw mix of fear and exhaustion, sweat pouring down his brow. He finally awakens in a bed, his hand now emitting a soft, golden glow. Tiny's eyes snap open in a lavish room, his voice barely a rasp, where am I? A stunning blonde woman beams down at him, now sitting up, good heavens, you woke up. She declares with an ecstatic grin, "You are now an expert." The revelation hits him like a truck. Already became an expert, he mutters, his mind reeling, "I'm already." His jaw drops, eyes wide with shock, "An expert." His jaw drops. He can't believe it. A hammer expert. But elsewhere, the legendary Sword Emperor stands atop a massive building, his eyes locked onto a mysterious symbol. Back to Tiny, who's just letting out a frustrated shit as he looks around. His face is a whirlwind of shock and pure intensity. And then, pure disbelief. "That really worked," he shouts, utterly stunned. Meanwhile, a sharp-eyed blonde woman can only sigh, demanding to know what kind of insane training he's been doing. Tiny sits across from a stern, white-bearded man who's absolutely furious. He calls the training too brutal, even for the Sword Emperor's disciple, yelling, "How can you call that training?" A mysterious blonde woman confronts Tiny, demanding answers about how he made his opponent vanish into thin air. But then, her tone shifts, as she points out the bizarre fact of him even being there. With a dramatic gesture, she brings up his massive coming-of-age ceremony, wondering why he isn't swamped with duties. Tiny, cool as ever, just chills on a luxurious bed, taking it all in. The blonde woman keeps her gaze fixed on him from her chair, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. After a beat, she drops the bombshell, she's not even busy. Tiny, ever the pragmatist, lays it out, revealing he just has to follow some rules, so he's totally free. His face remains perfectly stoic. A small smile plays on her lips, as she gives him a vote of confidence, knowing he'll crush it. He clarifies, dropping the bombshell of the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony. And the blonde woman, with an almost arrogant smirk, declares herself a genius. But her confidence shatters, a shocked "ugh" escaping her lips. She quickly recovers, playfully asserting her status as the main character with a cheeky grin. Yet, even the main character gets nervous, a bead of sweat betraying her true feelings. Then, with a sudden shift, she reveals that everyone close to him has already picked up on something big. He can only stammer, "Are really," his surprise evident. And then, the ultimate twist, she's family now, and it's okay if he noticed. The sheer audacity of her statement leaves him utterly speechless, a bewildered, "What?" hanging in the air. Still reeling from the last bombshell, he heard a new voice cut through the air. A blonde woman declared that since he was training with her dad, they were basically family now, and she commanded him to start calling her Nuna immediately. He was completely blindsided by the announcement, only managing to stammer out, "Nuna." She looked genuinely puzzled by his lack of enthusiasm, demanding to know why he wasn't thrilled, then dropped the bomb, "I'm the daughter." He couldn't help but let out a chuckle at the sheer absurdity of it all, which immediately drew her confused gaze. Grinning widely, she then laid down the law, since they were family now, it was top secret. He just stared at the ground, taking it all in, then finally managed a soft, "Okay." A subtle, knowing smirk crept onto his face as he finally met her gaze. Just as her voice cut in once more, dropping the casual bomb that her dad had been searching for him. A crackling blue lightning bolt absolutely rips through the dark, stormy sky, its raw power screaming with an ominous sound. Below, the heavy clank of armored boots hints at a formidable presence. Inside an elaborate, maze-like structure, two figures in crisp military uniforms are navigating the intricate pathways. One of them, a black-haired soldier, moves ahead, as a voice from behind drops a bombshell, acknowledging a massive achievement. "I heard that you have reached the rank of expert." Soon, he's standing face-to-face with the legendary Sword Emperor, a formidable figure absolutely decked out in gleaming golden armor, all within a grand hall of towering columns. He looks up at the imposing man, cutting straight to the chase, "You get. Why did you call me here anyway?" He turns slightly, glancing back at the Sword Emperor, a hint of curiosity sparking in his eyes. His gaze then shifts, a sudden realization hitting him like a truck as he remarks, "You also brought someone with you." The Sword Emperor looks towards the approaching blonde woman, who steps into view, confirming the young man's sharp observation. "Forget about him," the Sword Emperor barks, his eyes locked on his target. "Anyway," he presses, his armored boot thudding with intent. "How about a redemption battle, huh?" he demands, a fierce glint in his gaze. His armored leg lashes out, a blur of raw power. Tiny's eyes widen, taken aback. "Without any weapon?" he asks, the challenge sinking in. The Sword Emperor's gaze drops, a rare admission. "To think I lost my cool against a kid. Not exactly knightly behavior. So come on. Do whatever you want, boy," he challenges, his voice now ringing with renewed authority. He stands, radiating power, a golden aura flaring around his shield, daring Tiny to approach. Tiny's leg pulses with a faint blue glow, a silent acceptance of the challenge to master his newfound power. Tiny flashes a confident grin, his eyes blazing with an intense blue glow. "I won't refuse it," he roars, rocketing forward, a blinding blue aura exploding around him. The Sword Emperor barely has time to brace, his heavy armor straining. In a flash, Tiny closes the gap, a devastating strike incoming. His glowing fist smashes into the Sword Emperor's shield, unleashing a shockwave that rips through the air. The sheer impact shatters the ground, blue energy erupting from the point of contact. The Sword Emperor's leg armor cracks and splinters, the force driving him back relentlessly. "What the?" he gasps, utterly stunned. His eyes snap wide open in a moment of chilling clarity. That the power of the Lunar Wolf. The Sword Emperor barely gets his shield up, but Tiny's weaponless strike still connects with a bone-jarring impact, sending him absolutely flying backward from the sheer, unadulterated power. He's sent tumbling through the air, crashing down with a sickening thud. Meanwhile, Tiny lands with a powerful stomp, his gaze locked onto the fallen Sword Emperor. With a fierce battle cry, he launches himself forward again. The Sword Emperor is down, his armor shattered, completely incapacitated. A savage grin splits Tiny's face as a mace-like weapon, pulsating with raw blue energy, manifests in his grip. The weapon hums with overwhelming power, poised to unleash a final, crushing strike. Tiny's devastating blue lightning energy crackles and descends, his mace attack unleashed. But Asgard, clenching his fist and radiating golden energy, defiantly dismisses the impact, shouting it's just a scratch. As he wields his golden mace, surrounded by flaring golden energy, ready to unleash his counter. Even as Tiny's glowing blue mace emits intense energy, his attack is met with an unexpected, overwhelming force. He's suddenly struck by a powerful blue energy blast, recoiling violently as his own power is turned against him. The impact intensifying, pushing him back with overwhelming force. The sheer momentum sends him flying through the air, until he lies defeated on the ground, while Asgard stands victorious over him, his golden weapon still glowing. The Sword Emperor stands triumphant, questioning the effectiveness of that scratch. A blinding flash of blue energy rips through the darkness. As Tiny, with a primal roar, absolutely hammers his sword into Asgard's shield, the sheer force detonating a shockwave. He's a relentless blur, a whirlwind of steel, pushing his attack with impossible speed. Even Asgard's eyes widen, a rare moment of shock as he processes the sheer power, wondering, what's going on? Do the impossible, Tiny, a voice screams, and the young warrior unleashes a final, earth-shattering strike. Another surge of electric blue energy, culminating in an explosive, deafening crash against the Sword Emperor's impenetrable guard. But then, in a brutal reversal, Tiny is violently thrown back, his own power now consuming him as he flies through the air, eyes blazing with raw, untamed energy. The sheer force of the counterattack sends him absolutely flying, his body a blur of crackling blue energy as he's violently thrown backward. A pained cry ripping from his throat. He's sent spinning through the air, engulfed in his own explosive power. From a distance, two guards are absolutely stunned, one admitting his head is spinning from the sheer power, while the other grimly notes that even the strongest hunters are still just human. But the Sword Emperor stands absolutely firm, his armored foot unyielding, a rock in the storm. Tiny, battered but absolutely unbroken, struggles to push himself up, knowing he has to get back on his feet and continue this insane fight. His opponent's ornate shield gleams, a silent, terrifying challenge. With a fierce, burning glare, Tiny declares that he didn't want this outcome either. The Sword Emperor, anticipating his next move, challenges him, asking if he's truly ready for what's coming next. Asgard, radiating a golden aura, feels the surge of newfound power, declaring he's finally mastering this mana thing. Meanwhile, Tiny unleashes a devastating swing with his weapon. The Sword Emperor's hand crackling with golden energy as he focuses on his weapon's unique properties, feeling it become impossibly light during the swing. Tiny's face a mask of pure resolve. His weapon now blazing with an intense blue glow, and impossibly heavy just before impact. He grinds his teeth, channeling every ounce of power into the strike. The blue energy around his weapon reaching critical mass, poised to detonate its full power on impact. With a blinding, explosive flash of blue lightning, Tiny's weapon absolutely obliterates into Asgard's golden energy shield. The Sword Emperor digs in, a primal hup, tearing from his throat as his golden defense miraculously holds against the earth-shattering blow. The air still sizzles with residual blue lightning, a raw testament to the sheer force unleashed. His eye snaps wide open in pure shock, Asgard barely registers the hit. A raw, guttural cry rips from his throat. No hesitation, no mercy. Tiny blitzes forward, covering ground in a blur. He launches himself skyward, ready to unleash another devastating blow. Break the defense, then attack, is his mantra. Barely holding on, down on one knee, Asgard roars a desperate command, use them. But Tiny's weapon is already blazing with an intense blue energy, locked and loaded for the kill. Asgard's eye widens again in pure disbelief, knowing what's coming next. This is it. Tiny's battle skill, first technique. His eyes glowing with fierce determination. The Sword Emperor is caught in the full force of the blast. The ground beneath him cracks and shatters. Far in the distance, a massive explosion erupts. Two observers watch from a rooftop. The blonde-haired man's eyes widen in disbelief. He then exclaims. The distant structure continues to crumble. The training ground lay in absolute ruins, a testament to the sheer power unleashed, and from the heart of the devastation, Asgard's voice cuts through the air, a definitive declaration that the training has reached its end. Tiny's expression shifts from shock to gratitude, as he quickly offers his heartfelt thanks for the invaluable assistance. But Asgard's reply is laced with a mischievous grin, a casual reminder that he was holding back. The Sword Emperor, cool and collected, exudes an aura of absolute confidence. But Tiny, with a fierce glint in his eyes, fires back, revealing he wasn't going all out either. Asgard's eye snaps open, a rare moment of shock flashing across his features. Then, Tiny drops the mic with a powerful reminder, revealing his true identity as a spirit tamer. And just like that, a colossal, glowing white wolf spirit erupts into existence behind him, its power radiating as Tiny flashes a triumphant grin. Arms crossed, with his colossal spirit guardian looming behind him, Tiny stands victorious, his true, overwhelming power finally unleashed. The Sword Emperor, Asgard, lets out a massive laugh, declaring the training officially over. The crowd goes absolutely wild, celebrating Tiny's incredible achievement. And then, with a flourish, Asgard makes the ultimate offer, inviting Tiny to join the legendary Blue Wing. But hold up. Tiny's response is not what anyone expected, a flat-out refusal to join the Blue Wing. With a confused look, he drops a bombshell, asking if the Duke hadn't already spilled the beans. His eyes go wide, as the truth dawns on him, Asgard has no idea. Asgard's whole demeanor just crumbles, his face contorting in pure shock as he screams, "Why?" His jaw drops, completely flabbergasted by Tiny's revelation. The imposing Knight Commander, in full battle regalia, drops the bomb, "You passed." But the young man, Tiny, hits back with a shocking refusal, "No way am I joining the Knights." The commander is stunned, asking if he missed the memo from the Duke himself. Tiny's only response is a sheepish, Then the commander unleashes the real question, "Why did you learn the Valencia family's secret technique?" Tiny's epic comeback. "Oops, I forgot to tell you guys." Cut to Tiny, chilling in a new spot, dropping some wisdom, "Better not be bored while globetrotting." He stares out, already planning his next epic move. Asgard's voice booms, acknowledging the young man's incredible efforts. "Anyway, you did well. You were better than most," a proud, knowing smile gracing the Sword Emperor's face as he looked out a window, clearly impressed. A terrifying memory flashes through Tiny's mind, a younger version of himself screaming in pure, unadulterated terror. Before he replies, his voice tight, "Thanks to your help, Your Highness." His current self clenches his jaw, eyes wide with a mix of raw anger and frustration, clearly seething with internal conflict. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, Asgard discusses urgent matters with Clement, dropping a bombshell. The preparation for the great catastrophe is almost done. He then inquires, his gaze sharp, almost. "Is there anything else we need?" Later, back with Tiny, Asgard makes a surprising offer, promising, "I will craft you an artifact warhammer, a powerful, unexpected gift." Tiny stands before Clement, his attention drawn to the knight's armored legs, a silent, questioning tension filling the room. Asgard drops some serious knowledge, revealing that artifacts are basically superpowered, permanently enchanted weapons. He then drops the bomb that their value is all over the place. But even the entry-level stuff costs a knight's salary for years, which is just insane. Tiny, hearing the insane price tag, looks down, clearly thinking Asgard shouldn't bother, convinced it would take forever to make one. But Asgard drops another bombshell, casually mentioning some pros can whip one up in just a few months, leaving Tiny completely flabbergasted. With a sly grin, the Sword Emperor leans in, about to spill some serious tea. Whatever Asgard said next absolutely rocks Tiny, his face twisting into a silent, horrified scream. Asgard then drops the real bomb, explaining the artifact was actually for Drexler, who'd been loyal for ages. A quiet escapes Tiny, as everything clicks into place for him. He just lets out one word, a total shocker. When he sees this insane warhammer, just chilling on a table at Valencia's best smithy, aka Rendel's hammer. Then, the dwarf craft master Rendel, this super burly guy with a huge beard, just glares at him, like, "Seriously, you want me to adjust this for a kid like you?" He's practically yelling, saying he'd rather cancel the whole deal and just pay the penalty. Rendel scoffs, totally fuming, demanding to know how anyone dared to treat his craft like some children's toy. Turns out, this dwarf craft master is all about making a weapon that's actually worthy of his master. Even if it costs him big time, because his master is basically like a god. Tiny, with a confident smirk, boldly declares his intention to prove himself. Proclaiming he'll just have to show them what he's made of. The dwarf craft master, Rendel, eyes him skeptically, grumbling that it's still a step up from some rare class knight. His eyes suddenly snap wide, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he processes the young man's words. A single, incredulous thought screaming through his mind, an expert at this age. Then, without warning, Tiny's eyes ignite with a brilliant blue, and a powerful azure aura erupts around his hand, unleashing an unknown ability. Rendell's mind races, his internal monologue confirming the raw power he's witnessing. This isn't some cheap trick, but... His jaw drops, his face a mask of pure shock at the sudden, powerful display. And his own eye flares with a piercing orange glow, activating his unique dwarf's ability, the Eyes of Judgment. The power Rendell witnessed was nothing short of incredible, an ability that could cut through deception and reveal pure truth. This wasn't just some parlor trick, it worked by tapping into the very emotional currents flowing through every word spoken. Still reeling from the revelation, Rendell had to admit that showing off this insane power was actually a smart move. Then, with a serious expression, he told the young man to hold on for a bit. The master dwarf got straight to work on a mysterious cylindrical device on his bench, his hands moving with incredible speed and skill. His massive hammer sat nearby, a silent witness to his legendary skill. After what felt like an eternity, Tiny finally asked, impatiently, if it was almost done. Rendell, juggling a handful of vials, simply stated that it still needed some serious fine-tuning. Then, Tiny held up a small, glowing device, which was already automatically calibrating itself and working perfectly. He's not interested in defense magic, flat out saying he doesn't care for it. Which makes Rendell point out his apparent disregard for protection, but Tiny quickly tries to correct him. Rendell elaborates, saying wands are rare because they're just not popular. He pauses, then drops a bombshell, only an idiot would make an artifact with 3 magical functions. Rendell's face twists in surprise, demanding an explanation. He then just writes off the item as troublesome junk, calling it black iron. Tiny's eyes go wide, completely stunned by what he's hearing. Rendell keeps going, complaining that even its intended wielder ditched it, making it a total pain now. His hand clutches a small, dark metal object, its surface gleaming faintly. I like that one. Tiny practically screams, his eyes blazing with pure, unadulterated hype, but what about its other specs? Rendell lets out a low grunt, then drops the bombshell, oh, just shock amplification and auto-repairing. Huh. Specs. Tiny barely registers the words, his entire being fixated on the mysterious artifact. That one, he roars, his excitement reaching a fever pitch. I like that one. Show me that, now. And just like that, a blinding, electric blue energy erupts from the object. Crackling and swirling with raw power. Tiny's jaw drops, his eyes wide as saucers, utterly mesmerized by the unfolding magic as Rendell unveils it. The blue aura explodes, bathing the entire area in an ethereal glow. Finally revealing a monstrous, intricately designed hammer, its massive head plunged into the earth. Vibrating with an almost sentient hum of power. Rendell, with a knowing smirk, lays down the gauntlet. If he wants the hammer, he's gotta prove he can even budge it. And just to twist the knife, he casually drops the bomb, it's over 100 kilograms. But Tiny's not backing down. He digs in, muscles bulging, a primal grunt escaping him as he screams, this thing is seriously heavy. His legs are screaming, the hammer's blue glow mocking him from the floor, and he can only gasp, holy cow. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light and dust explodes from the impact. But instead of giving up, Tiny's face lights up with a massive, excited grin, his eyes practically glowing with pure hype. He goes for it again, a massive thud echoing as the hammer rips into the floor, blue energy exploding as he starts to tear up the whole place. Rendell, absolutely freaking out at the chaos, lunges forward, yanking Tiny back and yelling that he's destroying everything. Tiny is absolutely hyped, clutching the legendary hammer. He's practically glowing with excitement, shouting his amazement. He's thinking, wait, is this the hammer from my past life? This thing is giving him major déjà vu, making him wonder if he's going crazy. It's a bit smaller than he remembers, but the vibe is totally Mjolnir-level epic. And check out this hammer. It's absolutely radiating with intense blue energy, looking totally mystical. Rendell, ever the pragmatist, cuts through the hype, asking if he can just make the handle longer so he can keep using it after Tiny leaves. But then Rendell's face just flips, he's furious, demanding Tiny pay for the damage, even joking about hitting the Duke up for double. Tiny, completely ignoring the dwarf's rant, just innocently asks, hey, what's this hammer called, anyway? Rendell takes a beat, a thoughtful, escaping him, then confirms it's the hammer he literally just finished making. And the big reveal? Its name is Stamp. He's reeling from the bombshell, a shockwave of realization hitting him, this hammer, it had a past, a legacy. Back at the workshop, the dwarf, deep in thought at his desk, just chills. Then a sly grin spreads across his face as he declares, all right. Drexler's gonna be stoked. He then drops some wisdom, almost to himself, if I'm gonna dream of being a superhuman, I better hit the gym first. Closing his eyes, he gets real. Honestly, I can't even fathom dreaming of being a superhuman. Then, eyes snapping open, he locks onto something unseen, throwing out a challenge, dare to dream. What even is that? Meanwhile, the young hero, face grim, dives into his own thoughts, muttering, because of how I look. He points to himself, a flash of annoyance in his gaze, his internal monologue raging, everyone's out here wondering if I'm some kind of demon. That perception hits him hard, his face darkening with the weight of it. Rendell, ever the provocateur, zeroes in on Tiny's emblem, declaring him really funny. Then, with a sly grin, he challenges Tiny, are you a good person? But the dwarf's tone sharpens, implying Tiny's stupidity is a fact he should try to forget. Tiny, seething internally, can only curse the dwarf's infuriating personality. Suddenly, Rendell pivots, revealing they're both heading to Chloe's coming-of-age celebration in just 2 weeks. The dwarf leaning back, clearly enjoying the moment. Tiny, sensing a deeper meaning, presses him, are you going to announce something? Rendell, with a knowing look, counters, you mean, my relationship with the imperial family? He then drops the bombshell, are you talking about the engagement with the crown prince? Just like I warned you, the crown prince is going to die on his wedding day. A chilling question from Rendell, his face etched with concern, are you seriously going through with this engagement, knowing what's coming? He lays out the grim timeline, next summer, it all goes down. The majestic golden crown of Asgard, a symbol of power, will soon bear witness to what the royal family will forever call the second catastrophe. Because of this, the once unrivaled power of Asgard, the strongest human nation, is going to shatter. Even with legions of soldiers, their might won't stop the inevitable collapse, and a lone figure, draped in royal finery, sits upon a massive throne, their back to us. The prophecy seals their fate, the princess, and all the remaining royalty, will be nothing more than political pawns. And there she sits, the princess, a solitary figure on her throne, as the shadow of her kingdom's collapse looms large. The whispers are turning into a roar. Even the regular people are starting to feel the pressure. But at least this time, a mysterious silver-haired woman is on top of it, declaring she can totally stop whatever's coming. But Tiny, on the other hand, can only drop a cryptic hint to someone we can't see. He drops a bombshell, even the 2 princesses, who everyone thought were behind the whole mess, are going to die too. And then, with a total power move, the silver-haired woman from earlier just smiles and says, you can call me Big Sis from now on. Tiny, clearly annoyed by his past failures, remembers that even his past life self couldn't figure this whole thing out. Meanwhile, some high-ranking military dude is just fuming because they have zero solid info on anything. A distinguished man, his hands clasped, looks down with a knowing smile, declaring his daughter, Chloe, is an absolute genius. He boasts that her talent and personality are even more dazzling than her looks. But he knows, the world hasn't even seen the beginning of what she can do. But Tiny, with a fierce glint in his eyes, declares the world is about to get a rude awakening. She's the one who will shatter all despair. It's all on her shoulders to clean up every single mess in this entire empire. Even if she won't be smiling through it all. Chloe, crown on her head, looks down, a heavy sadness etched on her face. He's laying it all on the line, not just for his daughter, but for the entire world. With a firm stance, he declares he'll make the ultimate call, no matter what. Asgard's face hardens, a clear sign of his iron will. He stands tall, dropping his name like a mic, I'm Asgard von Valentia. He's not backing down, but he's not stopping anyone either. But there's a catch, a chilling warning if things go south. Tiny's eyes blaze with determination, shouting he'll save Chloe himself. Asgard's fist tightens, a silent, brutal answer. Wham! Tiny gets clocked, Asgard's voice booming, brat. Asgard's rage explodes. His eyes burn crimson, blue lightning ripping through the air as he unleashes his fury, demanding to know how Tiny dared to use Chloe's first name, challenging their very connection. He pushes, he prods, straight up asking if Tiny's got a crush. Tiny, still processing the shock, can only grumble that this old man is absolutely bonkers when it comes to his daughter. Totally fed up, he spins on his heel, shouting he's out, he's done, he's forgetting this whole mess. But then, a quick pause, a turn back, and he tries to backtrack, muttering that's not what he meant at all. Fast forward to a massive courtyard, Asgard and Tiny are there with a small, elite crowd, and someone's asking why the place is packed for a super exclusive ceremony. Asgard and Tiny stride forward, ready to roll, having poured their absolute best into the preparations. Then, Asgard's with Rendell, gazing ahead, totally sure everything's gonna be just fine. The crowd is buzzing, a sea of faces, but Tiny stands apart, taking it all in. The energy is palpable. And from his perch, he can't help but notice, this coming-of-age ceremony is drawing a massive crowd, way more than expected. But then again, he thinks, it's Valentia we're talking about, of course, the turnout is insane. A determined glint in his eye, he's ready to make this ceremony an absolute triumph. Elsewhere, Jonas Freewell, the Knight's Order's own grandson, lets out a weary breath, knowing full well the mountain of tasks awaiting him. Back in the thick of the crowd, Asgard casually drops a bombshell to Rendell, the prince's envoy is here too. Rendell's face drops as Asgard elaborates, spilling the tea that it's the prince's notorious third son, the one everyone knows is a total jerk. Someone's wondering about the Roctor family. Revealing them as the powerful Roctor Duke family. They're like, one of the most powerful families in the entire empire. And a major competitor to the Valentia family. Their rivalry is intense, like a clash of titans, a constant power struggle. Someone's like, whoa, they seriously sent that guy to this huge event. Just a heads up, he's on Valentia turf now, not Roctor's. Suddenly, the Roctor envoy, a sharp-looking guy with red eyes and white hair, drops a bombshell, saying he actually got there before them. Asgard, looking totally caught off guard, takes in the info, muttering about how reliable the envoy is. His face then gets super serious, lost in thought. Jennez calls out, her voice laced with a hint of urgency. Responding to her address, Asgard confirms his attention. His gaze sharpens as he presses her for information, demanding to know if she has any news regarding the Roctor family, reminding her of his previous instructions to keep a close watch on them. Taken aback by his intensity, Jennez questions his meaning. The Sword Emperor's eye narrows, lost in thought. After a moment of contemplation, he dismisses the matter. A soft sound accompanies his gesture, as if brushing away a minor annoyance. Later, seated across from her, Asgard reassures Jennez that she needn't have worried so much about the upcoming ceremony. As they walk away, he casually remarks that it's nothing significant, insisting that she is merely like a niece to him, a statement that elicits a sharp gasp from Jennez. Jennez quickly apologizes to her lord. Asgard casually waves off her concern, quipping that she must have thought he was one of her 3 brothers. But Jennez just internally rolls her eyes, a familiar sense of dismissal washing over her. Then, Asgard's expression turns serious, hitting her with a direct question, does she really have no plans to get married? Jennez's eyes snap wide, a mix of shock and irritation flashing across her face at the sudden, personal attack. Her inner voice screams that it will never happen, mentally reminding him of his broken promise. Caught completely off guard by her intense reaction, Asgard quickly backs down, offering a flustered apology. Jennez, noticing his bizarre behavior, can't help but call him out, he's acting super weird today. He finally looks away, confessing that it's all because of his daughter's upcoming coming-of-age ceremony. Asgard, ever the pragmatist, cuts to the chase, telling his guest she's free to go if she's got other business. But Jennez isn't going anywhere, standing firm before the Sword Emperor, her unspoken resolve hanging heavy in the air. With a determined clasp of her hands, she drops the bombshell, declaring, my name is Jennez Freewell. She lays out the facts, he stepped into his father's shoes after the old man's passing. Across town, Tiny's mind races with the new intel, a puzzled frown creasing his brow. Wait, that's messed up, you serious? The name rings no bells, he's never even heard of the guy. Then, the real shocker hits him, his jaw dropping, what? He's already challenger class. Pure panic flashes in his eyes, the terrifying truth hitting him like a truck, if this is real, he's got zero chance against the king of him. Meanwhile, Asgard's face is a mask of stone, his intense stare lost in a world of his own calculations. Asgard's mind is in overdrive, reeling from the bombshell dropped moments ago. He can't shake the terrifying thought, could this mean Tiny, his protege, won't be by his side in the future? He quickly shuts down the easy answers, knowing full well Tiny isn't sick, not even a little. And it's definitely not some sudden retirement plan because he's tying the knot. There's no way a 6th-stage mana user, someone of his caliber, to just drop dead in some run-of-the-mill fight. A deep crease forms between his brows, the gravity of the situation crushing him. Until the chilling, undeniable truth slams into him, Tiny is staring down a second catastrophe. Boom! A colossal bolt of electric blue energy absolutely shreds the sky, lighting up the grim landscape. Then, with a crushing impact, a gigantic sword slams into the ground, its hilt still humming with raw power. But back in the city, Tiny glances up, a single name echoing in his head, Jennez, seriously? Strolling through the epic city, the Sword Emperor's dark prophecy suddenly clicks into place for him. He remembers the chilling words, there's a huge chance he's gonna die on Chloe's wedding day. The memory hits him like a truck, a look of pure shock on his face, as he recalls the absolute carnage of that day, someone yelling his name in panic. Out of nowhere, he's standing right in front of Jennez Freewell and the Roctor envoy, the envoy immediately asking, my lady? Jennez and the envoy stride off, their footsteps fading into the distance. He watches them disappear, thinking, if this happens again, will it be like this? As the envoy asks Jennez, General, should we get ready now? Jennez, ever calm, responds, I think it's smarter to take our time. Jenna's Freewell, looking distraught, reveals to her red-haired companion that she tried to intervene, letting out a frustrated sigh. She elaborates, revealing the sheer frustration of being cooped up, unable to act. Her thoughts drift to Princess Chloe, and it hits her, she totally gets Chloe's vibe, and why she's always ditching her responsibilities. Then, facing Tiny, who's clearly intrigued, she proposes, a glowing orb in hand, want me to hook you up with some power? With a dramatic whoosh, she presses on, come on, wouldn't it be way more exciting if you were with me? Tiny can only stare as Jenna's wraps her arms around a massive, majestic white wolf, the beast responding with happy bong-bong sounds. A thought crosses his mind, is this beast already totally chill with her? As a noble practically prostrates himself before Jenna's, absolutely gushing with over-the-top compliments, proclaiming her the angel of Valencia. He just keeps going, proclaiming her the most stunning woman he's ever laid eyes on. But suddenly, a new player, a sharp-looking guy with icy blue hair, is watching it all unfold with a knowing smirk. The fawning noble remains utterly captivated, still kneeling in awe. Jenna's, though, cuts through the flattery, her attention caught by a name, Rochter, she questions. The blue-haired man steps forward, confirming he's from the legendary Rochter family, the loyal pillars of Valencia. Tiny, ever the diplomat, formally welcomes him as young Master Tisbrun. Tisbrun, with a smooth reply, then drops a bombshell, he wants to steal a moment of their time to kick off their acquaintance. Jenna's eyes widen, clearly taken aback by his bold request. He keeps pushing, his tone playful but pointed, telling her to stop playing dumb. With a cheeky grin, Tisbrun drops a bombshell, claiming he could be her soulmate. Tiny's jaw practically hits the floor at the sheer audacity. Then, Tisbrun smoothly extends his invite, suggesting they just talk. Jenna's is absolutely stunned, her mind racing at his boldness, especially after that weird accountant comment. Tiny's still trying to figure out, who is this crazy dude? He's fuming, thinking, how dare he hit on Jenna's, an underage girl who's practically engaged. Suddenly, Jonas cuts in, shielding his sister, and with a stern hand, tells Tisbrun to back off. He's thinking, what's his game? Is he just testing us? Jonas holds his ground, back to the camera, as Tisbrun, with his icy blue hair, confronts him with pure arrogance, telling him to get out of the way. Tiny's face twists in a silent, furious roar, his anger boiling over. Jonas is a rock, an unyielding wall between Tisbrun and Jenna's. Tisbrun's voice drips with disdain, reminding Jonas this is a noble family affair, and Tiny's face just screams, are you serious right now? He doubles down, declaring this whole situation is totally out of line and shouldn't even be happening. The Rochter envoy, with his striking white hair and piercing red eyes, watches the drama unfold, a silent judge. Tiny, still absolutely livid, grumbles that Tisbrun's sincerity is a total joke, especially after all his past stunts. The Rochter envoy finally steps in, speaking to Jonas with a polite but unyielding voice, a clear signal that things are about to change. Suddenly, a young blonde noble, clutching a tiny fluffy creature, jumps in and begs Jonas, desperately claiming Tisbrun's right and demanding a chance. A sudden, jarring clang rips through the air, snapping Tisbrun and the red-haired noble to attention. Their faces hardening, ready for anything. They both lock eyes on the unseen threat, absolutely dialed in. But Tiny and Jonas are already out. They're bailing on the whole tense situation, leaving the drama behind. Tiny lets out a low humph, his face a mask of pure annoyance and steely determination. He's internally raging, thinking this bastard is even worse than the asshole he just faced, and honestly, it's looking like a fact. A dangerous smirk spreads across his face as he vows, time to pay back every single meal they ever gave me. Then, out of nowhere, a voice shouts, Big Sis, and Jenna's Freewell is caught completely off guard. Tiny's hand lands firmly on her shoulder, a clear sign of their bond. Out of nowhere, Tiny and Big Sis are caught off guard, their eyes wide with shock as Tiny wonders aloud about the weird old men who've just appeared. He's still got the kid in his arms, but his expression is pure disbelief, totally stunned by what's unfolding. Big Sis is clearly worried, but the Rochter envoy is absolutely fuming, practically yelling to find out who this kid is. He's absolutely livid, spitting out a curse and demanding to know just who this black-haired punk thinks he is. Then, a furious shout, as he barks at someone named Graham to throw away this kid first. His face is twisted in an absolute snarl, pure fury etched into every feature as he screams his command. And just like that, a brutal impact rips through the scene. The moment it connects, Tiny's eyes blaze crimson, and a raw, powerful aura explodes around him. Tiny explodes into action, launching himself skyward with insane agility. A shocked UGH rips from his foe as Tiny's speed leaves them in the dust. Then, with a dismissive flick, he launches a projectile, calling his opponent trash. His legs are a blur of impossible speed, covering ground in a flash. A white aura explodes around his fist as he shouts, "I my expertise," and lands a crushing punch. Graham, the blue-haired subordinate, gets absolutely rocked, sent flying and crashing down from the sheer power. The Roctor envoy's face twists into a mask of pure rage, a primal bastard, tearing from his lips. His red eyes burn with murderous intent as he clenches his fist, the very air around him crackling with raw, unleashed power. Suddenly, a sharp, crimson energy explodes from him, signaling his own furious, devastating counterattack is about to drop. Tiny's power-packed punch absolutely detonates on Graham, sending shockwaves through the air. The sheer force of that hit creates a blinding flash. Graham is sent absolutely flying, a human projectile launched by Tiny's devastating strike. But high above the chaos, from a lavish window, a figure observes the entire, shocking spectacle. Another explosive sound rips through the atmosphere. Leaving the stunned observer to gasp, what was that? He whips around to his bewildered companion, shouting in utter disbelief, he knocked out a knight with one hit? His face contorts in pure, unadulterated shock, the impossible reality sinking in. After that epic takedown, Tiny is absolutely dominating, standing tall over a completely wrecked Graham, who's just screaming his head off in pure shock and pain. And check out that grin. Tiny's face is just pure, unadulterated hype, eyes practically sparkling with the win. A dark armored figure is free-falling through the sky. His face twisted in a desperate scream, questioning, how did it all go so wrong? Elsewhere, a critical order is issued, get Tisburn to the princess, now. From a lavish chamber, Jonas Freewell boldly states, they're about to make a huge scene in Valencia. Back to the action, the armored warrior is now kneeling, a clear sign of either defeat or surrender. And Tisburn's face is a mask of pure shock, as he grasps that these moves could totally trash the Roctor family's reputation. A chilling voice cuts through the silence, announcing Tisburn's imminent expulsion from the prestigious Roctor family. While Jonas Freewell, a sinister smirk playing on his lips, gazes out a window. The revelation hitting Tisburn like a physical blow, his eyes snapping wide with utter disbelief. Jonas, reveling in his scheme, gloats about the immense damage he's causing by manipulating what he dismisses as a worthless pawn. With a sinister smirk, he issues a command, play along, pretending not to be aware of any of this, his words dripping with cold calculation. Suddenly, the scene shifts. Tiny is free-falling, his body a blur against the sky. Before slamming into the ground with a bone-jarring impact. Now, he lies broken on the ground, staring up at a mysterious, cloaked figure looming silently above him. The ground shatters as he slams into it, a raw scream tearing from his throat. From above, the Roctor envoy can barely believe his eyes, asking if that high-class knight just got one shot, but Jonas Freewell quickly corrects him, calling the figure a monster. Jonas then demands to know who this kid even is. He can only marvel that such power exists outside of legends. A sinister chuckle escapes him, wondering if Duke Valencia was secretly raising some kind of absolute monster, he declares, his gaze falling upon the utterly defeated Tisburn. The envoy, clearly hyped, insists he has to meet this kid. Jonas, ever the schemer, then casually drops Duke Aldian Roctor's name. He can't help but wonder if that old snake is seriously trying to pick a fight with the imperial family. Jonas Freewell, ever the strategist, is still piecing together the political puzzle, realizing the imperial family wouldn't want the Valencia family operating solo either. He's certain they knew Valencia was connected to the imperial family all along. The Roctor envoy, clearly rattled, can only gasp about the dirty game, knowing full well Roctor can't stand against Valencia. Jonas strides forward. His mind shifts to the king himself. He deduces the monarch definitely doesn't want Valencia running wild on their own. The envoy's eyes practically pop out, as the full weight of Jonas's strategy hits him. With a subtle adjustment of his uniform, Jonas coolly states, exactly. The subtle rustle of his clothes is the only sound, a silent exclamation point to his master plan. Two guards loom over a downed Tisburn, one barking orders to handle the situation, clearly having caught him off guard. Their stealth was a total bust, a complete waste of time as everything went sideways. Tisburn, barely conscious, groans, desperately hoping no one else crashes the party, while a blonde-haired man looks on, confused. And he had every right to be worried, because everyone knew the Valencia family's older siblings were absolutely obsessed with their youngest. But across town, Jonas Freewell isn't backing down, facing off against two guards with an unyielding stance. The guards, looking absolutely furious, snarl that luckily, they're finally back in action. Someone retorts with a disbelieving, seriously. Later, Tisburn is chilling with the blonde-haired guy, dropping the bombshell question, so, Roctor kicked you out? Thanks to that, a few more soldiers against him won't be a problem. The envoy states, his expression calm as Tiny eats, that's good. Tiny, mid-bite, looks up in surprise, questioning, good? A silent question hangs in the air. As the envoy leans forward, warning him that he got lucky this time, and to please not be so reckless. An older man observes their exchange from a distance, as the envoy continues to speak. asking if he wants to go to prison even before the main story arrives. Tiny recoils slightly, explaining that he doesn't, but they were looking at him so suspicious. The envoy sighs, conceding that he is right about that. The Roctor envoy, seething, leans over a defeated figure, his voice a dangerous whisper as he presses for agreement. But then, his calm snaps, a memory igniting pure rage, and his eyes ignite with crimson fury as he vows to crush the insolent fool. His jaw locks, the sheer audacity of it all nearly making him explode. The words rip from his throat, a primal, furious scream. He can't even process the disrespect, the absolute gall of someone trying to flirt with his daughter in Valencia, swearing that guy better disappear from his sight, permanently. But back in a pivotal moment from the past, a young Tiny is caught off guard in a lavish room, his eyes popping wide with shock and a sudden, chilling understanding. A chilling thought flashes through his mind, mirroring the envoy's accusations, making him question if he really was that wild, reckless kid everyone talks about. His face twists with desperate urgency, as he frantically shouts, pointing the way for someone to escape now. Footsteps pound, a frantic dash echoing away. The scene rips open to a massive, columned hall, where a lone young man stands in the distance, a confused escaping him. Suddenly, a furious voice explodes, screaming accusations of him trying to steal their valor. The blonde aggressor's face twists into pure rage, promising a brutal beatdown. A chilling thought flashes through the young man's mind, a sudden, unsettling recognition. Wait. I think I have seen them. A tiny sneeze escapes him, his eyes blown wide with shock. But before he can even process it, a lightning-fast kick sends him absolutely flying. He's just a blur, tumbling helplessly through the air. A guttural, pained yoak rips from his throat. Another savage kick connects, the blonde man snarling a death threat, "I'll kill you," as the young Roctor envoy watches it all unfold. A massive impact rocks the room. Trem, the blonde envoy, can't believe what he's seeing. But Tiny, eyes wide, just takes the hit. Trem is absolutely stunned, his attack just bounced off a kid. But then, a brilliant blue aura explodes around him, Tiny is standing his ground, radiating pure power. His feet are glowing with that same energy, moving with lightning speed. Then it hits Trem, is this kid, Tiny? He screams, needing to know, is this really Tiny? The kid who fought for valor, now he's here. But before Trem can even react, he's slammed to the ground, utterly defeated. He scratches his head, still processing the recent showdown. Yeah, they totally fought, but the timing for that whole thing was just whack. And get this, the guy was totally going easy on him, didn't even bust out a soul weapon. But hold up, Tisprin is already confronting the Roctor envoy, like, so you were actually here, and the envoy's all, yeah, I get why you're mad, this is a huge deal for a Roctor. As they stride off, Tisprin's like, seriously, bad timing, and the envoy just confirms, yeah, we gotta go, like, now. Then, as they pass Tiny, Tisprin just scoffs, and throws out a super rude, hey, you. Human. Tiny's face just goes dark, muttering, Tisprin, that jerk. Tisprin keeps walking, but he throws a look back at Tiny, promising, I'll make sure he doesn't even make it to Valencia alive. Tiny's not backing down, his determination blazing, he's like, I'm not letting him get away. And who said I wouldn't kill him first? Then, it hits him like a truck, did that guy just say Aaron? As in, the heir of Valencia. The name Aaron hits him like a lightning bolt, sparking a sudden, intense familiarity. But he can't quite grasp it, his mind racing, but who is? Just as Tisprin and the envoy make their exit, a shocking thought clicks into place, I only know one. The puzzle pieces slam together, revealing the full weight of the title, Young Master of Valencia in the future. A vivid, infuriating memory of Tisprin's taunt, looming over him, explodes in his head, a raw groan tearing from his throat. He grapples with the shocking possibility, a name forming on his lips, perhaps, Young Master Jonas? The realization sparks an explosive rage, making him snarl, damn it. This damn Aslan imperial family. Fueled by a fresh burst of resolve, he spins around and bolts, his strides pounding the ground with fierce intent. The hatred for the Aslan bloodline ran so deep that only their own kind were even allowed to attend the celebration. It was a strict rule, only the Aslan bloodline could grace the celebration. And because of it, even Valencia's guest list was cut down to a tiny fraction. The tension was palpable, as armored figures loomed over a fallen form, a dark omen of what was to come. They had no idea what kind of catastrophe they were inviting. Tiny's face twists into a furious snarl, the memory burning in his mind as he spits, Golden Dragon bloodline. What a joke. A sneering voice echoes in his head, kid. His eyes flash, the memory hitting him hard, that old taunt still cutting deep. He sees Tisprin, arrogant as ever, standing with the Roctor envoy, delivering that condescending line, maybe check your lineage before you open your mouth. He's just walking along, minding his own business, when suddenly, a voice cuts through the air. And he's immediately on guard, demanding, who are you? A quick glance tells him everything he needs to know, and he's shocked, a noble. And this guy, literally glowing with golden magic, just casually drops, "Oh, I know that face. Definitely got some magic going on." Then, almost as an afterthought, he gives a little bow and says, "Oops, my bad, forgot to introduce myself." And boom, he drops the name, "I'm Baron Remington von Marga." He then clarifies why he's even here, just here for the princess's coming-of-age ceremony, you know. But then his eyes get serious, and he drops the real reason he's here, "Heard you were kicking Aslan's butt, had to see it for myself." And then, with a smirk, he asks, "So, you're the one behind Lord Aslan's light, right?" He listens intently as the Baron drops a bombshell, "They're in Valencia, a place where everyone's living the good life." That's right, they're officially in Valencia. But Tiny's mind is racing, thinking, am I really this chatty for a newbie? The Baron's face tells a story. Before he lets out a laugh, totally getting Tiny's vibe. He's like, "Are we cool now?" Tiny's mind is blown, a silent "what the f*** echoing in his head. The Baron keeps pushing, all smiles, suggesting they're practically besties now that they've chatted. Then comes the big offer, a celebratory meal for their new friendship. What does he think? Tiny's jaw drops, his only reply a stunned, confused eh. But the Baron isn't giving up. He's practically shouting his offer. He even throws in a cheeky wink and a thumbs up, like he's already sealed the deal. But Tiny's not buying it. His mind is racing, trying to figure out the Baron's angle, thinking, what's this guy really up to? Suddenly, the Baron's voice cuts through, a subtle threat in his words, "You got lucky, but don't push it." He points a finger, a flash of seriousness on his face, then it's gone. Tiny lets out a frustrated "Hugh," deciding to play it cool, thinking, I better wait this out. Then, the Baron changes tactics, getting a little nosy, "So, I hear you're tight with the lady, huh?" That question hits Tiny like a truck, his eyes practically bugging out, totally caught off guard. The Baron grins, leaning in conspiratorially, "So, can I get an introduction?" The Baron's words barely register before Tiny lets out a furious, hook, hurrah, explosive response to the mention of, the lady. But before Tiny can even move, a devastating counterattack connects, sending him flying with a bone-jarring, "Kwang." He's launched like a projectile, a streak of blue energy marking his rapid descent. Twisting violently, he's a mere silhouette against the churning clouds. Back on the ground, the Baron is absolutely stunned, his jaw practically on the floor as he stares at the chaos he's unleashed. Then, a furious roar rips through the air, his name screamed with pure, unadulterated rage. A tense quiet descends, the air thick with unspoken consequences. But then, a jarring cut. The brutal reality shatters into a dreamlike haze, revealing a smiling, waving child Tiny, full of pure, unburdened happiness. A bitter, internal laugh escapes him, followed by a raw, unfiltered thought, "Fuck this." Boom. Tiny unleashes a brutal mid-air kick, absolutely rocking Trem and sending him flying. Trem's completely blindsided, his jaw dropping as he stares up in disbelief. Tiny sticks the landing like a pro, while Trem hits the deck, the whole place shaking. Trem lets out a shocked "AH" as he looks up at Tiny, and the realization hits him like a truck, "I'm gonna get scolded for this." A guttural cry rips from his throat. As Tiny's devastating kick slams home, sending him flying. His eyes widen in utter disbelief. But that shock quickly morphs into pure fury, his hand lashing out like a viper to snatch Tiny's wrist with bone-crushing grip. Trem's eyes ignite with a terrifying, blood-red glow. As he unleashes a blindingly fast counterattack. But Tiny is a blur of motion, a brilliant blue aura exploding around him as he perfectly intercepts the attack. Trem's fury reaches a boiling point, his voice a chilling snarl promising absolute annihilation. Tiny doesn't hesitate, pressing his advantage with another lightning-fast strike. A voice screams in disbelief, demanding to know, "Who are you?" Just as Tiny's blue-charged fist slams home with a brutal, "BWOK." Trem's eye snaps wide in pure shock, a stunned "wait." Barely escaping him as the impact registers. His mind instantly processes the impossible, this guy is literally seizing space with mana. But Trem isn't backing down, he unleashes a blinding orange aura, a blue orb of raw power forming in his hand as he prepares to unleash hell. A chilling realization dawns on him, perhaps. This isn't just some random punk. His sword ignites with a furious glow, and he lunges, a blazing streak of vengeance. His feet blur across the ground, leaving fiery trails, closing the gap in an instant. The thought echoes in his mind, a mix of fury and grudging respect, a challenger rank. Trem, absolutely seething, glares down with a chilling promise, he's going to cut off the hand that dared to touch him. With his eyes blazing crimson, he snarls, a raw, furious expression twisting his features. But just as Trem prepares to strike, Tiny lets out a shocked gasp, his eyes wide as he stares at his iron armor, clearly under attack. Then, out of nowhere, a spectral, glowing white wolf erupts with a ferocious roar, its body a shimmering mass of pure mana. Trem stumbles back, a look of pure shock plastered across his face at the sudden, impossible manifestation. But he's no pushover. Trem instantly unleashes a swirling blue aura, powering up to meet the challenge head-on. Meanwhile, the mana wolf keeps up its terrifying roar, its glowing eyes locked onto its prey. Analyzing the situation, Tiny coolly observes, a wolf made of pure mana, huh? Interesting. He locks eyes with the ethereal beast, his mind racing to understand its true form. But before he can even blink, Trem explodes into action, a devastating blue energy fist slamming towards a weak spot he's identified, only for Tiny to meet it with a defiant, glowing arm. The assault intensifies with a brutal kick. The blue energy exploding on impact. He's blasted backward by the sheer force, his defense barely holding as his aura screams to life. His leg scrapes back across the floor, leaving him to gasp in a mix of shock and exertion. Trem observes the outcome, his face contorting in pure frustration as he realizes his weak spot attack did absolutely nothing. Trem's rage absolutely explodes. His last attack was a bust, and now he's ready to go all out, face twisted in a furious snarl. But Tiny's ready. He lets out a surprised gasp, blue energy sparking around his hand, bracing for the next wave. But wait. Before Trem can even hit Tiny, some random guy with a mustache gets absolutely rocketed through the air, sent flying from the sheer force. Yeah, that was Trem's kick. A brutal, sweeping blow that just sent the poor guy flying across the city. But Trem's not done. Even with that guy out of the way, Tiny's still getting pushed back, sliding across the pavement from the sheer power. Hold up. The mustached man isn't out. He recovers mid-flight, his hands igniting with an angry orange glow, ready to hit back. Tiny's eyes snap open, sensing this new, wild energy, and his ring flares with a faint, protective glow. He slams his hand down, carving a crater into the ground, just trying to stop himself and get back in the fight. Trem, still crackling with blue energy, can only clench his jaw in pure frustration, as this fight just got way more complicated. A monstrous, wolf-like creature, its fur blazing with an intense yellow-orange energy, unleashes a guttural snarl, ready to tear into anything in its path. It's a lunar wolf. And it's lunging with blinding speed, a blur of blue energy trailing behind it as it closes the distance on Tiny. The creature's powerful assault continues. And Tiny takes the hit, recoiling from the sheer force of the impact. Despite the blow, he calmly assesses the situation, thinking, that was quite okay. What a boss. His eyes, wide with a mix of surprise and determination, lock onto his foe, ready for what's next. Then, a brilliant golden energy begins to surge around him, powering up for the counterattack. And in a swift, decisive move, Tiny is suddenly atop the lunar wolf, delivering a powerful strike with his now glowing weapon. Talk about a comeback. With the final blow landed, he declares, it's over now. Mic drop. Stop. Tiny screams, his face twisted in pure agony, desperately trying to take the blame. Meanwhile, the Baron can only watch, his eyes wide with shock and worry. Tiny is absolutely crushed, sprawled on the ground as Trem looms over him, sword at the ready. He shouts again, it's my fault. So stop. The estate lord is powerless, hands up in a desperate plea of his own. And then, a voice, heavy with sorrow, wishes this wasn't how they met again. Trem, looking absolutely in charge, drops a bombshell on Tiny, flat out telling him he can't let him do whatever he's planning. He's like, yeah, sorry, not happening. Tiny, looking a bit defeated, can only concede that, yeah, it probably did look super suspicious. Elsewhere, some dude is just cackling, remembering someone's death threat. But Trem's not done, declaring they're moving past this, for now. Then, with a dramatic clink of his cup, he lays down the law. Valencia is not your personal playground, he warns. A truly unsettling grin stretches across Trem's face. As he casually asks Tiny if someone else is already cleared to pull off such stunts, demanding an answer. Trem's words hit hard, and Tiny gets it. But the pressure is intense, a cold sweat forming as he realizes this is terrifying. He's being told to step up, to become something great, even before he's ready. Trem's voice cuts through the air, laying out the grand, terrifying path ahead. But he's got the old man's support, he's sure of it. A quiet clink of a teacup, the only sound breaking the tension. Then, with a burning question, he demands to know more. Trem hesitates, turning back to hear him out. Tiny presses, who is this Lanopeak guy, anyway? Tiny's jaw drops, completely taken aback by Trem's answer. The envoy just smirking and dropping a bombshell, it's a secret for now. Then, with a dismissive wave, he adds, sorry. But his mind is already racing, a chilling thought striking him, could he be connected to the imperial family? The truth hits him like a truck. A wave of panic washing over him as he gasps, oh no. I messed up big time. Trem buries his face in his hands, utterly mortified, as Tiny just stares. A stark realization hanging heavy, it's not every day you find a high-ranked knight, is it? Tiny stands his ground, a silent observer to the envoy's meltdown, the mystery deepening. Tiny, ever the strategist, whispers a plea for secrecy, and Trem, playing along, quickly agrees. But a cold dread washes over Trem, as he replays Tiny's question about Lenope in his mind. He's convinced Lenope is some high-ranking imperial family inspector, and that realization hits him like a truck. The imperial family only ever announces new knights during their coming-of-age ceremonies. If Tiny's tied to that, his rank is way higher than Trem ever imagined. Fast forward 1 week, it's the day of the coming-of-age ceremony. The opulent estate is buzzing with energy, a clear sign of the ceremony's massive importance. Guests are everywhere, chatting and laughing, filling the luxurious halls with their excited chatter. Trem, now at the ceremony, starts to speak, then quickly corrects himself, my lady, I mean. He looks down, a powerful thought igniting within him about his sister, Chloe. He sees her, a young girl with white hair, lost in the pages of a book, and the sentiment resonates deep within him, my sister, Chloe. A fierce determination hardens his expression as he declares, I will make this day. Later, savoring every bite of a meal, he exclaims internally, the most beautiful day of my life. Wow, this is delicious. He devours his food with intense satisfaction, munching loudly. A deep rumbling echoes with each bite. As he shares the feast with a young boy, both absolutely tearing into their food, munching and ripping with fervor. The boy, utterly absorbed in his meal, devours it with pure, unadulterated joy. A genuine smile lights up Tiny's face as he queries, Yum gum. Knight Zeno, what is the name of this food? A stern voice cuts through the air, demanding he get himself under control. The voice continues, directly calling him out, Mr. Tiny. An older man with sharp features and white hair stands nearby, his gaze intense as he declares, there is enough food. Tiny looks up, utterly bewildered, thinking he's been taking his sweet time with the meal. Despite the scolding, a small, satisfied chuckle escapes him, his cheeks still hilariously stuffed from the amazing food. The older man's eyes narrow, his patience completely gone as he delivers a chilling threat, stop eating before I break your jaw. Tiny's expression instantly snaps from amused to utterly stunned, his jaw practically hitting the floor. He stares up at the man towering over him, still reeling from the threat, demanding to know what he just said. A blinding blue lightning strike rips through the ominous sky, and Tiny can only manage a shocked, stuttering reply to the elder's intense threat. He struggles to form a coherent thought, barely getting out, and nothing. The white-haired elder, a smirk playing on his lips, just lets out a chilling laugh, little knight. Later, while Tiny's chowing down, the elder casually strolls up, dropping the question, can I have a word with you? Tiny, clearly not amused, looks up from his food and fires back, instead of the usual, threat. The elder then drops a bombshell, revealing, the inspector already came to the party. Now at the table, Tiny finally offers a genuine apology, sorry about what I did last time. The elder beams, accepting the apology and laying on the gratitude, thanks for forgiving me with your generous heart. Tiny, clearly taken aback, confesses, it's my fault for asking for a favor from you. Honestly, I was blown away by your decision. He's still reeling, thinking about his past mistakes, convinced he deserves another beating if he ever messes up again. But who would even do that for him? The estate lord, beaming, cuts through his thoughts, declaring the inspector has finally arrived. Tiny just gives a quick, almost automatic, okay. But then it hits him, his eyes going wide with a panicked thought, what the hell is he saying? What if this inspector is some kind of pervert? The estate lord, still grinning, just repeats the big news, completely missing Tiny's freakout. With a flourish, he presents Chloe von Valencia. The armored woman, standing tall next to the elder, radiates authority as the estate lord keeps going, declaring she's entering with her whole family. The elder stands proudly next to Chloe, who looks absolutely pristine and ready in her shining white armor. The moment arrives. Chloe von Valencia, the inspector, sweeps into the hall with an undeniable aura, the white-haired elder and Trem right there with her, and everyone's eyes are locked. She's absolutely glowing. A dazzling smile and a golden aura just radiate from her, completely mesmerizing everyone. That elegant white gown just shimmers, perfectly accentuating her incredible grace. The estate lord is absolutely floored, just staring in total awe, barely able to get out a word. How unbelievably amazing and beautiful she is. But Tiny, right next to him, is not having it. His jaw tightens, and his face goes from shocked to totally annoyed, like, what the heck? He's absolutely fuming, muttering a curse as he spots the guy with her. A dangerous thought sparks in his mind, should he really just let this whole thing play out? Baron Remington von Marga, flanked by a blonde woman and a dark-haired young man, throws out a loaded question to the blonde, is this really good for your aunt? But the young man, absolutely captivated, can only gasp, she's literally the angel of Valencia. A dreamy smile spreads across his face, completely mesmerized by the sight. The blonde woman, utterly stunned, breathes out, so beautiful. It's a moment of pure awe. And there she is, the woman in the flawless white gown, radiating an almost ethereal elegance. Later, the blonde woman's face turns serious, her eyes closing in thought, as she whispers a silent prayer about getting through this. Dressed in another stunning gown, she surveys a lavish room, a hopeful, yet uncertain, question hanging in the air, everything will change, right? The intricate details of the room, from the gilded furniture to the flowing white gown, scream luxury and importance. The tension is palpable in the opulent hall as Tiny and Baron Remington von Margit take center stage, the crowd buzzing around them. The atmosphere is electric, as a regal figure makes their entrance on the crimson carpet. Remington watches intently as the young prodigy, Chloe, gets ready for the big moment. Elsewhere, a blonde woman flashes a radiant smile, teasing the boy with a demand to call her Big Sis. But behind that smile, a profound yearning lingers, a silent I wish. Echoing in her heart. Back to the action. Tiny, now clutching a glowing blue orb, unleashes his power, a magical hum resonating as Remington stands guard. The ritual explodes with energy. Tiny and Remington are at the core of a dazzling blue magic circle, bathed in the blessings of a crowd wishing them a happy life. Suddenly, from the swirling magic, a magnificent white wolf with blazing blue eyes bursts forth, its body crackling with an otherworldly aura as it charges. The mystical wolf soars into the heavens, leaving behind a breathtaking cascade of shimmering blue light. A low rumble echoes from the epic white wolf, its form absolutely radiating with magical energy as it stands next to Chloe. The Baron and the Elder are absolutely stunned, watching from afar, while another guy shouts out that this incredible creature is Tiny's. The wolf, totally playful and super affectionate, starts licking Chloe's cheek, making her burst into laughter because it's so ticklish. With a subtle swish, the grand throne where she was just sitting is now totally empty. But then, she's back on the throne, gently holding the white wolf in her arms, telling it to behave, little one, in a super soft voice. Her flowing white dress cascades elegantly around her. The Baron and the Elder are still watching, their faces absolutely blown away, with the Elder asking if this is some kind of miracle. Chloe, her eyes wide with a mix of total surprise and confusion, lets out a soft, questioning, huh? A magnificent, ethereal white wolf, glowing with an inner blue light, fully materializes before them, radiating pure power. Its sheer presence makes Chloe gasp in utter shock, her eyes practically popping out. The glowing creature itself seems to acknowledge her, letting out a soft, almost playful sound, it's alive. As if drawn by an unseen force, Chloe instinctively reaches out a hand towards a shimmering blue symbol that appears before her. What is this power? A gentle, rustling sound fills the air. And the magnificent beast settles comfortably onto Chloe's lap, its ethereal form resting as if it were a physical pet, leaving the Baron and the Elder absolutely flabbergasted. The Baron, utterly bewildered, can only exclaim that it must be a spirit, no other explanation. Both he and the Elder stare in utter disbelief, marveling at the sight and comparing it to an ancient myth beast. This is legendary. Meanwhile, a group of guards also observe the unfolding miracle, questioning if this truly is the holy beast of the spirit. The legends are real. A sharp-dressed figure stands tall, exuding an aura of pure reliability. Then, a grinning man steps forward, shouting out a massive thanks for the incredible show. But wait, young Zeno is totally confused, like, why is this guy even thanking me? His face instantly changes, a massive wave of suspicion washing over him. Then, with a fierce glare, he lays down the law, threatening to slap anyone who dares to mess up. Elsewhere, a young girl in a stunning white dress makes her grand entrance down a massive staircase, as a voice booms out a familiar message. The entire crowd below erupts in cheers, thanking Chloe for growing up so strong and healthy. At the grand presentation, Chloe's father, Jaimin, gazes down, a poignant wish escaping his lips, if only her mother could have seen this incredible moment. A silent, heartfelt thought reverberates, confirming just how epic that reunion would have been. From below, little Chloe gazes up at him, her small voice calling out, "Father." Later, the powerful estate lord stands shoulder to shoulder with his son, Tiny, a firm hand on his shoulder, both men locked in serious observation of the unfolding events. A sharp-eyed man in spectacles pivots to the duo, asking if anyone just spoke, catching Tiny off guard with a quick, surprised "ah." The estate lord, however, remains perfectly composed. Casually adjusting his collar with a smooth, practiced motion. Close by, an attendant meticulously preps a pristine white garment, while Tiny intently observes the unfolding preparations. With the initial presentation wrapped up, the entire assembled group, including Jaimin and his son, gears up for the next stage, as the call for the subsequent rituals echoes through the hall. The Baron, front and center, declares the ceremony is leveling up, moving straight into the next phase of rituals. Then, with a serious face, he drops the bombshell, Chloe's fiancé is, and the tension is palpable. He points, making it clear, it's that guy. Suddenly, a golden light sparks from his hand. Intensifying as he stands there, Chloe watching from the back, this is getting good. Then, bam. The golden light explodes, blinding everyone in the hall. The crowd erupts in gasps and whispers, even the elder and Zeno are shocked, wondering if this is some kind of magic trick. The golden energy swirls, starting to form a clear human shape, the reveal is coming. And then, boom. Trem, Chloe's fiancé, appears in a dazzling golden projection, making his grand entrance. The Crown Prince, Bradley Van Aslan, makes his grand entrance, projected in dazzling magic. His voice booms, declaring his thanks for the Angel of Valencia. The crowd goes wild as he officially names her his fiancé. Chloe's dad and the elder are totally shocked, but Chloe just stares, as someone screams, OMG, it's the Crown Prince. Is this actually happening? Tiny's mind is reeling, a silent scream to himself to just shut up. He knows this guy, the Crown Prince who died in the previous life. He just watches, his face a total blank. Zeno glances up at him, as Tiny's inner voice declares, alright, it's finally my turn. His hand clenches, a silent, fierce determination burning in his eyes. Just as his mind races, a voice cuts through the noise, demanding to know where Baron Narsa is headed, pulling a bewildered, from the young hero. But before he can even move, a powerful hand clamps down on his arm, halting him instantly. He whips around, a flash of irritation in his eyes as the Baron coolly states, he shouldn't even think about getting involved. Then, the Baron's gaze locks onto him, a condescending, little knight, escaping his lips. Staring up at the Baron's unsettling smile, all he can utter is a bewildered, The Baron's voice drips with false comfort, admitting he's worried about her, but dismissing it as trivial. A smug grin spreads across the Baron's face as he declares, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Then, a patronizing hand ruffles his hair, leaving him utterly dumbfounded with another, The Crown Prince, Bradley Van Aslan, just made his epic entrance, and the crowd is losing it. He's just casually checking his phone. Totally oblivious to the chaos he's stirring up, while someone's already asking, did you do it again? The prince just keeps on walking. His footsteps echoing through the lavish hall like he owns the place. But Tiny's eyes are practically popping out of his head, the shock is real, it's actually the Crown Prince. He's suddenly filled with this insane resolve, his mind locking onto a single, explosive idea. But before he can even make a move, Baron Narsa's hand comes out of nowhere, delivering a brutal, shocking slap right across Tiny's face. Tiny is absolutely reeling from the unexpected hit, and everyone's thinking the same thing, did he just slap the Crown Prince? After that shocking slap, Tiny's mind is a whirlwind, totally overwhelmed by the Crown Prince's arrival and the sheer disrespect. His thoughts are going wild, like, should he have just let the prince die at the wedding? It's a dark thought, but he's seriously considering it. But then Chloe, totally picking up on his vibe, steps in and asks, what's got you so deep in thought, Tiny? Before Tiny can even answer, Baron Narsa, right there next to him, just blurts out a quick, ACK. The Baron then tries to play it cool, saying it's a little hot and telling Tiny, don't worry. The elder with the white hair jumps in, confirming that the prince already forgave him. Baron Narsa, flashing a big smile, throws an arm around Tiny, who still looks totally confused. With the Crown Prince and his crew heading out, Baron Narsa keeps talking, his voice echoing through the hall, making sure Valencia knows she's safe, even if the prince was still mad at Tiny. Tiny's mind is blown. His eyes pop open as the truth hits him like a truck. His face goes from confused to totally shocked. Meanwhile, Baron Narsa is having a serious moment, mumbling to himself with major regret, if the Crown Prince hadn't shown up, I would've. My bad, Valencia. The Crown Prince, looking totally royal and powerful, actually showed up, and his arrival seriously shook up the royal family. And the big question everyone was asking was the Crown Prince actually showing up? Tiny, finally getting it, confirms the wild news, yep. The Crown Prince rolled in with Valencia. Then, he drops another bombshell, oh, and one more thing. He turns to the white-haired elder, who's gesturing wildly, and Tiny's like, The elder finishes up, his voice totally solid, everything's ready to go. A white-haired official, his red eyes burning with fierce resolve, makes a bold declaration, ready to take matters into his own hands. He gives the order to come to him once he's done, and just like that, Tiny is there, ready for orders in a sleek office. The official gives a nod to Tiny's unwavering spirit, who then humbly expresses his gratitude. The official reflects that their hard work actually helped Chloe calm down, a revelation that seems to weigh on him. Tiny, flashing a confident grin, coolly responds, you're welcome. The official then cuts to the chase, asking if it's ready now, his intense stare met with Tiny's confident, yes. Even with the green light, the official confesses he still can't quite wrap his head around it. Just as their discussion wraps up, the legendary holy object of Kurun, a shimmering blue crystal, starts to vanish before their eyes. The capital city is on the brink of total annihilation, not just by any monster, but by a full-blown Kraken-grade ambush. The Elder, grim-faced, confirms the worst: the capital city is absolutely going to be wiped out. He stresses the gravity of the threat, declaring it's not just some random monster, but a colossal Kraken. This isn't just a problem, it's a full-blown crisis that demands immediate attention. They absolutely have to investigate it. Elsewhere, Tiny, ever the pragmatist, cuts through the red tape, asking about the all-important stamp. The Elder, a knowing smirk playing on his lips, confirms it's all taken care of, naturally. With his current mission accomplished, Tiny sets his sights on the next objective, declaring he'll hit up the smithy tomorrow.